We believe that within every moment of every day lies the potential to change the world. And by the good we do today, we can positively impact our futures. It's a single idea that holds everything together. Make today matter. Every day we nurture and build people through the knowledge we share and the things we have discovered. That's why knowledge matters. Through unique insights and by seeing the world differently, we write our own story of excellence. This is why opinions matter. Every day we strive together to be Africa's leading research-intensive university, recognized internationally for our quality, relevance, and impact. This is why research matters. We learn, grow, and inspire because our standard is built on a strong foundation. This is why excellence matters. Our different backgrounds, experiences, culture, and history culminate in a unique strength that shapes our potential. That's why diversity matters. We never stop questioning, pushing, discovering, yearning in our pursuit of knowledge. This is why learning matters. We produce socially impactful research to find solutions to the world's most pressing issues. This is why sustainability matters. We inspire, we enable, we engage. Together we transform knowledge into positive impact for the future. This is why impact matters. The University of Pretoria. This is how we make today matter.
Good morning. There we go. Thank you so much to Law School Pretoria, US Choir rather, and Leon Skater from the Cape Town Youth Choir for that incredible performance. Even with all of the technical difficulties, I think they did a phenomenal job. Whatever is driving policy, it's not security, at least the security of the population. This is at best of marginal concern. The words of Noam Chomsky ring loudly in our ears as we sit here today to discuss the future of a continent that we all call home. Bonjour, Madame et Monsieur, Dumelang, Sanbonani, Habari, Akwaba, Salam Alaikum, and good morning, esteemed guests, all the way from academia to civil society to businesses and more. Vice-Chancellor, Prof Petersen, and keynote speaker, Prof Habib. If you haven't guessed it yet from my Ashoke outfit and African jewelry, we are here to celebrate Africa Week, so welcome for that. My name is Alma Akop, CEO of Elevate Africa Academy and PhD student at the University of Pretoria, and I am honored to be your program director for the rest of the week. Some quick housekeeping that you should be aware of. Outside, on my right to your left, is where you will find all of the bathrooms. We've become very tech savvy, so if you scan the QR code on the back of your name tag, you'll have access to the entire program and the bios of all the speakers as well. I'd like to kindly request if you can keep your phones on silent throughout the proceedings of today so that you are also not embarrassed through it. The choir kicked off today's proceedings by singing the national anthem, one that holds five different languages, and stands as a representation of South Africa's commitment to unity and diversity, to reconciliation, and to national pride. The same pride that echoes throughout the continent. But as we know, with pride comes prejudice. Today we meet at the crossroads of crisis and opportunity to ask bold questions, to challenge old frameworks, and to imagine security not just as the absence of war, but as the presence of justice, equality, and sustainability. This is not just a conversation, this is a desperate call for leadership, and it begins right now with us. So join me as we go on a journey discovering where we are at currently, what's at stake, and where we are heading. It gives me great pleasure to welcome on stage Prof Markotter, the Director of Future Africa, who will introduce the Vice-Chancellor. A round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone, and I'm going to be really brief and just get to the next step where I need to introduce the VC. Everybody's saying I have to do this so many times, I should know it out of my head by now, but I'm still going to make sure that I read it correctly. So Professor Francis Petersen is going to do the welcoming remarks and then also introduce Prof Habib, and he's the Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the University of Pretoria, a very distinguished record of academic leadership and a wealth of experience in higher education with a very diverse background in engineering, finance, and academic management. His educational journey is marked by notable achievements, including his Bachelor's of Engineering in Chemical Engineering and a Master's of Engineering in Metallurgic Engineering from the University of Stellenbosch, as well as a PhD in Engineering. His academic prowess is further complemented by short courses in financial skills and all kinds of other management skills. His leadership roles have ranged from the head of departments to dean to deputy vice-chancellor at several universities in South Africa also, showcasing his extensive experience in academic management and departmental faculty and institutional levels. So welcome, Prof Petersen, and we're really privileged to have him as our VC since October last year.
Thank you very much, Wanda, and also for the kind introduction to our program director. And also good morning to all of you. I think you were always impressed with the choir. I said to Adam, if there's no mic, there's no talk. But the next time we will make sure that the technicalities will be sorted out, because it was a wonderful rendition by these future university students. So, but I think what the choir has articulated is the richness in terms of diversity, in terms of culture, that this region, the African continent, actually offers to the world. And it's a pity that we haven't been exposed to some of the other songs they would have sung. It is indeed my privilege to welcome you all this morning and to extend a special welcome to ambassadors and high commissioners present here, government dignitaries, distinguished guest speakers, and we've got quite a few of them during the course of the programs, the Vice-Chancellors, Presidents, leaders, and colleagues from local and international higher education sectors, members of the University of Pretoria Executive, deans, directors, and deputy directors that's present here this morning. I also would like to recognize the University of Pretoria Student Representative Council members, because this is also and focus on the next generation of professionals that would be able to lead, to contribute to Africa's development. So on behalf of the University of Pretoria, welcome to the formal opening of Africa Week 2025 and the Future Africa Global Lecture. We are delighted to be hosting the University of Pretoria's biannual African Leadership Summit, and we are also grateful to our partners, the National Research Foundation of South Africa, the NRF, as well as the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, for their support in bringing together this collaborative platform where we can together tackle pressing issues through inclusive and transformative dialogue. I also would like to thank every individual for being here and playing your unique role in making up this prominent community of African and global science leaders and stakeholders across higher education in spheres of government, the private sector and industry, civil society, and also the media. We are indeed honored to bring together such a high caliber of expertise at our Future Africa campus, which was established for this very purpose and is now bearing much fruit in unleashing the transformative potential of African sciences to inform and inspire a future of thriving African societies. As you are aware, we are convening our plenary sessions, panel discussions, and topical dialogues this week under the theme Global Security, Global Africa. And our purpose is to reframe and indeed broaden the global security beyond its militarist confines to uncover multiple, and I would probably say hidden and overt meanings at present and how they manifest at all levels of our society. While the call to silence the guns cannot really be overlooked, there's an urgent need to address a broader range of security threats, including pandemics, advancements in information technologies, environmental, human degradation, climate change, and natural disasters. So our program is framed around 4 central questions, and our program director, in fact, referred to some of them. So we will like to ask, where are we at? Where are we now? Which will be presented through the Future Africa Global Lecture, and I'll introduce our keynote speaker a little bit later. And then it's also important for us to understand what is at stake, where the identified critical security domains will be examined through both global and African perspectives. And then we need to ask the question, what will it take to in fact make changes, to think differently, to come up with different solutions, or to look at the current solutions and try to understand why is it not working, which will be identified essential enablers of global security. And then finally, what about Africa? Which will explore the critical questions from the previous sessions with a drill-down focus on the unique context of our continent, with all its unique opportunities and challenges. But in addition to this, we are also hosting parallel dialogues as part of the summit's official site events, and invite you to engage in these sessions which speak to broader topics, as well as tying in to the African Union's theme of the year for 2025, which is justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. This initiative underscores the African Union's commitment to addresses in historical injustices, including the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, apartheid, and genocide. And in fact, there will be, I think it's tomorrow or Wednesday, a book launch in the Faculty of Humanities, the Political Science Department, that focus specifically on slave trade and what impact that made on the African continent. It builds on decades of advocacy and collaboration, aiming to foster unity and establish mechanisms for repatriatory justice on a global scale. And this discourse is one that all higher education institutions are undoubtedly deeply immersed, and given its critical significance in building an equitable, sustainable global future. Now, it is now my great pleasure to introduce to you our esteemed speaker, colleague and friend, who will be delivering the Future Africa Global Lecture. This flagship lecture is designed to foreground African thought leadership on pressing global challenges, offering a singular voice to shape but also provoke high-level dialogue. We look forward to hearing from Professor Adam Habib, who is the Vice-Chancellor of SOAS, University of London. He was also former Vice-Chancellor and Principal of the University of the Witwatersrand. He said he's still thinking back on the days of Fees Must Fall. former Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Research at the University of Johannesburg, and also former Professor of Development at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. A Professor of Political Science, Professor Habib has over 30 years of academic, research, and administrative expertise in institutions distinctly defined by engagement in the contest of ideas, their translation into actionable initiatives, and also the building of institutions. He co-founded the African Research University Alliance, ARUA, is an American Academy of Arts and Sciences member, a fellow of the African Academy of Science and the Academy of Science of South Africa. In the United Kingdom, as I indicated, there is where now he is a prominent and distinctive voice in the university leadership community on the issues of freedom of expression and academic freedom. Before I hand over to Professor Habib, I would like to wish you a memorable and productive days ahead, which will ignite important dialogues and create connections that will continue for a long time after Africa Week, as reached its completion. And I would like you to utilize this opportunity to in fact also engage with one another in informal engagements, potentially outside of the formal engagement. So at this point, I would like to invite Professor Habib to the podium. And knowing Adam, there is probably some challenges that we will put to us, and we're certainly looking forward to your presentation. Welcome, Adam. Thank you.
So thank you, Francis, and thank you, friends, colleagues. Thank you for inviting me to share my thoughts. It's a real pleasure to be here at Future Africa. Thank you to Wanda and Francis and the Future Africa team, to DST, to INRF for having invited me. It's a real pleasure to get out of London. Coming to Pretoria in the middle of winter is warmer than being in London in the middle of summer. So it's a real pleasure to be here and to have this opportunity to share my thoughts on where South Africa is in the contemporary world. It's also a pleasure to be on the Future Africa campus. Every time I visit here, I'm mesmerized about how significant a place it has become. And then when I see the choir, despite the challenges, I begin to realize that if we are going to change society, it's in the little acts of love than in the dramatic acts of politics. And so when you see these incredible group of young people coming in front of you and singing Nkosi Sikelele, who engage together across cultural diversity, linguistic diversity, to engage each other in what is a collective culture, a collective cultural expression of South Africa, then in that little act, we begin to change lives. And I think that universities too often forget that. And so when I come to the University of Pretoria and to the Future Africa campus, and I've come here on multiple occasions, and I see these little acts of cultural integration, I remember often that that's how you really change society. And not in the dramatic acts of politics that will be defining in many ways, but the enabling features we create for this kind of act, these little acts of love, is what will change our lives. And the University of Pretoria exemplifies that in so many ways. And I think, Francis, it's something that you shouldn't lose. It's really this incredible distinctive feature of this institution. And it's something that you should always remember. The second thing I wanted to say is really an ask of forgiveness, because what I am going to do is speak frankly and boldly. And you'll hear from my remarks that I haven't pulled any punches. I do want to say that I really do so from an act of patriotism. I am really concerned about the moment we live in, both for the world and for our country. And I think it is absolutely incredibly important that we learn how to overcome the challenges we confront now. But if we are going to overcome the challenges we confront now, then we need to understand the causal reasons why we got to where we are. And we can't understand the causal reasons about why we got to where we are unless we're prepared to have some frank conversation. Unless we are prepared to listen to voices that make us uncomfortable, that begin to push against the mainstream of what has become our own, I would argue, liberation orthodoxy, and to ask some hard questions about why is it that when I'm in Johannesburg last night, why is it that the city is dark? Why is it that the traffic lights don't work? And how is it that we expect to be a world-class city and to lead the world in how to reconcile our people and to lead the world in social justice? And we just can't run a municipality. And we need to ask those frank questions without being constrained by the politics of saying the right things in the right moment. And so I am not going to pull out punches, but I do say it out of deep patriotism, deep love for this country, because in a way, it's home. In a way, this country's future is my future and my children's future. It is where I will return. And it is absolutely essential that we understand what went wrong and what we need to do as we move forward. So let me start. We live in a dangerous historical moment. The world order is under severe threat by one of its own architects, the US, who wants to continue receiving the benefit of being the premier global political power without taking any of its responsibilities. Donald Trump and his tariff wars are the latest salvo in this assault on globalization and the world order. But his actions are not the first, and neither will they be the last. We saw manifestations of this in the Iraq War and its aftermath, in the 2008 crisis and Western governments' responses to it, in the economic assault on China during the first Trump presidency and its continuation under Biden, in the vaccine hoarding and the crude nationalism that defined Western governments' behavior in their response to the COVID pandemic, and in the bipartisan duplicity of the US and the West in the application of global norms and international law in Kosovo, in Iraq, in Libya, in Ukraine, and now in Gaza. We saw it in the weaponization of the dollar for narrow foreign policy objectives by all US administration and in Western governments' complicity in it. In essence, this moment has been building up for almost 2 decades and is the natural outcome of a long process of the differential application of international law and the strategic immunity demanded and received by the United States for its sometimes malevolent behavior in interactions with the global community. Many in our midst will, of course, welcome this moment. They have long wanted to be freed from the political shackles of what they perceive as Western hypocrisy. Others, perhaps in a minority, prefer we align with the US, accede to its demands, and receive the limited benefits that may flow from an alignment with a superpower. But it would be fair to say that until now, our government has preferred a strategic autonomy, a non-alignment that enables a navigation between competing powers, that is supportive of international rules and norms, but wants to limit their selective application, and wants to serve as a bridge between the West and the global South. We share this aspiration with other emergent regional powers, like Brazil and India, each with their own specific political orientations. And all three of us would see ourselves as non-Western, but not anti-Western. Yet we, as a country, have neither the political acumen nor the bureaucratic ability of a Brazil or India to navigate the complex world we are entering into. We have squandered our political cachet by ignoring, through corruption and state capture. We have eroded our bureaucratic and diplomatic abilities by ignoring professional excellence in state appointments and through crude cadre deployment. And we lack the political acumen to use leverage in our interactions with global powers and in navigating our external relations, both because of our deployment of simplistic ideological formula and a lack of political pragmatism. In essence, we are collectively and hopelessly out of our depth in managing the world that is yet to come. Globalization and the current global order are under serious threat, but its collapse is not inevitable. It is dependent on how Trump and those around him respond to the reactions to his tariffs by the markets in other countries. Most of the tariffs have been temporarily suspended, and we will have to wait and see whether they are reinstated. The two drivers for US behavior in recent years is the rise of China and the fact that it could constitute a challenge to the hegemonic status of the US, and the deep polarization within the US electorate, largely as a result of inequality, and the deep conviction among many within its citizenry that the spoils of globalization have not been shared equally among all. Of course, this has to do with public policy in the United States and the failure of successive administrations to redistribute resources more effectively within their nation state. But successive administrations have deflected from this and from the governance failure by projecting China as the great villain who does not compete fairly and who is increasingly a threat to the long-term prosperity of the United States. Many in the US foreign policy establishment therefore hold that a containment strategy is required for China. Some of this involves anti-market and anti-competitive rules and regulations that prevent technological exports to and consumer imports from China. This, in effect, constitutes the weaponization of trade policy, both of the US and those of its allies, to prevent China's continued economic development and advancement. But the containment strategy also requires redirecting resources to the Indo-Pacific, China's backyard, to contain its rise and its relative dominance. But this would involve extricating the US from costly and increasingly disastrous military adventures in Europe, the Middle East, and elsewhere. Herein lies the impetus for demanding that Europe and other allies like Japan step up to pay for their own defense. But it also neatly dovetails with a small isolationist strand among the far right in the United States who would like to close off their borders and bunker down in North America, a possibility that is neither feasible nor likely in the interconnected world that we have become. Trump's tariff wars and foreign policy decisions must be understood in this context. His penchant for political theater and personal ego gives US foreign policy a chaotic political flavor that is disruptive not only of ally and rival, but also of the broader global order. It has had the global benefit of putting the issues in the public glare and galvanized both allies and rivals to urgently develop their own specific national and regional responses. But it is also fracturing the Western alliance, whose constituents increasingly hold that the US is an unreliable partner and that they therefore need to either rely on their own or to build alternative alliances. Whatever happens in the world of tariffs, whether the US continues with these or, as is more likely, begins to moderate them, the future of globalization is no longer solely in its hands. It is also dependent on how China reacts, how the EU respond, and how countries in the South, like India, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, and even South Africa, respond to this challenge. If China shifts to a consumption economy, settles geographic conflicts with its neighbors, and is willing to provide global goods like defense packs, a trading currency, and the like, you may have a restructured form of globalization. I doubt that this will happen, at least in the short term, but it is not impossible. Yet China has become an agent of change in recent years. This has been evident in recent weeks as President Xi Jinping has accelerated his foreign policy engagements, especially among Asian nations, highlighting both the economic benefits of continued trade and investment with China. He has stressed the importance of equality and respect in partnerships, knowing the political sensitivity of this among many of the political elites and the broader citizenry in post-colonial countries in Asia and Africa. It is a simple diplomatic lesson that Western political elites would do well to remember. In any case, China has for some years been building its leverage in order to manage a more politically hostile United States and Western alliance. The essential tenets of its plan have been to reduce its reliance on the US and Western assets and trade and reprioritize relations with the rest of the world, beginning primarily with the Indo-Pacific region. The former has involved reducing its reserves of US Treasury bonds from 1.3 trillion in 2011, the highest in the world, to only 765 billion in April 2025. These have in part been redirected to securing hard assets across the world, mines in Africa and Asia to secure supplies of essential minerals, energy resources and logistics infrastructure, and even land for agriculture and food security. China is, instead of investing now in large amounts of US treasuries, is buying infrastructure, including land, around the world for the world that is yet to come. Much of this is captured under the banner of the Belt and Road Initiative, an ambitious international development plan to integrate China and the rest of the world. The Chinese Global Development Agenda has been twinned with an international political framework described as the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence: mutual respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, mutual non-aggression, mutual non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. These principles were also supported by African and Asian countries in the Bandung Conference in 1955 and became the political framework for the non-aligned movement in the 1960s. They have also been enshrined in a variety of UN documents over the ensuing decades. It is worth noting that the essential thrust of these principles questions the universalist doctrine advanced by the West in the last 30 years. The promotion of democracy and free markets, the insistence on individual rights and responsibilities, and the willingness to intervene across territorial boundaries to enable their adoption and their practice. But China is not the only player repositioning itself in relation to the United States. Europe and the United Kingdom have also been forced into this position by the actions of the United States, and which has increasingly become an erratic ally and partner. This has been most alarming in recent months for European leaders as the US sought rapprochement with Russia, intervened unilaterally in the Ukraine to broker a peace that may be decisively against the nations and the broader European interest, and effectively abandon its post-World War II commitment to underwrite the security of Western Europe. European nations, including Germany and France, and now even the UK, have been forced into dramatically increasing their military expenditure and to take charge of their own security. And while this seems politically sensible from the perspective of these countries, and even beneficial to the US financial purse, it is worth noting that it will have the consequence of eroding Europe's military and political dependence on the US, and will enable Europe's own strategic autonomy. This strategic autonomy is by no means guaranteed. It could be enabled by a cultural distinction that Europe shares vis-à-vis the US. While both Europe and the US shared a commitment to a set of values, democracy, individual rights, human rights, market economies, their practice of this differs markedly. Europe still shares a distinct commitment to regulating the market, containing excessive enrichment, and protecting the more vulnerable within its midst. It also shares a commitment to what Christopher Coker refers to as a cosmopolitanism, a commitment to civilian power, the promotion of international norms and laws, and the embracing of global governance as a way of syndicating its values across the world. In essence, whereas the Americans prefer warfare, the Europeans tend to gravitate to lawfare. Of course, as has been mentioned earlier, the European practice of this has not always been consistent, as we have seen in Ukraine and Gaza. But its identification with this political orientation is at least distinctive from the US. Nevertheless, despite these enabling features of strategic autonomy, there are at least two substantive obstacles: a modest economic dynamism and a hesitant political agency. The former is rooted in the fact that despite all of its strengths in traditional industries, automobiles, consumer goods, the luxury sector, engineering and pharmaceuticals, its economic growth has been challenged since the 2008 recession when compared either to China and the United States. This is manifested in a 21% GDP growth since 2008 for Europe, relative to the US and China of 72% and an astounding 290% respectively. Even more alarming for European policymakers is their collective lethargy in the new technological industries of AI, data science, renewable energy, and sustainably focused technologies. This despite the large pool of skilled tech professionals and early-stage startups. If Europe is to chart its own separate path in the New World Order, then its economy has to regain its relative dynamism in relation to China and the US. Moreover, Europe will need to overcome its political hesitancy in the establishment of transnational alliances and in addressing major global challenges. Part of this hesitancy has to do with a different value system of Europe from that of China, Russia, and much of Asia and Africa. But most of it has to do with its collective dependence on the US for its economic market and its security guarantees. But how tenable is this now with the increasing unreliableness of the US and the emergence of alternative lucrative markets in the East as the fulcrum of world trade shifts to the Indo-Pacific? If the US is no longer a reliable partner, as it has proven on multiple occasions, what does Europe do? Does Europe continue with the Western alliance in its present form to the detriment of its collective interest? Or should it be willing to form new alliances with the Chinese, for instance, or assert its own collective global leadership? This will ultimately determine whether the world evolves in a bipolar or multipolar political direction. What is worth noting is that whatever happens, it will take a long time. 30 to 40 years of economic integration cannot be simply decoupled overnight. And there will be disruptions and distortions along the way that will impact on people's daily lives, including among them the cost of some goods, the availability of others, the loss of jobs, and the like. As this plays out, there are three issues worth considering. Why has globalization unraveled? How long will it take to play out? And finally, how do we mitigate its consequences? Remember, the end of the first globalization era between 1870 and 1910 was followed by 2 world wars, the murder of millions, and economic devastation worldwide. If we were to descend into a similar outcome, we will not survive as a human species. Even if we avoid this, how are we going to collaborate to address the myriad of transnational challenges, climate change, war, pandemics, and the like? This is what has to be thought through collectively by the human community in the months and years ahead. Where is Africa in this reconfiguration of the global order, and what are its options? 2 views tend to prevail. First, there is a small cohort of actors who would prefer we align with the US and derive the benefits from a positive relationship with the world's premier power. This is the perspective of the Democratic Alliance in South Africa. And a more cruder, almost sycophantic expression of this is articulated by the far-right AfriForum. But it is also articulated in other parts of the continent. How else can we explain the Democratic Republic of Congo, President Tshisekedi's offer to the US to provide it preferential access to minerals in exchange for security guarantees and military assistance? Yet it would be fair to say that this is a minority view among Africa's political elites. The vast majority of political actors in South Africa and Africa, the leadership and its elites, the parties, the activists, and even its intellectuals, interpret the emergence of a bipolar or multipolar moment as beneficial for their development prospects. They believe that this provides greater options for investment capital and trade opportunities, enhancing their negotiating leverage and resulting in less onerous political conditionalities. It is also seen to allow them a strategic autonomy in navigating the international system, akin to Brazil, India, and even the Republic of Ireland. Yet, it is worth saying that the strategic autonomy is not the norm. Indeed, it is a very rare for small countries or those in the majoritarian world to succeed in developing a strategic autonomy that does not entail punitive costs. Brazil, India, and Ireland are able to chart this path, in part because they have 3 necessary assets. They have leverage, bureaucratic capability, and political will and agency manifested in foreign policy cohesiveness and agility. Africa and South Africa are lacking in all of these fronts. The singular asset that India has is its population size and its market. This asset enables it to serve both as a location for the production and consumption of goods, which has become all the more important given the US and the Western desire to create a counterbalance to China. Brazil has its geographic size, its mid-sized population, 3 times that of South Africa, its mineral wealth, and its political importance to South America. Ireland is a small country with very little independent leverage, but it uses its strategic location in the European Union as its strategic lever. Africa and South Africa have none of this currently. The continent and the country's mineral reserves are valuable, but can only be used as a lever if they are managed cohesively and are an essential pipeline into the world's productive systems. Since 1994, South Africa's political stewardship of its mining sector has been chaotic at best. And while it has enabled the enrichment of individuals, particularly those close to the ANC, it has not served either as a developmental stimulant or as a political lever for strategic autonomy. The same is true for much of the rest of the continent, where there are abundant mineral resources. Africa's mineral wealth has been squandered through political corruption, managerial incompetence, and what are effectively extractive relationships with multinational corporations and external powers. As for market size, Africa has a population of around 1.5 billion people, which will double by 2070. But this can only be a strategic lever if they collectively constitute a common market. And while there are steps in this direction, most significantly through the establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Area on 1st January 2021, its full realization is still a distant goal. Given South Africa's population of a mere 63 million, the common market would have to be central in its arsenal of leverage for strategic autonomy, which is not viable for at least the foreseeable future. Bureaucratic capability is also not an asset that South Africa or an African governments exhibit. The development state is a political label that is often rhetorically deployed but very rarely practiced. Indeed, South Africa has squandered much of its bureaucratic capabilities since 1994, with racially chauvinist interpretations of transformation, cadre deployment, and outright political corruption. Its diplomatic corps has been significantly weakened, and their professional capability has eroded through political appointments constituting the vast majority of ambassadorial deployments throughout the world. It is an indictment on Ndurko and the country that if a significant number of its 103 embassies, 14 consulates, and 4 diplomatic representations were closed, bar few in the selected countries, there would be minimal impact on our economic trade, our development prospects, and any political relevance. The situation is not very different for the rest of the continent. Political appointments and limited diplomatic capabilities plague African embassies around the world. The same is true within the continent. There was a time when African diplomacy was in its ascendancy. Only 25 years ago, the African Union and its attendant infrastructure was being built. A pact between Nigeria and South Africa underwrote the continent's renaissance, with political stability being prioritized and African conflicts being formally attended to by continental diplomats and leaders. Between 1994 and 2008, Africa's conflicts had declined by 2/3. And then, in about 2007 and 8, domestic politics intervened in the case of both South Africa and Nigeria, bequeathing them a combination of corrupt, ill, and incompetent leaders that diverted the nation's attentions and ultimately eroded both their national prospects and the continent's future. And here we are again. Africa's conflicts, wars, and debts have spiraled. The AU's and nation states' abilities and desires to address these conflicts have eroded, as the diplomatic spat between Rwanda and South Africa has demonstrated. The net effect is civil war in the Sudan, the multinational war in the DRC, the continued violence in South Sudan, and the conflicts in Somalia, Ethiopia, Mozambique, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, and Lake Chad. In total, Africa is plagued by 35 armed conflicts. Strategic autonomy to effect developmental outcomes on the continent is not possible in such an unstable political environment. All of this has compromised South Africa and Africa's political cohesiveness. Political cohesiveness and diplomatic agility. South Africa has tried to chart an independent path in international affairs. To participate, as its participation in BRICS, its insistence on not taking sides in the Russia-Ukraine war, and its strong criticism of Israel and the initiation of a case in the International Court of Justice. No African country has been as committed to an independent strategic stance as South Africa has. And yet, it has also been found wanting in its diplomatic agility, manifested mostly in its surprise at the strong reaction of the Trump presidency in its targeting of South Africa for its erroneous assumptions on the treatment of white farmers and the country's alignment with adversaries of the US. That there is a strong likelihood that this will ultimately manifest in South Africa's exclusion from AGOA, or even the complete disbandment of AGOA and that continental trade initiative between Africa and the US. Either way, South Africa has not anticipated adverse consequences for its actions, and unlike China, was not prepared for this by establishing new markets and opportunities to mitigate the consequences of Trump's actions. And so what does it do? It runs to the White House with the president and a couple of golfers to try and plead for rationality from somebody it describes as a right-wing fascist. All of this again speaks to the erosion of the country's diplomatic and political capabilities. Strategic autonomy is dependent on economic and political nimbleness, and South Africa has demonstrated neither in recent years, except in the one or two cases like the ICJ case. The consequences both for it and the rest of its continent are likely to be catastrophic. But even if this is not the case, the analysis herein suggests that at a minimum, Africa is hopelessly out of its depth in capitalizing on the emerging bipolar or multipolar world to play off great powers against each other, maximize its own negotiating leverage, and establish trade and economic relations decidedly to its advantage. Instead, as is the case of the last bipolar historical moment, when the US and the Soviet Union were locked in a global battle for supremacy, African nations remain vulnerable to being played off against each other, resulting in a succession of proxy wars for mineral spoils, extractive economic relations, and ultimate marginalization from the global economy and the emerging world order. Where to from here? I take no pleasure in observing and thinking through all of this. South Africa and Africa is my home, and its success is the success of my family and myself. After all, this is where I will return to. But if we are to succeed as a nation and a continent, then we need to recognize our challenges for what they are, understand their causal drivers, and address these pragmatically. What then should we be doing? My recommendations focus on South Africa, although much of what I have to say could easily speak to other parts of the continent. First, our singular foreign policy priority should be the common economic area on the African continent. Without this, our long-term economic development is imperiled, as is the establishment of the political leverage that enables South Africa and Africa's strategic autonomy and independence in global affairs. Second, professional excellence must be taken seriously. In this specific case, it refers to the professionalization of our diplomatic corps and limits to the political appointments of ambassadors from the cohort of former ANC politicians and their family members. But professional excellence needs to extend far beyond the diplomatic corps. We cannot continue to be compromised by incompetent municipal and national governance. And that is not solely the result of corruption and KDET deployment, as so much of the public discourse focuses on. These are indeed causal factors, but they are as much tied to a transformation agenda that rejects academic and professional excellence. We lie to ourselves if we hold that this is not true. How else do we explain the collapse of public institutions, municipal services, state-owned enterprises, and the like? The debate on the latest court case on equity appointments and diversity quotas launched by the DA suggests that neither the DA nor the ANC, or frankly any of the political parties, have learned anything from the experiences of the last 3 decades. The same is true of our intelligentsia, as the polarized and often vacuous political debate on the issue so ably demonstrates. Representativity without excellence violates our constitution, as does excellence without representation. The two are in tension, but can be reconciled, as Singapore has so ably demonstrated. South Africa would do well to take a leaf from Singapore, not Malaysia, not elsewhere, but from Singapore, which has brought to the fore a global model of transformation that exemplifies rather than rejects academic and professional excellence. Go to Singapore, any one of you, and walk, and you'll see that it is the indigenous inhabitants of Singapore that manage its public institutions. And yet, professional and global excellence is never in question. Third, South Africa needs to be aware and prepare for the reprisals that are likely to follow if it charts an independent path in global affairs. It's okay to go independent, but be prepared for it. This requires a diplomatic agility that first understands the form that such reprisals could take and the consequences thereof, and then the diplomatic agility to seek new markets, alternative sources of investment, and additional political allies that can mitigate the adverse reactions to national choices. South Africa needs to develop a national political identity that enables this and that does not enhance our vulnerability. As of now, too much of our public discourse is determined by immature political actors and a silly politics that is based on cheap emotional satisfaction. Our public discourse is saturated with racial chauvinism, race baiting, and acrimony, driven to achieve a fleeting and childish emotional gratification by politicians and activists. This is essentially what the Kill the Boer song is about, as are the marches on white settlements and the almost facile public discourse on transformation, on who is indigenous to the country. This is a fast state of affairs from the non-racialism our democratic transition promised and our constitution envisioned. Neither does it advance the cause of representativity and economic and social justice, unless the agenda of social justice is one of enabling equality by impoverishing everybody, creating equality by impoverishing all. There is an urgent need for the presidency and the government to steward the national discourse away from racialized and chauvinist rhetoric of fractious politicians and even some public commentators, to one that promotes a national cohesiveness that you saw today in this very choir that came to present here. Only then are we likely to create a public and global identity of non-racialism that permeated our national political profile at the dawn of our transition, and which is perhaps the singular bulwark against the misrepresentations by that ragtag cohort of far-right individuals in AfriForum intent on destroying this country. We live in a dangerous historical moment, which requires of us to collectively behave in a manner that recognizes our interests and charts a pathway to their realization. This need not mean a capitulation to one or other powerful country or regional entity. But the bipolar or multipolar world that is evolving does potentially enable the possibility of South Africa and Africa to play off global powers against each other so as to maximize opportunities for our own national economic and continental development and independence. Yet this will only happen if we collectively become the agents of our own change. It will require developing a leverage which others take seriously, and a government and public administration that is excellent and that allows us to navigate our global engagements in a manner that benefits our people and their development. We are not yet there, but we can be if we have the courage to understand our circumstances, develop a path to changing this, recognizing the trade-offs required, and making the hard decisions thereof, and finally transcending the immature, emotionally driven politics we have become immersed in. We can be the architects of our own collective future, but it will require collective courage and political decisiveness. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much for that, Prof Habib. You did tell us you would give us truths, and that's exactly what you did here today. For that thought-provoking Future Africa Global Lecture, and for providing insight into where we are at, globalization and its impending perils. I'm constantly worried about the fact that I think we've become a bit detached to death. I think we're also used to hearing about the different conflicts that are happening all over the world, that it's just become another headline of the day. And today you have told us that a little bit of love goes a long way, and that we need to be the agents of change that we want to see. So thank you for that. We're going to have a short refreshment break where we will be coming back into this venue at 10:45. And when we come back, we will delve into the topic of what is at stake with panel discussions. So thank you. Refreshments break will be happening at the hub where you had tea earlier in the morning. See you here at 10:45. Thank you. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you enjoyed those refreshments. I'm going to ask you to look to your left and right and ensure that your neighbors are sitting next to you. If they're not, send them a little message or give them a ring and tell them that we are starting the session again so that they can find their way into this hall. We're about to kickstart panel discussions, and I know some people are constantly wondering, why are we still having these conversations? Because the moment we become silent about the issues that matter is the moment that we stop living. And so today we're going to have a series of panel discussions, and we ask that you would listen and that you would also contribute, because there will be an opportunity for you to ask questions, because all of these are to ensure a better future for our continent. And so the first panel delves into climate and environmental security. What is at stake? In the words of Kofi Annan, we will not enjoy development without security, we will not enjoy security without development, and we will not enjoy either without respect for human rights. This conversation explores how climate change, biodiversity loss, and resource scarcity are threatening stability and sustainability. This panel will unpack how we can respond to these rising tensions through climate adaptation, sustainable resource governance, and global cooperation. Allow me to introduce the panelists that you see before you. Our moderator will be Prof Adam Habib, an ecologist with extensive experience in climate change adaptation and the Dean of the Faculty of Natural and Agricultural Sciences at the University of Pretoria. We've also got Prof David Lodge, who is the Francis J. D. Silvador Director of Cornell University's Cornell Atkinson Center for Sustainability, as well as an environmental scientist and a member of the Future Africa International Advisory Board. We have Prof. Tafadzwa Mabhaudhi, a professor of climate change, food systems, and health at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine in the United Kingdom. And we've also got a respondent, Prof. Nkechi, Owoo, an associate professor of economics from the University of Ghana. Her research covers health and demographic economics, poverty and inequality, gender economics, and environmental sustainability. Please be reminded that the full bios of all speakers and moderators will be found in the program. But with that being said, Prof. Adam Habib, I'd like to hand over to you. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Elma, for that introduction. Yeah, without further ado, my panelists have been introduced. I think I was wondering when we started to what extent we're going to talk international policy and changes in the US, but I think Adam has already firmly set that scene for us, so that topic is very much on the table. And I think it's a good thing, because the discussion we had among ourselves in preparation for this session made it clear to us that there's no discussing the global context without what's happening right now in the US and its implications for what's happening on the continent and what we want to happen on the continent in the context of environmental and food security. So without further ado, our process is we've got two introductions by Tafadzwa and David, and then Nkechi in response. It should take us about 25 minutes, and then we'll open to the audience for discussion. So please listen closely. And I think there's lots of material here to really get our teeth into. So please listen and get those questions ready. I look forward to the session. So David, over to you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I was a little worried, as I expressed to Barrett this morning, that I might make my comments too focused on the United States, but that Rubicon's been crossed. So it's a privilege to be here as a member of the Future Africa International Advisory Board and to have the opportunity as a non-African to contribute to the discussions that are primarily for and by African science leaders. The fact that this meeting is being held at a university and that many of you are academics or government leaders who influence university research suggests, to me at least, that a focus on government policy for science and the role of government funding for university-based research are very relevant topics and very, I think, in the long run, very strongly related to the agency of universities and indeed the countries and the governments in which they are embedded. We're living in a time, as Adam Habib's opening talk suggested, of very rapidly changing circumstances, both in the environment, climate change and the like, but also politically, including, of course, in my own country of the United States. So the comments I'm going to make are very much shaped by the fast-moving assault by the President of the United States on the human, physical, and institutional infrastructure in the US that's essential to support science. And in doing that, to enable science to support human welfare and environmental security in the United States and globally. Without overemphasizing, I hope, the importance of US science to Africa and the globe, I do think what is happening in the United States will reverberate for many years on global science and on science-informed aid and diplomacy. I hope that my reflections on that will be useful inputs into the focus here on African science leadership. So let me jump to one obvious conclusion from the outset, which probably follows naturally from Adam's opening talk. Now is a very good time for African leaders to focus on fostering stronger science at African universities with African resources. And I say that partly with regret. I realize that comment runs counter to what the focus and the importance that we want to emphasize, and I continue to believe on multilateral cooperation. But I think the conclusion I just gave is reality, given the current isolationist attitudes from the US president and the likely shunting of not only US, which has already happened, and EU resources to military defense and probably to some extent away from foreign aid, science support, science diplomacy, and other sorts of diplomacy. I'm afraid that in the short run, the importance of cooperation beyond Africa will be illustrated mostly by its absence, as the embarrassing treatment by the President of the United States to the President of South Africa last week illustrated, and that Adam has already referenced. So let me, with that sort of as a preamble, let me turn to some more of the specifics at hand. I'm speaking as the leader of a university institute at Cornell University. The institute has a mission that's very similar or overlaps to a large extent with Future Africa's, although without this beautiful conference center. Adam's opening comment about the importance of little acts of love really resonates with me. But I think the rest of his comments and my comments pose a challenge. How do we incorporate the spirit that animates little acts of love into the institutional structures that promote the directions that love would lead? Love and humility, I would argue, to scale that in institutions. I don't know of another way to do that. So our mission at Cornell Atkinson, and I'll give you a few snippets of data on this slide, is to move university-based research into impact, positive impact on society, with a focus on climate, energy, food, and One Health. And by impact in our context, I don't mean the usual kinds of impact that academics think about, number of papers, number of grants, et cetera. Those are critical foundational issues that depend on the federal science support I'm going to go on to talk about. But what I'm talking about with impact is influence on public opinion, informing changes in corporate practice and products in the marketplace, and informing and influencing government policy. Those are the kind of impacts that we're after at Cornell Atkinson. And we do this by connecting across disciplines internally, again, resonance with the mission of Future Africa at the University of Pretoria, and equally importantly, connecting across the boundary that is often high between universities and those other organizations that I mentioned outside universities, potential partners in implementing research, government agencies, corporations, civil society organizations, and the like. So we like to think that the activities that we're engaged in can be part of what is potentially a virtuous cycle that starts, because we're at universities, our thinking starts with the top red dot on this diagram, research innovation. We want, for the research to move outside the university impact, we want that research to be influenced by market opportunities, by policy needs. Of course, we want the influence to go both directions, but often in universities we think of ourselves only as delivering knowledge. We need to be recipients of guidance if we are to contribute usefully to society. And I would argue one of the reasons we are where we are politically is that attitude has been missing to a large degree from many parts of many universities. So the unique role of universities is to provide research and innovation, not just technical, but innovation that can inform innovations in policy, innovations in the marketplace, and be influenced in turn by those things. we cannot in the universities see the perfect as being the enemy of the good, another fault to which I think we in universities often fall. We have to participate and use research to increase the scope of what is possible in policy and in the marketplace. Now, I'm not going to go over what I think we all know already that's illustrated by this complex diagram from a paper by Morrow et al., which is that climate is changing fast in ways that in many geographies and circumstances is decreasing already in very tangible ways environmental security, decreasing human welfare, and decreasing political stability. That's happening inside countries and it's happening between countries, as we've already heard about this morning. So I want to take my time to focus on a more narrow aspect of this, and that's the role of universities. So for the next 5 minutes or so, just accept the framing I've provided you about the potential way in which universities can participate in society in more positive ways than I think we often have in the past. And let me expand on the implications of that for how universities can contribute not only to diagnosing problems, to being critics, which we're really good at, to being participants in bringing solutions into policy and the market and the intersection of those. The key, I'm going to emphasize two key prerequisites that I think have to be there for universities to maximize this role. One, funding for research and development from any source. Two, non-university organizations that I mentioned earlier, civil society organizations, government agencies, corporations that are able and willing and welcomed by university researchers into the discussion to bring research, to shape research, co-create research, co-execute research, and get it into practice. So I want to go on to make a few comments about both of those things, the R&D aspect and the partnerships. So in the United States, this is a key point for any country that either is struggling to build the R&D capacity or, as my country is doing right now, dismantling that R&D capacity. In the United States, 20% of the productivity growth in the US economy since World War II has been driven by federal R&D. The financial return on investment alone is huge for R&D. Yes, there are long lag times, which is one of the reasons why it's politically unpopular. But it is there, and that is what has created what, at least until recently, a university system and a vibrant economy that Adam referred to earlier with dramatic economic growth. That is the fuel of those positive attributes of American society and many other societies. This graph puts that, of course, into global context. South Africa is on this graph. It's hidden in the little bubble down at the bottom left of India. You could put a few other African countries on here that would have their R&D investments as a percentage of GDP above 0.5% of GDP. But this is not, these comments are not intended to shame or criticize African countries. There are obviously good historical and other reasons why the situation is what it is. But if you want to grow African capacity for science and research and its influence on government policy and increase the agency of national governments, as Adam argued for, this has got to be there in some way. So now I want to dive a little more deeply at the risk of taking you too far into the US rabbit hole. I want to dive a little more deeply into US funding for R&D. This is the record since World War II in the orange of US funding. That recent bump is due to Biden administration investments, mostly outside of universities, but relative to, and I've limited this analysis to sustainability-related things, climate, energy, One Health, et cetera. That orange line is about deployment. for many of the most important agencies for the topics we care about in this room, it's going to plummet by about 50% if the changes proposed by the Trump administration remain intact. Another thing to note, so then the obvious question becomes, for the US or other countries, if government isn't investing in R&D, who is, and can that also be channeled in positive ways, including collaboration with universities? Philanthropic giving in the United States has increased dramatically, as you can see in that blue line. And some of those same philanthropists have invested strongly in African One Health initiatives, for example. But that philanthropy largely does not go to universities in the United States. It goes to advocacy organizations and civil society organizations that are having closer to on-the-ground impact. Might that change? Maybe. And lastly, corporate R&D. As a whole in the United States, corporate R&D is huge, but very little of it goes to, it exceeds US government R&D already, but going to sustainability and going to universities, it is very small indeed. Might that change? That's a little hard to say. Recently, my Cornell colleague, agricultural economist Ariel Ortiz-Babea, reported in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences that just to keep agricultural productivity in pace with climate change impacts, you would need annual increases in R&D in agriculture of 8 to 10%, just to keep pace with climate change. Such funding has not been at that magnitude, and in the past in the United States it's come from the US Department of Agriculture, whose budget is also under assault, particularly for anything that would smack of climate change impacts and adaptation to climate change. Will industry be sufficiently motivated, the very large agricultural industry, to invest? Yet to be seen. For African countries, I don't know what this mix looks like. You, the rest of the folks in the room will know that much better than I. And I am happy to be educated and learn from you for the rest of the week on that. But let me zoom in now. With that context, what's the role of universities? You have to have R&D funding, you have to have outside organizations willing to collaborate, and you have to welcome and seek that collaboration in order to drive research into impact. And the challenges are big. So let's zoom back out now to the big challenge that probably brings us together more than any other is climate change. Well, here's a recent, very credible analysis of net GHG. This is sort of baseline, all things being equal, NDCs are met, which is probably not going to happen, but even if they did, the good news is we're reaching peak GHG emissions. The bad news is that if you project out a bit longer without much more aggressive aspirations than we have even now, it's going to go back up after 2060. And that 2060 increase is due to two things. Hard to decarbonize industries, think cement and steel, and African development. Now, I don't mean to frame that negatively, but that's just the reality. As the population and economic development, as I hope, increase strongly and rapidly in Africa, then without further changes, without multilateral cooperation or an incredibly vigorous investment in R&D in Africa by Africans itself, if we don't decarbonize industries of cement and steel, as Africa builds infrastructure, which it needs, this will be the result. So to begin to close on a little more of a positive note, and it seems like both Adam and I are having a little bit of a hard time doing that, there is the need for multilateral cooperation is not diminished. But unfortunately, that looks very unlikely to come from the United States, and perhaps, as I've already suggested, from EU and other sources that we would have focused on in the past. But this graph and the reason suggests that there's not a more urgent time for looking ahead and putting more investment in technology transfer, technological development, cooperative ventures, et cetera. So I will conclude here. I wanted to frame this in terms of what can universities do and what is limiting universities, what is going to be required for African universities to play a stronger role in development and responses to climate change. And I think if we, so my title on this last slide is in reference to universities. We need to be clear about what our role in society is, and we need to do that with humility, recognizing that it's just one role. But if we don't seize that role more aggressively and more intentionally in terms of a partner with outside organizations, we'll be stuck where we are right now in the United States and among African countries. So the humility I refer to is that we have to reach out and be willing to work not just to decry what's going wrong, but to help in creating solutions. So I look forward to the comments from others and to the discussion that will follow.
Thank you very much, Dave, for those ideas and context. Tafadzwa, over to you.
Thank you very much, Barend, and good morning to everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here today and speaking to all of you. And it's a huge pleasure being in the presence of many of you, because I grew up listening to a lot of you talking and shaping thinking and dialogue. So I'm quite excited just being in this venue today and now being on the other side of sharing my thoughts. So this conversation we're having about environmental security and climate security, at the heart of it is a conversation about people and the planet. That's pretty much at the heart of it. People and the planet. How do we coexist amongst ourselves as human beings in a manner that is equitable, in a manner that is socially just, in a manner that is inclusive, in a manner that celebrates our diversity and cherishes it, and in a manner that promotes sustainable development? And how do we achieve all of this without undermining the environment upon which we as humans rely upon? Because if we undermine the environment, then all of these things become threatened as they currently are. And if we undermine ourselves, our ability to act collectively to address the existential threat that we face as humanity is also compromised. So we're in a bit of a catch-22. Now, I don't think I'll be going to the US in a while. Not for that I don't like to go there, but me and my colleagues recently wrote a paper in The Lancet, which called From Crisis to Opportunity, responding to Trump. So I don't think after they read that paper, they'll like me and my colleagues that much. But what we were simply raising in that paper, it's a few critical arguments that I want us to reflect upon. It's important that we confront the realities of Trumpism and the reshaping of the global order as we have known it for the longest time. It's important that we recognize the critical impact and implications of the US stepping away from its traditional role of leadership, not just political leadership, but also intellectual leadership. A lot of us don't know that back in 2009, when the US signed what is called the Endangerment Act, which set to aggressively limit emissions in the atmosphere, the recognition that it brought in set also a precedence globally in terms of the value of science for informing policy and action, especially in the climate space, and the role of government in taking up science, in taking up decisions and moving forward. What is happening now is basically an unraveling of decades of progress in terms of now undermining science, the credibility of it, defunding critical science. In Africa, we rely a lot on NOAA, the North Atlantic Atmospheric, in terms of the projections that they give us for climate change. We rely a lot on NASA in terms of its satellites and the images that we get. When there are disasters, we invoke a protocol called SPIDER, and that protocol basically allows for global satellites to move into the region of the disaster and generate real-time imagery of how the disaster is unfolding, which allows us to be able to respond effectively. We did it when we had the landslides in Durban. We did it when we had the floods in Durban. All of those things are at risk, which means our ability to respond to environmental crisis is going to be undermined, short-term and long-term. We, for the longest time, have relied on the leadership and funding of America to do these things. And we became complacent in that. And what has basically happened now caused us and our complacency to stand up and act. So that's why I'm talking about from crisis to opportunity, because we have to act. It's fair to criticize what America has done, what the American administration is doing, but it's also important to understand that it is their prerogative. It is not our entitlement. We have our entitlement and our responsibilities to our countries and to this continent. And it is our fundamental responsibility to act first and foremost to protect ourselves from climate and environmental crisis. It is our fundamental responsibility to provide for ourselves. We talk about leave no one behind. It is our responsibility to ensure that the continent as a whole moves forward. It is our responsibility to privilege ourselves so that when we walk in the halls of global dialogue and you say, I'm from Africa and I'm from South Africa or wherever on the continent, you say it with pride and you say it with dignity and you say it with authority. We have that responsibility to do that for ourselves. We cry a lot about the loss of dignity, about not being respected, but we have to give that to ourselves first so that we speak with that authority and that dignity. We have to understand our realities as a continent, and that reality is we are a climate change hotspot. That cannot be disputed. The reality is, despite the fact that we historically contributed the least and continue to contribute the least to the problem, we are disproportionately affected. Now, in climate speak, we talk about the hazard, which is the risk, whether it is flood, heat, or anything. Then we talk about exposure. Exposure is generally who is in harm's way. And then we talk about vulnerability. Vulnerability is a function of adaptive capacity. So we may all be exposed, but we are not all vulnerable because we have different capacities. So some of us are better than others, so we'll be able to cope when the hazard befalls us. Some of us are less fortunate than others, so we won't be able to cope when the hazard comes. So whenever there's a disaster, when there is drought, we had a drought just in the last season, 2023-24, pushed millions in Southern Africa into hunger. 3 countries declared state of emergencies, but we were not all hungry. That's the reality. We did not stop buying, all of us. Okay, For some of us, it even got better in the last year. We ate more meat, drank more wine. But for some, it got very critical. Now, let me put this locally to contextualize it. At a local, very local level, you've got a family in the rural areas that is practicing agriculture. And they hope that when they harvest, they will have food to feed themselves, first and foremost. They'll have some extra to sell and have some money. When they have that extra money, they'll pay fees for children to go to school. And that's generally been the African ambition and program in terms of how are we autonomously crawling out of poverty ourselves. With some remittances from kids who have left and gone to work in the cities, adding to the household income, we have seen transformation socially with girl childs being able to go to school, stereotypes changing, and all of those things. Now, this is the reality of what has been happening. I work in Africa, and I spend a lot of my time there. The social disruption caused by climate crisis, whether it is droughts, floods, or anything that is undermining livelihoods, is causing a social degradation as well. We are regressing socially. This is because in many societies, because the ability of the household to look after itself is being undermined, they have to make difficult choices. Those difficult choices come down to who is now going to go to school, the boy or the girl. The girl is not going to go to school. So years of progress in getting girl children to go to school is regressing. We are finding again the resurgence of traditions of marrying off children, young girl children, coming back again as a way of securing the family. So young underage children are being married off. These are things that are happening. They are not stories. We are finding whole societies that are no longer able to exist in the locations that they've always, in their ancestral lands. So their sense of place, their sense of identity is being disrupted by the displacement caused by climate crisis. And it's fundamental when your sense of place and sense of identity is taken away from you, not by election, as some of us who chose to emigrate and say, I'm going to the UK, but by force when circumstances force you to relocate. And often they relocate into the peripheries of the cities because that's where there's open space. But that space was never open for Mahala. It was left open because there were green spaces, there are buffer zones that are meant to buffer cities in terms of environmental crisis. Those are the flood areas, that's where you've got your wetlands. That's why it's left open and vacant. But that's the space that they can occupy. So they move into these areas and occupy them. And guess what? They left the rural area because misfortune befell them. They come and settle in the periphery of the city. Then it floods. It floods there, first and foremost. Then they lose that shack that they'd built, which was their new home. They lose their furniture, everything that they'd invested in. Their livelihood, again, is lost. And we're having a new pandemic of mental health. We're calling it eco-anxiety, because people are now so anxious about what it means when these crises happen and what it does to their livelihoods, and the repeated effects of it on the same people, because the vulnerable remain vulnerable, whether they've left the rural area to go into the urban spaces, they remain fundamentally vulnerable and repeatedly affected, and it's disruptive. And it's not just happening within countries, it's happening across countries. We've got agro-pastoralist communities that have always migrated in search of grasslands to graze their cattle, moving, looking for water. Again, these crises are disrupting the culture of those people. Because traditionally they would know at this time of the year we would be across the river grazing our cattle there, and then would move there. They had a whole life planned around that. Now these disruptions are disrupting those movements. And often it means they are going to settle in certain places longer than they would have, which exerts greater pressure on the environments in those areas, and also conflict with the people in those areas. Because previously there was no conflict because they were passing by. But now as they are becoming more permanent, it leads to crisis and conflict. And we've got a lot of these fragile zones across Africa. So what do we need to do as Africans, really? Because the situation looks dire. We need to act together. That is the reality of it. We need to go beyond the comfort of our own areas. As academics and as researchers, we need to go beyond being knowledge generators and knowledge creators. We need to partner with government. Unlike in the North, where evidence and science translation is a passive process, because government naturally picks up science from the scientists and incorporate it and so forth. In our case, it has to be an active process. We have to actively work with government. We have to understand the lack of capacity in government and partner with them, sometimes to write the documents with them. So it's not just about generating the evidence that says this is the best case. It's actually about engaging to the level of writing policy with them, revising policy with them, going the step of implementing certain actions with them. So we need to go beyond, we need to go further, and we need to be part of that change. It's time that we left our offices in the comfort of our spaces and started engaging more with society and coming up with solutions that are responding to the current realities and current challenges, and partnering differently with actors on the continent and investing in own capacity building that is directed at resolving Africa's pressing problems and the poly-crisis that we face. Thank you very much. Back to you, Barry.
Thank you very much, Tafadzwa, for those thought-provoking ideas. Nkechi, you've got a difficult task to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm very pleased to be here and to make some brief remarks on the submissions that we have heard from our two distinguished speakers, Professor Lodge and then Professor Tafadzwa. Now, there's a broad scientific and political consensus that has been established that climate change poses a considerable threat to Africa, its ecosystems, its biodiversity. Now, most of the sectors on which development efforts hinge are climate sensitive. So we are talking about sectors like agriculture, health, energy, transport, tourism, and a few others. So there's a huge potential for the effects of climate change to have debilitating effects on countries' sustainable development. Now, although countries on the continent, as Professor Tafadzwa has already pointed out, contribute the least to climate change, they will bear the heaviest pressures in their pursuit of water, food security, sustainable development, as well as political and economic sustainability. Now, combined with demographic pressures, persistent environmental degradation has been and will continue to displace millions of people in Africa, serving as a cause and consequence of social conflict. Now, while the continent is not new to natural resource-related conflicts, the resources that have typically caused these problems in the past were largely oil and then hard rock minerals, gold, diamond, other gemstones. But now we see that population growth and environmental degradation are intensifying competition over other types of natural resources. I'm talking to cropland, fresh water, forest, and then fish resources, with climate change set to increase competition even further. Conflicts are therefore especially likely to occur in areas where conflict management mechanisms are weak, where they are non-existent, or where historic grievances remain unaddressed. Now, for especially poor people who already live on the front lines of pollution, disaster, displacement, and degradation of resources, adaptation then becomes synonymous with survival. Now, African leaders are united about the need for adaptation strategies to cope with the effects of climate change on Africa's development. And these can range from better water management to sustainable food production processes to women empowerment and gender equality, as well as the inclusion and effective participation of vulnerable populations in adaptation planning. Now, adaptation can happen through a variety of channels. The situation of energy insecurity, for example, needs to be addressed, as already pointed out by Professor Lodge. The continent continues to rely heavily on non-renewable fuel sources to power our industries, and this can lead to ecosystem degradation. It threatens wildlife, endangers species, and destroys natural forests. So there's a deep need to focus on alternative energy sources, solar, hydro, wind, to try to mitigate the current problems of deforestation, overgrazing, drought, and then soil degradation in many parts of our continent. Now, Professor Lodge's call, also supported by Professor Tafadzwa, for African countries, while exploring international collaborations, to also invest in adaptation solutions themselves is a worthwhile one. Universities and research institutions can play a vital role here. At the same time, I believe this must be done in collaboration with indigenous communities who have long-standing experience in adapting to climate variability and extreme weather events, and may therefore offer valuable lessons for policymakers and our research scientists. By combining this local knowledge with modern science, we can hope to see more effective, scalable, sustainable, and culturally appropriate adaptation strategies. Now, climate finance is undoubtedly a big issue. Majority of Africa's funds raised to mitigate and adapt to climate change is from foreign sources, highlighting the region's ongoing domestic resource and capital mobilization challenges. Yet, Africa's climate finance flows remain inadequate to meet the investment needs for implementing its NDCs. So in conclusion, as we have always heard, climate change is viewed as a threat multiplier, given its ability to worsen existing tensions and instabilities. But these risks are not just humanitarian, with the displacement of millions, or health-related, as aptly discussed by Professor Tafadzwa. Indeed, there are also political and security risks that affect both African governments as well as the global community. Yes, international cooperation should be fostered in research, policy making, and funding, and this can be done through international agreements on climate change, joint research programs, sharing best practices and technical knowledge in an attempt to holistically tackle the negative impacts of climate change. African countries, however, must also intentionally position and resource themselves as well as possible to deal with these challenges. We heard Professor Habib earlier on talk about having the courage and decisiveness to be the agents of our own change. Even though these challenges have largely been thrust upon us, we must be more active in developing our own solutions. Locally feasible strategies should be developed to mitigate threats to basic human rights like food security, health, and personal safety, which have the potential to cause conflicts and instability. Furthermore, consistent with a just tradition, these adaptation strategies should not pose additional burdens on already impoverished and vulnerable populations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nkechi, for that succinct summary and pulling those threads together. We do have scientific writers in the audience that will summarize and pull together the ideas that we've shared here, and also the subsequent discussion, and that will find input into the plenaries tomorrow afternoon. Colleagues, the floor is open. Any questions, comments, suggestions, differences, provocations from what you've heard? It's very clear that we're not dealing with shall we say, done and dusted and a settled solution for this complex challenge. Anything? I think we've got a roving mic. Any hands going up? There's a hand at the back there. Yes. Please briefly introduce yourself and then your question. I think we'll take 2 questions.
Thank you all to the speakers. My name is Flavia. I'm a postdoc at the University of Pretoria. So my question is, my question and comment actually. So I've read that the whole issue on reduction of GHG's emission started in 1997, and that is more than 3 decades, if not mistaken, or closer to that. And we still find that most of the countries are still using coal as a form of electricity generation. So my question is what is the challenge in addressing issues that are probably being brought when they meet? Because there is that Kyoto and there's also the Paris Agreement in 2015. There is 2015 to 2025, that is 10 years. And we still find that there are countries that are developed that are also heavily using coal. In Africa, we're probably saying we're underdeveloped or undeveloped, or are still trying to grow. But then those that are developed, what is it that is making them to continue use coal as a source of electricity generation? And other question or the comment I have is that we see most of these leaders going for the meetings regarding climate change. But where are the scientists? Are they part of the people that go and discuss or have deliberations regarding these issues? It's like going there, taking income from taxpayers just to take photos. Even today, we are here discussing about climate change. Do we have any government official from any other country in Africa? Because we need them to listen and hear what is happening. Because with them, probably they are cushioned. Like Prof Mabhaudhi said, we are all exposed, but the level of adaptation would differ according to our capacities. So is there anyone representing the government from the 54 countries of Africa? And what is it that is stopping the big brothers, the developed nations, to stop using coal?
Thank you very much. I think there's another question in the front here. We'll take 2 and then come back to the panel. Here in the middle, if we can get the mic down here, please.
Good morning. Tula Dlamini from Nedbank. Carbon markets are growing throughout the world, and Africa sits with so much unrealized potential in that space. In fact, I read somewhere that we're the 2nd biggest market in carbon markets, with countries like Kenya as pioneers. To what extent have our universities, in their teaching of sustainability programs, etc., begun to add into the curriculum things like, how do we diagnose this challenge? Any technical awareness around market design? How do you negotiate these agreements? How do you structure these projects? Practical stuff like that that can result into dollars and cents and perhaps help us mitigate climate change. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, comments and answers to our first and the second question. Anyone would like to kick off? I think it'll just go. If you talk, you don't need to switch it on.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. The first question from my colleague at the back is a very interesting one on the subject of adaptation and why things are still the same despite all the many conversations that we've had. It comes down to, at the core of it is political will, that there's a big lack of political will to act on climate change in terms of taking actions that are necessary for halting further greenhouse gas emissions, and also taking actions in terms of divesting away from fossil fuels, because it's big money, it's big industry, and there's a lot of advocacy that happens in that space. And even what we are seeing now with the climate science being undermined, there's a lot of advocacy around that to undermine the science and say, this is not really a risk, there's no problem here, drill, baby, drill, let's carry on in that way. And people make money in that order. In the African context, we still use coal. South Africa is heavily reliant on coal. Its most recent energy infrastructure investments were in coal power stations. And it also links strongly to livelihoods, because you've got a whole value chain with people from mining, transportation, processing, towns that have established around these places. So that's why we talk about the just energy transition in South Africa, to say, how do we move away from coal in a way that does not undermine the economy, in a way that does not leave people unemployed, in a way that does not disrupt these local economies? What else do we bring into these cities? The cost of doing that is far greater than the South African economy can fund itself. And there is no grant finance. So even the agreement, which the US recently pulled out of, where the UK, Ireland, the US, and some governments had pledged to fund that, it was a blend of loans and a little bit grant finance. So you have to come back again and ask yourselves, how affordable is the finance? Would we be able to pay it back? Because you're increasing the national debt and burdening a country with already a declining tax base, number of people that you can tax. And in a lot of cases, that is the challenge with adaptation, that there is no money for adaptation. Globally, most of the money is programmed for mitigation, but 90% or more of climate finance is mitigation focused and not adaptation focused. And that's what people were crying for last year, to increase the funding for adaptation to 1.3 trillion. They got 300 billion to be realized by 2035. So it's neither here nor there. So there's that big gap. Where the funding is available, some of the requirements that are set forward by these funding institutions, like the Green, the Green Climate Fund, are really not achievable for a lot of African countries. The level of information or detail that has to go into one of those proposals, in most African countries, they don't have that level of data and science available to put forward a Green Climate Fund proposal. So there are some institutional and structural barriers that limit African countries in particular from accessing climate finance. The quantum of investment needed for Africa to adapt cannot be self-financed by the continent, and taking or borrowing loans would not be sustainable. So that's a bigger conversation. The other thing to realize importantly in this conversation is that the Paris goal is a mitigation goal because it set out to limit emissions to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Up until now, there is no global goal on adaptation. And that's also a challenge, that the current goal that we always talk about, it's a mitigation target, it's not an adaptation goal. So again, Africa has to step up and really advocate strongly and cohesively for a global goal on adaptation. Thanks.
Thank you. Tafadzwa, anything to add? Dave, Nkechi?
I can respond a bit to the second question about markets. To be brief, I think the universities need to play a much larger role in establishing their credibility of the wide diversity of kinds of markets that are developing for carbon credits or biodiversity credits even further in the future. There is engagement. At Cornell, just for example, we are working on both metrics to establish the credibility of various interventions and assessing the impact of interventions. I'm worried that the markets, in some cases, monetizing carbon has gotten ahead of the reality and the ability of expertise to actually document whether the benefits that are being paid for are actually being achieved or whether they are permanent or reversible in the case, for example, unfortunately, of forest carbon that can burn down, as we see in the US. So I think there's a lot of potential, there's a future there, but there needs to be a closer cooperation between the development of reasonable metrics that are also cheap enough to measure, to be part of a monetization scheme, and then assessing over the long term how achievable those impacts are. Did you want to say anything?
Well, you've already addressed all the comments. I think there was just the comments that the first speaker had about, the importance of engaging the right stakeholders in meetings like these. So, for example, in my country, it was a big discussion. We have all of these international meetings, relating to climate change. Why do we only see the politicians going? Where are the research scientists? It's something that we're also addressing. We see a lot more of the scientific community invited to these international meetings when the politicians are going, so that's a positive thing. And I think it's a good suggestion, whenever we are in settings like these, research meetings like these, to also have some of these policymakers and then stakeholders to also be a part of the group, since they can also learn from the discussions and hopefully implement it, some of the suggestions that come up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that has brought us to the end of our sessions, is the timer in front. I think briefly, if I'm trying to wrap up or summarize and come up with one idea, and I think the science writers between now and tomorrow can do so a little bit more comprehensively, but I get the sense we're at a point in history, as has been said before, that the change in the global order has not changed the urgency with which we need to respond to climate and environmental security. That urgency still remains. If anything, we've had 1 or 2 years where we've hit 1.5, and at the time of the Paris Accord, that was absolutely to be avoided. We're there. But that change in the world order and the urgency, and also the increases in how companies and nation states actually experience climate, sometimes negatively in terms of actual disasters, but also in terms of new market opportunities. Those experiences provide the opportunities to really scale the action and scale the ambition to the point that we need it. And I think it's about how we respond to these opportunities in this new landscape. At the moment, it's mixed. It's a VUCA world. We know the term, but I don't think it's been as VUCA'd as it is now. And it's going to, those of us and those countries that can see the opportunities will be the ones that go ahead. I really think the point around bilateral and multilateralism that have come up, the point that Adam made earlier on strategic autonomy, and perhaps this is a point where we can start leading from meetings like this to develop the capacity on this continent that we maintain this multilateral excellence and really use that as a mechanism for the continent to bring and step up and be this autonomous strategic entity on the global stage. So there's the opportunities. Colleagues, thank you very much to my panel members. I really appreciate your inputs. And I really think we've gotten off to quite a good start, and I look forward to the other panel members. Elma, I think this is back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the panel of profs. We've got Prof Bar and Erasmus, Prof Lodge, Prof Tafadzwa, and Prof Nkechi for those incredible insights that you have shared with us. Climate change, a threat multiplier. I think we've learned a lot from this conversation. And I must say that there has been some progress, although not as much as we would like. There has been progress. In the past 5 years, we've seen new job roles being introduced, such as sustainability consultant, sustainability expert, etc., etc. My PhD in corporate sustainability is also brand new, which shows that there is an emergence and a need for research into sustainability. But like it was rightfully said by the panel, we need to be speaking to the right stakeholders and in the right rooms. So thank you very much for that. Moving right along to our second panel discussion on economic security. Security is not just about weapons, it's about ensuring people have food, jobs, dignity, and hope. This next panel will discuss global instability and inequality and how it deepens economic resilience, which is more vital now than ever before. I'd like to invite our panelists to join me on stage. Our moderator, Dr. Farai Kapfudzarua, Deputy Director of Team Science at the Africa Synthesis Center for Climate Change, Environment and Development at the University of Cape Town. Prof. Rajiv Kumar, Chairman of the Pala India Foundation, whose career spans academia, government, corporate chambers, and multilateral institutions, offering him a unique multi-dimensional perspective on the India economy. Excuse me. Dr. Albert Zeufack, World Bank Country Director for Angola, Burundi, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Sao Tome and Principe, and previously served as the Chief Economist for the Africa region. And the correspondent, Dr. Jessika Bohlmann, Research Specialist at the Faculty of Economic and Management Sciences, University of Pretoria. I hand over to you, Dr. Farai. A round of applause for the panelists.
Thank you, Elma. Good afternoon, colleagues. I think this session really ties in very nicely to the previous session, which spoke about climate change and environment, but also the keynote speaking related to the global uncertainties and the multipolar world in which we are operating on. And I think today we have a very excellent panel which provides different perspectives, particularly starting from Professor Kumar, who is going to give us some perspectives from the Asian context where he has been working with, providing support and advisory support to the Indian Prime Minister, but also we have the perspective from the African continent with Albert working with the World Bank, but I think at an institutional level, it ties in very well with Jessika, who have been working with colleagues here at University of Pretoria. So we have 1 hour, so I have a hard stop at 1 o'clock, so I'll give each of the speakers 15 minutes, and then Jessika, you have 10 minutes to respond, and then we'll open the floor for questions. So I hand over to you, Prof. Kumar.
Thank you very much. It's really indeed a pleasure to be here. I was here in Pretoria about, I think, 15 years ago, and so therefore wonderful to come back to the university. Thank you to the university, the Vice-Chancellor, Dr. Professor Petersen, and all the organizers to have me here, and for this important conference, because I think future Africa is actually the global future. Because what happens in Africa will determine actually what happens in the world and will affect all our planetary conditions going forward. Friends, because of, let me get straight to the point, and this is that first and foremost, you have to define what economic security is. Because I think we don't really have a clear definition very often, and in my view, it's not only about average per capita incomes, because I think that Thomas Piketty, etc., have clearly shown is not good enough. But the most important point that I want to make, despite the Trumpian era that in which we are, and his manifesto is that economic security today cannot be seen in isolation with ecological security. I think the two have to go hand in hand together, because we will not have the, one without the other. And so therefore, it's the first time in human history, and I repeat, because the first time in human history that countries, the global south, in which India and all of Africa are, will have the challenge of facing we'll have the challenge of facing the dual simultaneous challenge of growing their per capita incomes or growing their economy and reducing their carbon footprint. And that's what the challenge, and that's the magnitude of challenge is immense, and I think that's what we need to do, but we have to do it, because otherwise the planetary boundaries will be breached, and we don't know what the result of that would be. So given that, and therefore my net thing is that we have to now jettison the way we have been thinking ever since I grew up, the post-Second World War era, of depending on the West and its institutions and its philosophies, etc., to chart our future. We have to take our future in our own hands, which is what Professor Habib said in the morning. We, the people in the Global South, given this humongous challenge of growing our per capita incomes and reducing the carbon footprint, have to design out of the box innovative paradigms of development which will take us forward. That's the first. The second point that I would want to make is that for me, economic security is what Francois Bourgogne, the chief economist of the World Bank, said some time ago, I think 2004. He said, let's start estimating the growth of per capita income of the last decile of the population. And that's his suggestion that he made. And we in India are following that because of the philosophy of what is called Antyodaya, which is to look after the one who is the last in the queue. And I'll come back to that. Because without that, economic security is not guaranteed. Because without that, social stability, social security, the people, etc., nothing is guaranteed. And I think if they don't, because poverty is also the worst offender of climate change, because they are dependent on measures which affect the climate change. So that's the other part. So that's so we have to think differently. Now, the second definition of economic security could be to provide the human development indicators achieved by OECD members at per capita incomes much below what they have been able to provide. And that this is possible is exemplified by a state like Kerala in India, and maybe also in huge numbers by China, in massive numbers, at the current per capita income levels at 15,000 plus, which is much below the $20,000 membership qualification of the OECD. Chinese population has the economic security because of the infrastructure development, because of housing, because of education, because of health, etc., which developing countries had not conceived of before that experiment. So I think that's the second definition of economic security. Focus on the large decile of the population and make sure that the human development indicators are achieved. So for that, now I'll come, but there's more here. And in a book which is coming out in July, I point out, and it's called, the 6 simultaneous global transitions in India. It's focused in India, but it's globally, there are global implications. We are in the midst of a historical, unprecedented, transitory period. It's not just, that Pax Americana is weakening, perhaps the beginning of its decline. That's one. That's the geopolitical one. The climate change, I think we are beyond the mitigation and adaptation levels of, because the 1.5 degree is past. So you now got to prevent, so you now to have, carbon sequestration, remove the carbon. So that's the second challenge, the climate change. The third is the technological change, and we can go into the, discussion from that. The fourth is the shift from the transatlantic to the Indo-Pacific. There was a 250-year blip, if you like, when the transatlantic grew up, but prior to that, the old world, which is Africa and Asia, and which is now beginning to come up again to those. So that's the fourth one. The fifth one is that the global south today contributes as much to the global economy as the OECD members, and in fact contributes 2/3 of global growth, GDP growth. So that's where the focus has to be on what's happening in the global growth. Those people have reached what I think long ago was called the steady state. Japan had about more than 2 decades of pretty much no growth, but stable society. Europe is going through that, and if God bless Trump, we'll have soon similar situation in North America going forward. So therefore, The dynamism for the global economy has to come from our global south. So that's the fifth one. And finally, it is that the post-Second World War institutions, the Bretton Woods, the WTO, the UN, have outlived their utility. And Mr. Trump and his colleagues are committed to, in fact, destroying them and demolishing them. But we also thank God for that, because we need institutions now which are in sync with the current reality. Because I think all of those have, and the green shoots are visible. BRICS is there, the G20 is there, the New Development Bank is there, the Asian Infrastructure Bank is there, the SCOs. These are institutions which can work together to design a new world order. Because, ladies and gentlemen, friends, remember that without a functioning, multilaterally agreed global order, we are lost. There is no alternative to that. But who will do that? The leader of the pack is now denying his responsibility, and maybe for very good reason, but then some of us will have to come together to do this. So what is, so therefore, just the first thing to go back to, when I said we have to design out of the box, paradigms, let me give you an example from India, which is that we know that carbon sequestration is the order of the day, and we know that we can do some of that through zero chemical farming in the world. Because once you practice zero chemical farming, there's enough evidence that the organic soil carbon increases slowly but surely. 33 million farmers in India are practicing it. We are now committing to mainstreaming it, scaling it. And if we do that, we can save the world, because that carbon out there can be sequestrated, as is done by planting trees is not going to be the answer. Believe you me. So therefore, that's one way of thinking. Can we do non-chemical farming? Can we mainstream it? Can we then provide food security to the whole world? That's one. The second example I wanted to give was about the focusing on the bottom of the pyramid, and that is where, for example, India, in the last 10 years, we have opened 450 plus bank accounts. 73% of them women, for women-headed accounts. So for our financial inclusion, we have constructed about 70 million poor housing at the same time. There is now a movement to provide tap water to every house. There's been 100% electrification in all the villages of India. And the first thing that this Prime Minister started off in his 15th August address, and it surprised me and shocked me, was that he said he was committed to building 100 million toilets in every home. And that has given such an amazing change for women's health and their self-esteem in India. So that's the kind of policies that we need to work. And that's the kind of political sort of focus that we need to have in our democracies to be able to do that. So therefore, what is the way forward for all of us together? And these are examples that are good. The global south has to come together, as I said, for redesigning the world, the new global institutions. Should we set up a forum? We must. Which will be the instrumentality of the platform where we can do that? Let's choose it. Let's choose BRICS. Let's choose G20. But let's make sure that it is us who is in the leadership and not anybody else. And therefore, countries like China, India, Japan, South Africa have to come together, to try and design this. That's the first thing of this. The second one is that there should be far more, transfer of, far more engagement, institutional engagement, and we should find the resources to do that, like we are doing here. Philanthropies can help, foundations can help, and therefore what we need is a very active private-public partnership. I'm consciously not saying public-private because that's the way it always goes. It has to be the private-public partnership, and that is create a lot of these things that we require. So that's the second one. And finally, I think this is that we need to now think about Indo-Africa and Indo-Pacific region as the sort of dynamic region which will push the world and the global economy forward, maintaining the balance between ecology and economy. And I think for that reason, the more such interaction that we have across this region, from Africa, 2.5 billion 3 billion in Asia, 2.5 billion here very soon. I think that will be the region that will take us to new paradigms of development and to make sure that we continue to exist without breaching the planetary conditions, and that those at the bottom of the pyramid find the wherewithal to live a decent human life, which is what their due is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Kumar. I think you really highlighted some of the key points, particularly around how we can reshape the current global institutions being led by the Global South, but also the focus that you highlighted on the importance of focusing on the bottom of approach and the bottom of the pyramid in terms of addressing the issues and the needs of the poor. I think that's very insightful. I move over to Albert. I think your perspectives from the African continent and the countries that you work with, I think, are very helpful also. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Farai. I have sent out a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if it's going to be loaded. That is very good. So my name is Albert Zeufack, and I'm not German. I'm Cameroonian. And I work for the World Bank, and I've had the pleasure of being able to combine both academic and operational work along those years, and that's probably what took me to the job of Chief Economist for Africa at some point. And now I'm back in operations, trying to implement those ideas that all of you here, put so much time in generating. Putting those ideas to work in some of the most difficult places on our continent, DRC, Burundi, Sao Tome, and also Angola. So what I'm going to do is to share with you just a couple of perspectives and certainly discuss an African perspective to economic security, certainly building on my experience of the Great Lakes region of Africa. So, look, if you look at economic history, I think the idea of economic security was quite prominent in John Maynard Keynes' 1919 book on the economic consequence of the peace. Keynes actually warned that economic hardship imposed on Germany after World War I would undermine stability and fuel extremism. He argued that sustainable peace required economic recovery and economic security. I think Keynes' insights laid the groundwork for post-World War II global institutions aim at stability and economic security, including the World Bank and IMF. So, from an Africa's economic perspective, how do I see economic security? I believe it refers to the continent's ability to ensure inclusive growth, poverty reduction, resilience, and self-sufficiency. It reflects both national priorities, macroeconomic stability, trade investment, but also human needs, such as jobs, education, food security, and I believe these notions are present in the Africa 2063 agenda and the SDGs as well. So what I'm going to do is to basically opine that improving economic security in Africa is essential for achieving long-term peace and prosperity across the continent. But also that jobs are the single most important contributors to economic security, both at individual and national levels. And most importantly, that African nations, African countries need to really deepen reforms and invest in transformative initiatives to alleviate constraints to job creation. So let me share a couple of points of data. So what is quite obvious in terms of security is poverty. Poverty, which is clearly the state that generates the most on security, is unfortunately, poverty is unfortunately, extreme poverty is unfortunately an African phenomenon moving forward. In the sense that, by 2030, roughly 33% of the African population will still be living below $2.15 per day. That's the threshold for extreme poverty. And roughly 80% of the global poor would actually reside in Africa. This is a sobering statistics if nothing dramatic happens. If we keep business as usual, that's where we're going. And this is actually exacerbated by fragility, conflict, and violence. And that's what you see on this slide on the right side panel, where most of the increase in the number of poor is actually happening in countries that are going through conflict and violence. So we do have that endogenous relationship between security, peace, and poverty that really needs to be addressed, simultaneously. If we look at our demographics, the situation is even more alarming, because clearly youth unemployment on the African continent is a clear ticking time bomb. By 2040, Africa will need to create 2 million jobs each month to absorb new entrants on the labor market. This is due to our fast-growing population, which, could generate a demographic dividend only if it was living out of poverty, only if it was actually educated to seize opportunities for high-paying jobs. With 840 million youth by 2040, it's what demographers are projecting for Africa, which will make it, of course, the youngest continent on Earth, but also it's also the place where the working force would be the fastest growing. Related to economic security, I think neglecting youth unemployment is likely to be one of the biggest causes of insecurity, because it's going to be creating civil unrest, it's going to be creating massive, it's going to play a bigger role in conflict. A country like DRC, for example, with more than 60% of its population below 25, and most of them unemployed, is exactly what it shows exactly the kind of challenges that countries will be facing. In January of this year, a huge conflict, erupted in eastern DRC. And Goma is 2,000 kilometers away from Kinshasa. So you would think we were safe in Kinshasa, except that the youth in Kinshasa at the end of January launched a huge protest that led to burning embassies, and creating havoc. We had to evacuate some of our staff. So nowhere are we safe in countries where youth unemployment is latent and is not being frontally addressed. So what is going to be critical is more equal access to productive jobs if we are to build more, secure economies in Africa. Now, what are those constraints to productive job creation in Africa? What is actually preventing us from creating those jobs? The first, I believe, is low productivity agriculture. in our continent. And as you can see on this chart, agriculture is still hiring or employing more than the majority of the African labor force. Africa is the only place where actually over time you're seeing the share of the population in agriculture growing. You're seeing populations actually in agriculture growing instead of the reverse. You should, in the proper economic transformation process, have fewer and fewer people employed by agriculture, but producing more. In Africa, we're still actually suffering from the fact that low productivity agriculture doesn't even lead to food security. So we're keeping most of our labor force in a low productivity area, low productivity sector, that is also generating poverty. And the consequence is absolutely clear. Africa is nowhere close to reaching food security. I'm sure during this week it's going to be discussed even more. So, we import almost 80% of the basic food that we consume on the continent. And the import bill is growing so fast. A couple of years ago, when I was chief economist, we were estimating the import bill for sub-Saharan Africa around 50 billion. Now, new estimates are certainly pointing to more than 100 billion by 2025 is this year. So that bill is growing, and that has huge impact also on the macroeconomics. We are spending scarce forex, foreign reserves that we are building to import what we can actually produce. So first thing first, we need to fix African agriculture. We need to transform African agriculture for it to create good jobs, but then free the labor force towards more productive sectors. Next constraint that I see is the high fragmentation, high cost, and the thick borders that reduce intra-Africa trade and prevent the emergence of regional value chains. As you can see on this chart, we have a huge deficit in infrastructure. On the right side are some roads and railways, that did exist. Actually, some of these roads or highways are no longer that functional. If I take the case of DRC, where, we had close to 5,000 kilometers of road 20 years ago, today there is less than 10% that are actually effective. Lack of maintenance, for sure, but also climate change, because most of those roads were tar roads that were washed away by repetitive floods. So fixing that infrastructure deficit is going to be absolutely critical, and reducing the cost of trading across African nations is what would allow us to certainly trade more, create more jobs across countries. And this is the area of reform that I'll talk a little bit more later. Third, extremely important constraints to jobs creation in Africa is the energy deficit. In average, only 40% of Africans have access to electricity. This is the lowest of all regions in the world. And as you can see here, while other countries are really close to universal access, Africa is still lagging behind. And I believe that's why the World Bank, under Ajay Banga, the new president, has really focused on making access to electricity our top priority. You've certainly heard of the M300, which is the initiative to provide access to electricity to 300 million Africans by 2030. It's a daunting challenge. We're working on it with the African Development Bank. Not sure we will, reach the target, but we will do everything we can to make it happen. Next is the poor quality of energy when it exists, right? Once you have access and you are actually using electricity, the main issue is reliability. As you can see on these charts, if you ask, sample, you survey firms and ask who needs a generator as backup, the highest proportion is in African countries, which tells you you can't really rely on our networks to generate, to produce. And this, unfortunately, those generators are thermal, burn fuel, pollute, and add to cost, reducing profitability of firms, which therefore cannot hire more people. So we need to really together act on fixing this access to electricity question in Africa. Fourth is, the deficit in digital technologies that, from my perspective, are also limiting job creation. As Chief Economist of Africa, I work a lot with colleagues on digital economies and really pitching, digital as, key to job creation, both high quality, high paying jobs, but also low quality jobs, because they can actually also improve productivity of existing jobs. If you go to the market in Kenya, you would see women actually transacting using Pesa, and they do order their foodstuff, ahead of arriving in the market with their phones, and that's improvement in productivity, and that makes them more secure actually, because they do no longer carry cash. So digital is critical, and access is still one of the poorest in the world. There's some good progress that we cannot deny. Countries like Kenya, South Africa, Ghana have made huge progress, as you can see on the slide on the right panel, but no longer close to being enough. So what I would suggest we do are just a couple of things. One is reforms. Most of the solutions to job creation are not just throwing money at it. It's reforming, it's changing the way we do, is, if you look at the investment climate, the red part of that wheel, it's about reforms. It's about taking the right measures to incentivize private sector to invest, because at the end of the day, most of those jobs are going to be created by the private sector. It is about governance. It's about improving the quality of our institutions. It is about fighting corruption. It is about making sure that we have fiscal policies that are incentivize action, not discourage investment. It is also about really lowering our trade barriers. There is no reason why we should have, hundreds of, control posts on our highways or between our countries. If you go to Kasumbalesa, the border between DRC and Zambia, where trucks have to wait for weeks and weeks to cross the border, you clearly see how we can actually, improve things without necessarily, throwing money at it. So it's about reform, and it's also about really keeping strong and stable macroeconomic framework. So, second thing we could do is to invest, and we need to really invest in a couple of important enablers: infrastructure, energy, skills, digital, and more importantly, it's important to build public-private partnerships for that to happen. Because in most of African countries, the government alone is not going to be able to do it. But private sector alone neither would be able to do it. So maybe building those coalitions to really invest in regional infrastructure, building those power lines that are necessary to export electricity across borders, investing in transformative initiatives to generate a sustainable source of energy. And here I'm thinking of the Grand Inga program that could actually lead to more than 40 gigawatt of electricity generated in DRC and could be exported to neighbors, including South Africa. We should invest in creating the skills in our youth, skills for economic transformation, not just skills of yesterday, skills that are needed for that future economy. We need to transform agriculture, invest in digital. As I mentioned earlier, digital can create both high-paying and low-paying jobs. Well, in conclusion, and building on what Professor, Professor Adam said this morning, Professor Rajiv said, just before me, this is the time for Africa to actually seize, its own opportunity of change from within. And my sense is, our best bet as Africans is to make the African Continental Free Trade Agreement work. And we can do it by harnessing what my colleagues and I in this book published last year are really suggesting, which is harnessing demography, equipping our youth with those tools, the digital, and diversifying our economies, diversifying our export, creating new markets, building on the global south as it was suggested earlier. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Albert, for really contextualizing and providing evidence to a lot of the economic security discussions that we've been having this morning. And I think, for me, I think you highlighted two important issues. The first one relates to the link between peace and economic security, that if there is no economic security in peace, I think there is no economic security. Particularly, you highlighted how most of the poverty-riddled countries, they are most of the countries on the continent which are embroiled in conflict. But I think you also touched on the importance of leveraging and harnessing the youth dividend that we have often spoken to in Africa, and how a lot of these reforms could address some of the opportunities that can support the job opportunities for this youth. I think, thank you so much for those kind of very insightful points. I hand over to Jessika to maybe share with us your reflections from the two presentations.
Thank you, Farai. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jessika Bohlmann, and as Prof said before, my surname is German, but I'm not German. I'm Venezuelan, so bear with me and my accent. When I got the invitation to participate in this panel, it's like, where do you start and when you want to talk about economic security? As an economist myself, it's really difficult to pinpoint where to start and what affects economic security. In the last couple of years, I've been working mainly on energy and environmental economics. So it's very good to hear our discussions do highlight the focus and the importance of the energy infrastructure into economic security. I'm also happy that Prof Kumar started his talk by giving us a definition of economic security, because it's wide and it depends from which field do we interpret it. And then Prof Sukar mentioned the youth unemployment issue in South Africa, which is also a topic that I've been researching quite a bit in the last couple of years. So trying to tie up my energy and the youth employment issues in South Africa, I decided to go with the economic security definition according to the International Labour Organization. And why I went that way as well is, as economists, we sometimes struggle to explain to the laymen what a concept is. So I went with the ILO definition of economic security as composed of basic social security defined by access to basic needs, infrastructure pertaining to health, education, dwelling, information, and social protection, as well as work-related security, which ties quite well, as I say, with the points made by the panelists before regarding energy access, employment, and youth employment in the continent. The ILO also argues that people's economic security promotes personal well-being, happiness, and tolerance while benefiting growth and development. So economic security is really at the core of moving forward and growing the Global South. Energy security means stable access to essential resources like food, energy, jobs, and finance. But it also talks about freedom from economic vulnerability, including volatile commodity markets, external debt shocks, and inflation. The capacity of individuals and states to anticipate, withstand, and recover from disruptions. And I think from all the talks that we have heard today, we can tie down that specifically the economic and geopolitical disruptions that we are dealing with at the moment are really affecting how we see economic security and how the global movement towards economic growth and energy security, employment, etc., will move forward. When listening to Prof. Kumar's talk, when I was preparing for the panel, I was doing a bit of research on the research that you have been doing over the years, and Prof. Kumar has really advocated for a more robust and diversified energy sector, not only in India, but also in the Global South. This will ensure greater energy security. So his views emphasize the importance of moving beyond traditional fossil fuels and embracing renewable energy sources, while also highlighting the need for a strong domestic production capacity. Why do I bring this point? Is because if we zoom in into South Africa, that's one of the key things that is avoiding us moving forward, is the lack of reliable energy, and that we're still relying on energy sources that are dirty as coal. So Prof. Kumar has advocated for the diversification of energy sources, strengthening domestic production, not only of energy, but also of different sources, promoting energy efficiency and grid modernization, and also supporting R&D and innovation. Prof. Zeufack's talk on energy security and African perspective highlighted the fundamental link between economic security and peace in Africa. Drawing from historical insights from John Maynard Keynes, he argues that improving economic security is essential for sustainable peace and prosperity. Africa faces urgent challenges such as extreme poverty, youth employment, low agricultural productivity, weak intra-African trade, energy deficits, and digital divides. I think today and for the rest of the week here during Africa Week, we're going to hear more and more about these challenges being the key challenges that we're facing at the moment. Prof. Zeufack proposes two broad solutions: to implement deep reforms and to invest in critical enablers. I couldn't agree more. The African Continental Free Trade Area, AfTA, as you mentioned, is something that we should be tapping more, especially in the geopolitical environment that we're facing at this moment in the Global South and globally. AfTA will highlight the transformational opportunities in digital and green minerals trade. So key takeaway points for what we discussed today and why economic security matters. No security without economic security. Economic instability just breeds conflict, as expressed by Prof. Zeufack. Sustainable peace requires inclusive growth and resilience. So our current challenges, extreme poverty, is becoming increasingly concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa. Youth employment is a ticking time bomb, as you expressed, with 2 million jobs a month needed by 2040. South Africa not only has a scary figure in terms of unemployment, but youth unemployment is one of them. About 60% of our youth is unemployed. So I think we have an internal ticking bomb in our own country. Africa imports 80% of its food, despite agriculture being the main employer. Energy access and quality remain poor, not only in South Africa, but is a continental problem. Digital technology adoption lags behind in other regions. So what do we need to do, or what needs to be done? That's the magic question, which we don't have an answer, but there's things that we can pinpoint to. And as was discussed before, so we need to implement reforms, improve governance in terms of land, state institutions, public service delivery, etc. Support private sector, the ease of doing business and access to finance in the Global South. Fiscal policy reforms for better labor market outcomes. And as I said before, we need to leverage in AfTA to promote regional trade and create higher quality of jobs. There are opportunities for Africa, and that's what they were mentioned before. But as my concluding remarks, I would like to say, greater economic security fosters private investment and growth in developing countries. Overall, globally, most aspects of economic security had improved by the mid-1980s. Unfortunately, we're seeing a bit of a decline in that, given our geopolitical state. I was having a conversation with some colleagues this morning, and we were discussing about what are you going to talk in your panel in economic security? And jokingly, but not so jokingly, I say, so what is economic security right now? Do we even have economic security given the geopolitical state globally? So yes, current geopolitical instability greatly affects the current trend of economic security. In Africa, the priorities are to reduce the risk of expropriation in order to raise private investment and improve the efficiency of resource allocation, to reduce corruption and the risk of contract repudiation by government in order to raise longer-term growth prospects, and to increase the scope of civil liberties and the quality of the bureaucracy in order to raise private sector confidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jessika, for your reflections. I would like to open the floor for any questions or any comments to the presentations. I see a hand there at the back, and I think the other lady here is. And okay, and so I'll take 4 questions. I think two questions from here, and I think 2 questions from there.
Thank you for the great presentations. You know, the issue on just energy transition is a loaded concern because manufacturers in South Africa, I'm in the animal science industry, feed manufacturers are still relying on coal because it works better. They have tried the alternatives, solar panels, and they still find coal to be a cheaper alternative to produce feed on a large scale to feed animals that become our food. And in this instance, then it means if industries cannot manage to diversify or move to, then you wonder what happens to the people on the ground who still need electrification across the sub-Saharan region. And my question, therefore, is if in 2040 we're going to have youth that is majority from impoverished backgrounds, cannot produce their own food in their small 2 hectares, cannot buy or purchase what is produced by the big industries. How then do we say Africa is open for business, is open for growth? And I like what the 2 professors alluded to say there is potential in the global south to address these issues. But in 2017, when I attended the BOLAG Fellowship as a fellow, the same sentiments were shared by the president of the African Bank, and we're still talking the same language today. When do we move? When do we act? When do we see results on the ground? Thank you very much.
I think there was one question here behind the camera.
Thank you. My name is Mabhaudhi, and I'm an independent researcher. My comment and really question is around why Africa has not been serious about not the decolonization of education, because that particular phrase has been a topic for decades now, but really the understanding of how knowledge is created and why and how cosmology or philosophy is important in conscientizing people, whether politicians, whether scholars, in understanding how knowledge is created and how the dominant worldview or the West has been instrumental in creating a particular worldview that has informed the sciences and how we understand knowledge creation in general. And so my comment is really around when we are not serious about the issues of identity, particularly in Africa, then we will continue to recycle ideas and not really have transformation that is sustainable, that will speak to how we understand economics, that will speak to how we understand agriculture as Africans. I think I often get so confused when I hear that Africans are not really the leaders in agriculture, and yet we have a wealth of indigenous knowledge around agriculture, which could inform the health space as well, because we know that indigenous medicine, you look at countries like China, who have been instrumental in preserving their culture, because that creates a sense of patriotism, right? That informs how people think. And I think in our context as Africa, we are missing a really big point around how we could transform our economies. You spoke about the fact that we've got a lot of youth unemployment. When African youth around who they are, they cannot have the, what's the word I'm looking for? They cannot have the confidence in themselves to go out and compete in the world from a place of being secure in themselves. And so my question is really around identity. Why is it that, particularly in education institutions, an African perspective or cosmology in terms of understanding knowledge creation has not been prioritized? Thank you.
I think there are two other questions from the back. Can you please just make them brief?
Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, I wanted not to lose track too. Oh, it's David Ngubuka, maybe a resident research. Yeah. So yeah, basically the question was going to be targeted for and there was going to be an assault to the United Friends of the Oval Office, yeah, the UFOs of today. We were waiting with if it's going to serve purpose, the visit to the Oval Office, or the chair of the G20. Is it secure enough for SA, I don't know, Guti, for them to partner with BRICS? Because now, if it's COP30, Big Brother Brazil is hosting. So, with the targets of climate reduction emission, yeah. So, if Big Brother Brazil sit with Big Brother India to decide to sell EV Mahindra for the global south market, then the friends from the UFOs decide to compete with the Europeans for the EV market. So what about as the jobs are going to be lost for the EP plants with the same Big Brother? Or is that economic security, or we're just resetting the dollar? Or we're just serving the purpose of the political arrogance if you're going to change the name of the street and refuse to plug or unplug Starlink? Thank you very much.
The last question.
Thank you so much. I'll try to be brief. My name is Kolosa. I'm a PhD student and assistant lecturer at UCT. I first want to say I really appreciate the ideological intervention from the ma'am over there. And thank you for the presentation. I had two questions. The first is brief. It's for the second speaker, talking about that we are importing 80% of our basic food. And I just wanted clarification, where are we importing it from? And then related to that and the ideological intervention around basically power dynamics, I had a thought about why are we not importing from each other as African countries? From the South African point of view, which is where I draw my research from, South African agricultural economists often talk about the fact that South Africa has enough to export to other countries. But I'm questioning what are the impacts of unfair trade policies on that. For example, American farmers are heavily subsidized, and there was a point where their chicken was much cheaper than other farmers locally with travel costs. So in South Africa, after 1994, we were told not to subsidize because that was wrong. Economists told us this, African economists. And at the same time, in the US, the same economists who are coming from the same school of thought are happy for Americans to subsidize each other. So how can we have technological advancement without those subsidies? And what is our role in these African trade, or at the World Trade, to argue for better policies? Or am I misunderstanding? I think that's maybe where the problem lies, but I'm not sure. And I would appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you. I think, Prof Kumar, I think I'll just give you guys an opportunity to respond to one or two of the questions. I think the first question around the just energy transition, why we are not actioning on it. And I think the second question around, how decolonizing our knowledge system, and we can utilize, for example, the indigenous knowledge to empower our development. I think the other question from the gentleman there, I didn't get it, but it sounded, I think it was related to BRICS. What is the dynamics within BRICS? For example, we are importing Mahindra and other, parts or products from India, but that could have negative consequences on South African job security. What's your response to that? I think, and the other question, lastly, was around food production and trade barriers. So maybe you can, respond to one or two of the questions.
Thank you. On the energy transition, it's no doubt true that there are additional costs to renewable energy, but thankfully these are coming down quite rapidly. And the question simply is to adopt these and to sort of refashion our energy generation and distribution. But at the same time, let me point out that in India too, and in China produces 3 billion tons of coal, but it still is able to bringing down its per capita emissions. So therefore, the technology for clean coal energy production is something which is developing and will have to be developed much faster, but it's not in the interest of many of the developed economies to do that, so we'll need to do that ourselves. So on the energy transition, we have depended on the advanced developed economies to subsidize our costs. I don't think that will happen, but we'll need to make that technological change to get that going. On the other question that was asked about, on food security and small holdings, and in Africa, India, the 84% of our holdings are less than 1 hectare, and what we've tried to do is to bring in extensive form of what we call farmers producers organizations, and you get agripreneurs, to try and bring them together, get them to be equity partners. That's the second one. The third, on indigenous, education, decolonization, is a very deep subject, and it's not going to be. We have tried 70 years now, and it's not easy, but nonetheless, now we've come up with a national education policy, which is much more rooted in the Indian knowledge systems. We are mainstreaming the Indian traditional medical systems, which is Ayurveda and Siddha and Unani, and that's being done. But again, I think there is a lot to learn in this from China, actually, because in the medicine thing, what they've done is to make a compulsory the study of traditional and modern medicine together for all, and then they choose, the people choose, and they go forward. So that's the other thing, but it's not the easiest way to go. Look, let me just sort of, the problems are very deep-seated. The problems also are actually well known, and we have to make the shift from what to do to actually how to do it, and then to get the people mobilized on that. I think that's the key, because for too long we have discussed what is to be done and given sort of solutions, etc. How to do it, and then how to bring the stakeholders, the government, the business, the academia, and the civil society on the same platform, that they can work on the basis of mutual trust rather than work at each other, which is what happens all the time in emerging economies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start with the last question, on what do we import? And when you look at African imports of food, it's actually embarrassing. We import almost everything from everywhere, okay? From toothpicks that we import from China to cereals that we import from the US that are, as you rightly say, mostly dumped because they are subsidized, and sometimes arrive on the African market cheaper than local production. That's a serious issue, and you're absolutely right. You also import, of course, machinery. You import technology. You import, food stuff. You import fish from China. You import, you name it, we import it from almost everywhere. It's really embarrassing. So if you look at those food import data from respective African countries, there's only thing to say is we got to stop this, okay? We got to start being serious about transforming African agriculture. It could be using our own, cultural heritage, or using our own traditional practices. It could be about, systematizing irrigation, so that we no longer, rain-fed, we don't no longer practice rain-fed agriculture, and we can actually have 2-3, harvests per year instead of waiting for the day it will rain. So that's irrigation, that's mechanization that you need to actually bring in at any level. And I think it's all hands must be in deck for Africa to transform its agriculture, and there is nothing that should be left. No stone should be left unturned. It's just a matter of survival. It's no longer security. So you also made the point on of the changing recommendations from economists, right? About trade openness, trade protection. It's a very sensitive one. And if I had 1 minute, I will tell you a little story. When I was in grad school, and we were learning the comparative advantage theory. So a French professor was telling students, Africa should not be producing machineries because they don't have, comparative advantage. They should, import it. So the student asked the professor, if that theory was right, why can't French import cars from Japan and export just cheese and wine? That's comparative advantage. Then why are French still making cars? But the professor got angry. But I think he should have actually explained clearly why that is the case. And today, I think we're all facing that crisis, right? When, as economists, we all believe that competition rather than protection is what boosts productivity, is what, improves performance. But when we are living in a world where, the US, the UK, and everybody else is actively practicing industrial policy, why is it that Africa shouldn't be doing it? Who are we to do otherwise? And I think this is the time for Africa to actually step back and say, okay, those theories probably worked at some point, but today, it's no longer working even for the US. The Biden administration actually started industrial policy on digital and, chips, right? And the UK has an industrial policy now that is deploying, there are fiscal incentives across the US states competing for investment. So we need to, step back and say, okay, what really works for Africa given this context? But I would just warn that we shouldn't repeat the same mistakes we did in the past. In the 70s, we did, extensive import substitution, but it didn't lead to better outcomes. Why? Because we protected underperformance. We protected firms that were actually not performing. We protected friends and family, probably. If this is to work this time around, then we need to, accompany industrial policy with some dose of focus on exporting to the neighbors within the African continent, exporting to the global south. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I think we are really run out of time. Please give a round of applause to the panelists for such insightful comments and discussion. I think, Elma, I hand it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I've learned that although we might not be the greatest contributors to pollution, we are certainly the most punished for it. Thank you to our moderator, Dr. Farai, to the panelists, Prof. Kumar, Dr. Zeufack, and Dr. Bohlmann as well. I'm sure at this point you'll need to stand for a photo. Whilst you are doing that, I know we speak about transportation and imports of goods and services, but we haven't even scratched the surface of transportation of human beings themselves and how difficult it is to travel around this continent, from the visa restrictions to the graveyard shift where we all have to take off at 2 a.m. because that's the only time that they can slot us in. But we'll continue to have these conversations. We're about to break into lunch, and before we do, I noticed a couple of people taking photos of the slides as they were going up. We're going to make the slides available to you, so you don't need to worry about that. The recorded sessions, the panel discussions that have happened here as well, recorded versions will be sent to you if you didn't have enough time to take notes and anything in that regard. For those who are in social media, the hashtag we are using is hashtag Africa Week 2025. Like I always say, if you attend an event and you don't take a photo, there's no evidence that you were there. So make sure that at some point today you've taken at least a picture or two to show people that you truly were here, or else it doesn't count. Thank you to all of our panelists who have presented in these first two panels and for the contributions that you have made. Now, as we move forward, when we come back, we will have two more panel discussions as well as the VC's roundtable, with the first panel discussion speaking about the rapid technological advances that we've made in the world and the need for knowledge security. And the second panel, when we come back, will be focusing on health security. As we know, with the COVID-19 pandemic, it would be very interesting to see how the world in Africa responds to health threats that are posed now. We will be breaking, like I said. We'll be back in this venue in 45 minutes. So you've got 45 minutes for lunch and to do what you need to do. When you see me walking around announcing that it's time to come back, then that's when we'll be back to this venue. Until then, enjoy lunch and see you soon. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you all enjoyed lunch. We're going to go right back into our program because we've got some exciting conversations that are coming up. Just to remind you, our theme for today is Global Security, Global Africa, and that's what has been forming the foundation of all of the conversations that have been going on today. Our next panel is titled Knowledge Security and Research Integrity. Now more than ever before, in a world shaped by disinformation and digital threats, the integrity of science is under strain. This session explores how we protect research, defend academic freedom, and uphold science as a global public good in the face of rising pressure. This session will be moderated by Mr. Desmond Thompson, a seasoned journalist with experience across print, online, and broadcast media. Our speakers are Dr. Flavia Schlegel, a visiting fellow in the International Science Council and Future Africa, Prof Vukosi Marivate, APSA Chair of Data Science at the University of Pretoria and a Professor of Computer Science and lead for the Data Science for Social Impact Research Group in the Computer Science Department. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Ronald Tombe, lecturer in the Department of Computing Sciences at Kisii University, Kenya. Let's put our hands together for this panel. Sorry, before I hand over, there's a book that was left. If this is yours, please see me at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alma. Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm glad you all made it back after the nice lunch and enjoying the sun and a different form of knowledge exchange there, having some informal discussions, which are sometimes more important than the official business. Nonetheless, we are going to try and focus on knowledge security and research integrity in this session, which we feel are two issues at the heart of the business of this conference, being in an academic space. So we've been introduced. I'm not going to spend much time on that, and also the scene has been set somewhat. I'll just pick up from something that Professor Habib said this morning, a time of political instability. And we also have new technology, artificial intelligence, with its own set of problems. We have digital dependence continuing, and all of this leads to security and integrity of science being under pressure. What happens when scientific cooperation is blocked by geopolitics, as we've seen lately, when research is skewed by funding freezes, or when Africa is underrepresented in the global research ecosystem. Here's another dimension. I'm going to share an anecdote, something I heard from Professor Joel Mudiri of UP's law faculty last week, who at a talk in Stellenbosch. He told me about a colleague of his, a student of that colleague in America, who asked him for an extension on his paper because ChatGPT was down. So it's a funny story, but there's something serious in it, and that's a warning. As Professor Mabhaudhi put it, we risk outsourcing the hard work of thinking that we should be doing. So, what threatens the knowledge project, the very important knowledge project that we are busy with in academia in Africa today? And what must we do to defend and transform it? Yesterday, Professor Petersen called knowledge, the topic of this session, the single most powerful force, not just for understanding life, but for changing it. And I think we concur. That's what's at stake in this conversation we're about to have. I'm joined by excellent panelists. You've heard them being introduced. I'll just add that Dr. Flavia Schlegel is a former UNESCO Assistant Director General for Natural Sciences, and she'll talk about some of that experience in her input. Professor Marivate is in data science and AI and African languages, and Dr. Tombe is from Kenya, where he works at Kisii University and also working with grassroots communities. So we've adjusted the format slightly. We're not going to have long PowerPoint presentations. There might be a few slides. There will be a few slides, very few of them, and just a brief opening statement from each of our panelists. They have been briefed to stick to 3 minutes. We'll see how that goes. And then we're going to have a conversation amongst ourselves with you as the audience, but we'll bring you in very soon as well, so that this really becomes a session with lots of engagement. So the opening question that we've got for all three of you is, from your perspective, your own background, your own field, your own discipline, what are the most urgent threats to knowledge security and research integrity today, and why does it matter?
Well, yeah, thank you, Desmond. So Knowledge security and research integrity. I mean, I'm personally obviously convinced that both of it is vital to evidence-informed policy making and policy acts. And why is that so? I would just like to briefly explain this quickly with 3 examples that I think that knowledge security and research integrity, they depend on efficient international science cooperation, but they also are dependent on an equitable global governance context. And just quickly 3 examples which we might elaborate later on. So here you see a map, and by the way, I asked GBT to show me a map of the Arctic yesterday, and the map was completely wrong. So, but I have 2 more experts here on the panel who can talk about that. So why do I take this example? International science cooperation obviously nowadays is difficult also because of geopolitics, and they have been discussed widely already this morning. The Arctic has been a geopolitical hotspot already since the ice is melting away, so their tradeways and minerals are able to, you can exploit the minerals. You see here that, well, yes, one sees it well, that half of the territory of the Arctic is Russian territory. And due to the sanctions, which I think obviously are imposed with justification now, they infringe here now the scientific collaboration among the countries in the Arctic heavily. So it's very difficult in this situation actually to come up now with excellent research coming out of this area, which is absolutely important also globally, because we all depend, when it comes to climate change and other global issues, we depend on reliable data out of the whole of this area. So also here, international cooperation through geopolitics not possible anymore. What's completely missing here is obviously what's happening in the Ukraine, where the complete infrastructure is strategically being destroyed, as also a means of warfare. A second example is this list, and it's okay if you cannot read this list. We should not get used to the terminology on this list. This is from the New York Times, April 25, the list which was sent to US universities and also abroad with all the words and terminology which cannot be used anymore in research or the management of universities. Now, this is an unprecedented attack on academic freedom on campus. And it's actually rather sad also to see how the communities do respond to that. Do universities cave in immediately? Are they trying to resist, like Harvard is doing right now? But also, what are international organizations doing, like global university networks or the International Science Council? Are they really voicing clear criticism? Do they show solidarity with the universities in the US, or do they just stand alone with their problem? Is it also in my country, Switzerland, universities are silent? Because I think maybe also of sheer relief, they're not being attacked right now, and they think by remaining silent, they might actually escape a Trump attack. But they're also running the risk that obviously silence means complicity. And this brings me also to this idea, what is actually nowadays campus integrity? Not just research integrity, but how do university campus actually deal with these threats? And I mean, we have lots of examples, for example, also around the Gaza conflict, where it was not possible to have actually a real debate between the poles, the two different, among different opinions. And if the campus is not ready or able to actually moderate that, that debate, how should that be possible then in the country, in a country itself, or also internationally? And the last example I quickly would like to mention is functioning global governments. This is a relative victory for the UN, for WHO last week. It was the adoption of the pandemic treaty. Why do I say relative? Because it's legally not completely binding. There's still injustices ingrained in that pandemic treaty. There were lots of ambitions years ago, just after the COVID pandemic, but for geopolitics, for nationalistic interests, obviously, it has been watered down. So there is also a need, and it's been mentioned obviously this morning a few times already, to look at these global governance systems like the UN or the G20, particularly the UN, who still is stuck in kind of a post-World War II idea of a one and only unifying narrative which can encompass the whole globe and which cannot actually really respond to the situation right now, to the different narratives coming out of different continents. It was also mentioned during the economic session just before lunch. So very difficult here now to use institutions which were created 75 years ago in Europe after the Second World War, now sort of like just easily reforming into a global governance system which will actually respond to the complexities, to the uncanniness of what's happening all around the globe. So here just quickly 3 examples of risks to knowledge security and research integrity. The 4th one would have to be technology and AI, but I think you're much better equipped to talk about that. Thank you.
That's a perfect segue. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks again for the introduction and thanks, Doc, also for those notes. For me, my personal scientific and research mission is how do we make sure that Africans really have agency during this AI revolution. But yeah, we do have threats in different ways. One is through thinking about the concept of sovereignty in AI. It's becoming a major, major challenge. Infrastructure is really lacking in thinking about R&D. People keep on thinking, oh, we're very much AI forward. Yes, we have universities, we have grassroots movements and networks that have formed over the last decade or so in these spaces, but we need 10 times to 50 times more to really be able to shape these things. At the same time, there's challenges, right? You want to build a technology, you do not just want to be a user. So in some ways, for example, we end up being people who just have to get data. Like, we provide data, not get data. And through that, we're just supposed to be happy, right, that we get free services on the other side. For South Africans, this became very clear about 2 weeks ago on X, where given the almost impeding, at that time, visit of President Ramaphosa to the White House, the Grok, the AI system there, started responding in specifically very odd ways to people talking about the hot button issue that was about to come up, where first it was responding to any question on X by talking about the farmer issue. Later on, then it would respond and say, I have been told not to respond. Right? Who controls these systems? How do they represent the values of our populations? You need to think about these type of things. At the same time, sorry, I don't know, is it working? Okay. We need to think about how the efforts of universities come in, how the grassroots are filling in these gaps, and then thinking about how we make sure we are represented in those spaces. There's major barriers in these spaces. Again, how much of the funding is coming from the African continent itself? The investments tend to be from outside, and there are so many connections to what has just been said in terms of now defunding that is happening literally on another continent is now affecting our whole continent of Africa at the moment. The private sector must come into play. We must choose the directions we want to go. We do not necessarily need to be in races. We must choose the directions where we have to like, we say, for Africans, these are the decisions that we're making towards technologies like AI. To close off on that one, just so that we keep the time, I do invite you, we are having on Wednesdays one of the side events during the lunchtime. In the Research Commons, we will have our Masters in Big Data Science students, about 9 teams, showing off what is possible with AI and thinking about some of the challenges that the university scientists are dealing with. And you will see applications from law into ecology, into food systems, and seeing what actually is possible when you build local.
Over to you, Ronald.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be part of this discussion. When I think about knowledge security, essentially, in the era of AI and the fourth industrial revolution, which AI is characterized by so many transformations in such a way that when we get some prompts and we get the answers, we get some very logical answers, but sometimes those answers ideally are not correct. Also, that's because of the various threats that we face, which range from marginalization of indigenous knowledge systems. That means we do not have representative data sets, mostly, which could help in training those models to respond appropriately depending on the context. And of course, we've got other issues such as erosion of trust and integrity because mostly the area career researchers, ideally, they are supposed to work and publish in very prestigious journals, of course, to solve academic puzzles, which sometimes are not aligned to solving the needs of communities. So those kind of threats still perpetuate injustices and dependence on data sets that we are not involved in creating. And of course, issues around how the policies in research are aligned in supporting relevant research that address the national and community agendas. Of course, we also need to have the infrastructure that supports this research in terms of open data sets, which ideally, some of them are created, but they are fragmented in a way. So as a way of dealing with this, we think that a strategic framework can be utilized to ensure that the roadmap to implement data sovereignty encompasses a policy realignment, encompasses development of critical infrastructures, and of course, funding also should be aligned to those critical research priority areas. And then, of course, the benefits can trickle down to the different sectors like agriculture, education, One Health, and so forth. So that way, when you've got all those components in place, then it means that we can be able to secure our knowledge systems and have some kind of integrity such that we can be able to rely on our knowledge systems to be able to provide contextualized solutions. Thank you.
There we go. Right, thank you very much, you three, for your opening statements. I have a follow-up question to each of you. I'll start in the same order with you, Flavia. What will it take to reform international governance systems that we've been talking about for some time in South Africa and in Africa, the rest of the global South? You said something interesting yesterday. I wonder if you can repeat it.
I think you allude to what I said, that a reform is not good enough, that we need a revolution. I mean, if I could really respond to your question, yeah, maybe then the world would be a better place. I don't know. I mean, it's not that I have the recipe of how a global governance system should now change and adapt. but I think we really need a recognition of the limitations of the governance system, and I'm now alluding to the UN. I mean, if you have a governance item like a Security Council, you're paralyzing yourself all the time. So obviously you have to overcome some of the systemic issues which we can find within the UN system to open the door for the complexities of the next 50 to 100 years. And the complexities now are really different to 75 years ago. But I must also say that what do we talk about when we talk about the UN? The UN is not some kind of an independent enterprise. The UN is the member states. So it is South Africa, it is Switzerland, it's any other nation which is a member of the UN and of its organizations. So when we look now how the politics now are playing out, I mean, there I must say I don't really have much hope for the UN, because I don't see any of the UN member states having really the power and the impetus and the energy and also the interest to change something right now, be it because it's too difficult and you're exposing yourself, be it because the way it is right now serves your purposes. For example, like Russia, they're happy about the UN Security Council as it's set up. So I guess this is really probably more of a question of regional entities. And I mean, the African Union yesterday was represented here. The European Union was mentioned. I mean, we have ASEAN. So my hope is more that these regional governance systems, they come up with sort of like strong positions on what they need for their region, and that sort of like then on the supra-regional level we will find the momentum for a debate which sort of like compares these different interests and difficulties. But as I said, I am for the time being rather desperate that this is not going to happen. When I say it's not a reform, it's a revolution, I much more have the impression that we're going through some super chaotic crisis, be it now environmental, the climate, be it more warfare, being member states diffusing money from social issues into defense, and sort of like feeding into nationalistic right-wing agendas, as it is already happening now. So I cannot really give you a satisfying answer to your question, but I don't think it's going to come top down. It really has to come a reform or a revolution from bottom up, and that's not going to be easy.
Thanks, Flavia. Somewhat linking to that, the bottom-up thing, my question to you, Vukosi, is do we need, a short and sharp question, do we need an African AI?
Yeah, the simple answer is yes. The thing here being, again, as I said in the opening, the technology itself at the moment is being pervasive. We do not start on 30th of November 2022. We're going back decades of AI developing. As now something like, you know, if you think about the rise of the internet, it also then came in with personalization. All of those systems in the back are AI systems. It's just that now the latest kind of cycle that we're going through with generative AI requires control over these types of systems. And that is it has concentrated to a few major players where even, I would say even governments are having trouble actually having control over these things, where it's very big companies that have the compute, that have tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of engineers and researchers, and then are saying, well, just leave it to us. All right, and that's why I use the example of Grok, right? And they say, oh, well, if our values are not imbued in these types of systems, what then do we expect? Do we expect that we are going to develop and it's going to be positive for everybody? No. it is not a given that because the technology exists, that it will actually be useful for everybody. And that we have seen in the past. These are lessons that humanity has gone on over and over. It's just that we're not learning from the past to say that we need to actively work at it. And as such, you need to have active R&D on the continent, not just in AI, but in a lot of science. The AU's benchmark for R&D spend or investments on the continent is 1%. No African country meets this. Right, South Africa is at 0.6%, but in terms of, because of the size of our economy, it's the largest. I think Rwanda and is it also maybe Kenya might be at 0.8%, but they're much smaller. Right? It's not just to say, let's feed the AI. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's huge challenges here. So what happened for the people who work on machine learning AI on the continent is that if you go back about 10 years ago, 2015, you had the creation of Data Science Africa in East Africa. In 2016, 2017, you had deep learning in Daba start. Why did they start? A lot of us looked around. We looked at the private sector. We didn't see we didn't think that they understood the urgency about what was coming. We looked at the public sector, it wasn't there. We looked at the universities, even here in South Africa. It's always been about these small pockets of excellence, but that's not what you need. You need an army. You need an army, and as such, the current models, as you said, wouldn't work. You need a revolution. As such, the grassroots stood up and started coming together and saying, you need to do the capacity building, the capability, and then push. Yes, there's going to be seniority that comes in with more and more academics and researchers showing up at universities. That's how I joined the University of Pretoria. I was coming through that system and saying, like, we have to be in these spaces. But at the same time, we need to think about the millions and millions of young people across the continent who want to be working at the cutting edge of many, many fields, not just AI.
Right, thank you very much, Vukosi. Ronald, I wonder if you can pick up on that for us. Young people, grassroots organizations, women's groups, I believe that you are working with some of them in your work at KC in Kenya. And using AI, developing AI models, large language models specifically tailored to their needs. Can you share some of that experience?
All right, thank you so much. I wish to pick from where my colleague has left. And first I want to say that Africa possesses lots and lots of data in different sectors, from education, agriculture, tax information. And when we design these models for AI, for instance, for academic purposes, some of the challenges that we face is that we use data sets from open source, sources, maybe from Cargo and other sources. So when this happens, it means whatever model that we build, we try to force ourselves into creating models based on the data sets that exist, not the actual data sets that are actually on the ground. So the challenge to us as African scholars, or to African scholars, is to be able to, get the data sets from the different sectors, anonymize this data, and then, of course, use this data within our institutions to be able to create models that reflect or mirror the realities. So I think this lack of data, which are controlled, then it undermines the research efforts, because then we work to solve academic puzzles, maybe from what is there in the literature, which mostly we refer from the West. And then, of course, we work to get merit on what is relevant to us. Yeah.
Question of data sets. It just, brings to my mind the issue of missing data, of missed data, or also of the misuse of data. But I think you, Vukosi, also mentioned agency. I mean, the data sets in itself, yeah, I mean, they're kind of, they're a commodity. We can use them, yes or no. But to what type of action, to what type of advocacy or even activism are they linked? And it seems to me that when I look now at universities, the word of activism or the idea around activism is something very negative, but I have the impression, particularly what you're mentioning about sort of like missing or a lack of diversity of data sets, don't we need, now we're talking about grassroots, we're talking about revolution, but don't we need also a new form of activism as universities, and again, I'm talking here about campus integrity. It's absolutely crucial that universities also politically fight actually for the good, the efficient data sets across the globe, across cultures. And I have the impression that we somewhat have to link this push also, or the discussion around AI. We have to link it with the discussion on grassroots movements, but also on how we can advocate in a more efficient way, and how we also, as scientists or as managers or brokers of science, have to become more activists. I'm not sure what you think about that.
Yeah, I'll jump on, as if you talk about data. I think something that maybe becomes another challenge to our host, the University of Pretoria, is some work that has come out of here, of the university. So colleagues in the law faculty, at the Data Science Law Lab, Prof Chijioke Okori and Prof Dr. Melissa Omino from SIPIT in Strathmore in Kenya have developed a more equitable license called the Nulete Obodo Open Data License, NOODLE. This license aims to work to balance the power dynamics. So just for people's context, there's a big push to say, hey, data should be open everywhere and just freely accessible. And the reason that is becoming bigger and bigger at the moment is that on one side, to train AI models the current way, you need a lot of compute, right? What does it mean? You have supercomputers, you need GPUs. On top of that, you're going to need the electricity to power those computers. Then you're going to need water to cool them, and refrigerant, and whichever. Then you're going to need the technical services to take care of the supercomputers before you get to the researchers and engineers who build the models. So if you think about this, right, just Facebook's systems are something at I think $100 billion. Right? The investments you have, again, in AI on the continent are like a drop in the ocean compared to just one company in the US. So if you just say, oh, data should be available, but at the same time, it's other people who are doing beneficiation and then not feeding back into those systems, you're like, it's completely, you're not in control, you're not really going to benefit in the long run, and those need to change. So some of the things that can happen is then has been this part of, let's move towards more equitable licenses that then get the people who are working to use this data to then find ways that they now give back to the communities that create that data. Because yes, on the one side, they are trying to be represented, but it shouldn't be at the cost that you are going to be exploited later. Right, because they sell you back the technologies. The same thing I'm also a startup founder at Lelapa AI, and there we released the SA2 license that looks also in the same thing as saying that if you're African, you can take this data or this model, you can use it for free, commercial or non-commercial purposes, but if you're outside the African continent, not African, you have to go back to the community and then engage if you're using that data for commercial purposes on what is going to be the fair exchange. And that's up to the communities. It's a major, major thing. And yes, we have to be activist about it. It has to be something where we move towards it, because what is happening at the moment is we're being told in terms of general, no, why are we having discussions about sovereignty in data, sovereignty in AI? Why are we talking about equitable licenses? The reason is somebody else stands to benefit while everybody else is likely going to be literally left with cents.
Right, thank you very much, Vukosi. Ronald, in Kenya, PESA, the financial payment system has really shown the way in terms of mobile finances to the world in a lot of ways. The whole phenomenon of leapfrogging. Can that be useful? Although it is, I also heard it being criticized by Vukosi. We may not in Africa always have the resources, the billions of dollars to spend on system development. Just like, if I can use an analogy, we may not be able to build cell phones from scratch, but we can write apps. Is there an opportunity of leapfrogging, of developing smart systems? Is that an opportunity for Africa to catch up?
All right, yeah, thank you. Yes, I believe with this kind of applications, especially that are spearheaded by Safaricom, which actually has got apps like M-Pesa and many other financial kind of platform, we've got a chance to innovate alongside that, and of course, be able to use the data that are generated from the financial transactions, and of course, use it in the sense that like some startups and the platforms, for instance, which we am involved like in an application for post-harvest reduction, for instance, where we link farmers to be able to use like code rooms, for instance, which use AI and of course powered by solar systems. And then of course, while transacting, of course, to M-Pesa, so we link them to be able to pay for some product or sell some product via M-Pesa. So that in itself is financial inclusion, where we've got platforms that bring on board groups that were initially excluded. So I think this model can be picked up by other countries, for instance, and of course try to implement solutions more or less similar. And of course, in essence, then we generate like data that we can create models around that, and then of course be able to have like a big open platforms where researchers then can be able to, you know, innovatively have products from this big data that can then be utilized within communities and of course offer opportunities for the youth to be digitally employed. Yeah.
Thanks, Ronald. There's so much that we can still talk about, and many questions I still have, but I want to throw it open to the audience, and I'm sure by now there are some questions. So I see some hands. I'm going to recognize some of you, and I'll take 2 or 3 questions at a time, and then we go for answers. So I think the first question was over there, and then over there, and then here. All right, 3 questions to go. Can I ask that you just briefly introduce yourself and also to keep your question brief?
Okay, thank you. My name is Flavia. I'm a postdoc at the University of Pretoria. My question is directed to Prof Vukosi. You spoke about AI. AI, to me, then we are talking prediction models, which is something that we see as Africans. We are end users of most of those. And we also spoke about funding for research. So earlier on, we spoke about climate change. What I've realized is that most of the data in the work you've done on climate change is foreign-based, but it's on Africa. That is lack of collaboration, and also at the same time, it questions the research integrity, because regarding rainfall is a heterogeneous factor of climate, so it's not the same, but we see that the data that they use is automated. So my question comes, and also that we have seen that a rug was pulled off, which is USAID, whilst we have actually put our eggs in that basket. So it's a wake-up call. So my question is, how do we go about funding our research as Africans? What do you suggest? And also the issue of prediction models. What is it that you have in mind that will help us have better research integrity? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Over there.
Hi, thank you for the interesting conversation. I'm Mabhaudhi. I'm an independent doctoral researcher focused on ancestral trauma as it relates to epigenetics. And so you'll find my comment is centered on African indigenous knowledge systems, because I believe, again, we will not be able to have real transformation until Africans begin to understand and assert themselves in the world from their own vantage point, right? So one looks at AI, artificial intelligence, in the context of a very developing and globalized world. My idea, or something I'd like you to think about, is the idea of ancestral intelligence as an example. So looking at how the body works and how science as a field has attempted to separate the body and other forms of knowing, which could be metaphysical or spiritual, if one might say that, and the idea that African knowledge systems are centered on metaphysics or spirituality. How can we begin to think about ancestral intelligence as a form of a discipline? Now we're thinking about an anticipation as a scientific discipline. So how do we begin to think about global positionality of Africans from our point of view, as opposed to continuously trying to assimilate to what the West brings to us, and therefore not being able to compete in ways that are sustainable for us?
Right, thank you very much for that. I think I indicated to this questioner first, and then we'll break for answers, and then I'll come back to you. So the first question was about funding, but let's take the third question first.
Okay, sorry. My name is Sogo Jafarzadeh. I work for United Nations University. Thank you for this fascinating discussion. You touched upon how governance is important for AI and management. I would really like you to reflect on how can AI help us with better governance and to identify the gaps and the disconnects in our institutions or our setups, and how can we avoid it becoming too political, so something like GROK is not instructed to tell us they're not allowed to respond, but actually we can use it as a tool for better reform of the UN system or institutions in general. Thank you.
Right. I was already starting to summarize the questions before you even asked the third one. So Vukosi, funding, I'm going to throw to you, but also the second question about ancestral intelligence, redefining AI to work in your focus on language and African languages, and then Flavia, the governance issue. But Ronald, you would also be welcome to respond. But let's go, Vukosi.
Just a quick one. On the Wednesday, one of the projects has to do with rainfall prediction. So you can go check that out as well, 11:30 to 1:30 at the Research Commons. It's a big thing. I remember 2019, I think, at the Deep Learning Indaba. So Deep Learning Indaba, for context, is like the largest AI research gathering on the continent, happens yearly. At that one, we reflected on what was coming, and I cautioned that one of the challenges that I see is that most of the money at that time, and it's even gotten worse in AI on the continent, was coming from outside the continent. And we gave the example of health and medicine, and my concern that there, you can't even do clinical trials on the continent without external money. Like, it's crazy if you actually think about it. So right now, clinical trials in South Africa are about to completely be stopped, just because of what's happening over the last couple of months. And that is a huge challenge. The same way when it comes to the thing about data, that ultimately, because of this, where the funding comes from, it gets externally owned, and then either access is limited because it comes from outside, or you have to pay for it. Even though a lot of the time the research that also is being done is done by Africans or people in South America or people in Southeast Asia. These are things we should go in. maybe to be activist again and connect again to another question that wasn't asked by Desmond. We also have to really, and maybe connect it to the African ancestral intelligence and African intelligence, we have to take ourselves seriously. There's things that sometimes as in our science, in thinking about, oh, we just want to be globally competitive, and it just doesn't make any sense. I am not asked as a researcher on the African continent, what is it that you are doing and how does it connect? Like, how does your work actually connect with the audience that you want to engage with your science? But then at the same time, you get told in different spaces and venues and might be different organizations, you say, yeah, we fund international cooperation, but international doesn't include Africa for you as an African. What is it that we're trying? It's like, we're here, I work on language. My audience is trying to get AI systems that are much better for African languages, and through that have my global impact. But you're being dissuaded from engaging with African peers because they're not, we're looking for international. And for me, that seems to be outside the borders of South Africa, but apparently not. And we must think about these things very seriously, because they also then connect to those parts of saying, when we're deciding a future for ourselves, with whatever technologies, with other imaginations, how do the values of the communities that we are actually come into our science? If we don't do that, then the funding part becomes hard. People don't understand why we're doing the things that we're doing. They don't understand how they connect to them. And why then should they be telling their councillors to say, when you go for a budget vote, we really want there to be an increase in scientific funding. It is a complete disconnect from who we're saying we're serving and when we write those big grants versus what actually the reality is. And that's also going to come in whether it's the private sector. The private sector is always waiting for, like, sometimes this magical time where the R&D is going to immediately convert into business value. And as such, until then, we don't invest, we will just buy from outside. Buying from outside the continent, all you're doing is, again, subsidizing the North American, the European R&D systems, because now they can show that there's other people who will pay for our, for our innovation, while we're not giving the same chances for our local tasks. And yeah, finally, indigenous knowledge systems, yes, we have to choose what our directions are, and that's going to require this very heavy conversations about what our indigenous knowledge and I work on language because of that. Some things, yes, can't translate, and we can't be going, you have to have people being able to speak and share their ideas and that's what we want ultimately.
If I can have a response to the third question, which was about governance, international governance systems, and whether AI has a role to play. If I can just add there that I think the reform issue is the most important and not necessarily the way to do it. And in a way, if I can bring in here the whole topic of research integrity and research collaboration, for me there's a similar principle there. We can do it in many different ways, but there's a principle behind it of doing it right and in a just way, equitable research and so on. So trying to sneak in that topic here as well.
Well, I'd actually like to go back quickly to the question about ancestral intelligence and what Vukosi mentioned. I think it's also a question of incentives for researchers or knowledge holders. I mean, when you want to build your career in what you mentioned about building a system where ancestral intelligence, ancestral knowledge is actually considered the same way as natural science and social sciences or the humanities, I don't think we have many great examples of how that's happening and where it's happening truly on the same level. And I think that's a big question also of incentive and funding, because that's an investment, talking to people, listening to people, translating and all that, being interested in what other knowledge systems have to say to contribute to any given issue. that's tough. I mean, that's complex, that's not easy. And I think it is actually a challenge for universities. And again, I think there is lots of space for improvement to make sure that we have a real learning process on this one. It might actually be an idea whether Future Africa would actually engage in that learning system and report back in 2 years' time on where we are. So now to the governance and AI. I don't think that AI is going to be the solution to a better governance of the UN or any other global government systems. It's a technology, and the inability to create more diverse AI actually is a governance issue again. And what actually do we mean by better AI or by AI impacting positively on governance issues when the governance is actually not working properly? It's a bit of a complicated answer, but I mean, what I want to say is, and I don't think the hope is on AI to make sure that we have efficient answers to the global challenges we're facing. On the other hand, I think there are also at the UN system, there are good reflection documents on AI, on the application of a technology, on sort of like the dual use questions which are around AI as well, because here I would say the technology is neutral, but how we apply it obviously is not neutral at all. So that's not really an answer to your question. It's just there I would not invest too much reflection on AI, but really on the reform or the revolution process.
Thanks, Flavia. We are fast running out of time. I have indicated right there at the back one question, then you, Stephanie, and there was a question over there as well. I am going to overrule. You've had an opportunity previously. I'm going to give a chance to a question here. So those 3 questions I'll take. Keep it short, please, right at the back. A minute for your question, and that's 3 minutes, and then we hopefully will finish with 2 minutes of answers to that.
Okay, now it's working. All right, Lesego Makap, lecturer at the University of Pretoria. I'm also a PhD student. So thank you very much to the panelists. I have a lot of questions. Some have already been answered, but I just want to come back to striking a balance between academic prestige and social impact, as well as the factor of funding. You know, to say if we are getting funding from the West, it's more focused on the academic prestige aspect as opposed to the social. So how do we strike a balance in terms of saying, this is what Africa wants to do. We still want to use your funding, get some kind of academic prestige, but have a bigger portion of it going towards solving African problems. And with that also is to say, how do we then ensure that we can build internal systems within Africa that will ensure that we have the adequate infrastructure, we can generate our own funding, and that funding goes towards building better systems in Africa. And by systems, I mean artificial intelligence applications that will serve what we need as Africans. And also, if I look at knowledge security and research integrity, ethics should be a big player in that.
Thank you very much. I was getting worried about the ands, but I'm glad you wrapped it up. And Ronald, I think you're going to answer that one for us. Stephanie?
Thank you. Stephanie Burton, University of Pretoria, and also Future Africa. I would like to ask the panelists to join some dots for me. We've been talking about climate change and the potential for crises and disasters. And we've also been talking about artificial intelligence and the capacity to model and predict. How do we manage looking after the integrity of the data when we are dealing with crises and we're seeking to find answers? Will AI help or hinder?
Data Chair. Haida?
Opportunity, and apologies to the person at the back who wanted to pose a question. So mine is about what on earth are we saying about the open science movement if we discuss knowledge security and if we think about how increasingly so-called information-based conflict and even cognitive warfare is being used not only in politics generally, but as a military strategy, which has access, clearly draws heavily on the behavioral sciences, and is, of course, encompasses AI-driven mis- and disinformation. So what do we do about, are we saying openness maybe is a double-edged sword? And if it is, what do we as universities, as science policymakers, and as UNESCO member states who've all adopted the open science recommendation, do we need to go back to the drawing board?
Right, thank you very much, Haida. I think that's for you, Flavia. Let's take it in the order that they came. The first one about the prestige weighing more important for funding than social impact and the systems we need to build for impact in Africa.
All right, yeah, thank you. To take on that question, I think we've got an opportunity, the area career researchers, and of course the Africa researchers, to ethically ensure that the kind of solution that we provide also have got impact, because if we don't, then who will do it for us? Yeah, so I know, like currently, different countries have got alignment on the national strategic priorities to attain. So I wish to say that the researchers should then focus more on providing high quality research, at the same time ensuring that that research translates some form of impact, because we've got at liberty to choose use cases on which we can be able to conduct our research within. So that way, we'll be able to have a balance between quality research, which can appear in prestigious journals, at the same time, some relevance in terms of the impact that can trickle down in implementing some of the resolutions that come up, or some of the conclusions from the research of the researchers. And of course, the universities need to also realign the policies to prioritize what constitutes research that matters to the university for graduates and postgraduate researchers. So that way, that kind of a balance can facilitate this balance, yeah.
Thank you very much, Ronald. We are in the red zone already, so just a question about data integrity.
Sure. Yeah, I'm actually going to connect the two questions together. Yes, climate change and disaster that is coming, but let's go back to a recent major event that happened to all of us, which was the COVID pandemic. One of the things I tend to, when engaging, especially with the public servants, the public sector, is don't worry about the AI, let's focus on data flows. Right, that how do people understand the governance of data, releasing data, making it easily available for not just researchers, but as part of an information innovation ecosystem. For most people who don't know here, University of Pretoria, our lab in particular, is still in 2025, today is the 26th of May, 2025, the only place you can get an open data set about COVID about South Africa. You are not going to get it from the government. You're not going to get it from the private sector. It will come from us. And this was something that we look back at that is still shameful. That you can say, if we're going to study what happened in South Africa during COVID, even the National Department of Health doesn't have a place where you can go down a spreadsheet that tell you on a daily basis what was going on. It was 70 volunteers who worked every day during COVID for 2 years, creating all this data from all these disparate sources, that weren't actually put together in one space. And that tells you and connects back to the last question in terms of the politics of data, that it's not, the AI is one side, but then now it's as part of, what would people do with data? You're like, people are dying. South Africa lost 300,000 plus people. And we still can't make the choice that if another pandemic was going to show up tomorrow, I do not believe, I'm sorry, that we will be able to actually respond to it. We will still be going and saying, we didn't know and we do not have systems. I can bet you that is what would happen tomorrow.
So open science, very important, but there are pitfalls and dangers, and from the UNESCO experience, you have something to say.
Well, I mean, on the open science, I think we should not go back on open science. Open science should be open. It should still remain a global public good. Obviously, we have to fight for this. I mean, there was the advocacy discussion as well. And I mean, but I think it's important that we have this conversation regularly, that we sort of like have a platform or a system where we also can collect these attacks on the openness of science, that we have some kind of a body or a group which regularly informs about it. And I mean, it's not that it is new. I mean, look at the books, The Silent Spring in '52 on the pesticides and the impact on public health, or Merchants of Doubt, the tobacco industry buying scientists by the heap, you know, sort of like infringing on the openness or the integrity of science. So that science has become sort of like a pinball or a token of economic or political interests, that's not new. And I think we have to become, as scientists, as academic institutions, as brokers, really aware there is lots of threats out there, and we have to be prepared for it. And I mean, it's really sad that we have now to apply this warfare language, but we have to defend and we have to fight for. And I think that's going to be, I think, a major challenge as well, looking forward, and how and why AI could help for it. We will see that in the future. But let's keep fighting, let's stay engaged.
Thank you very much. I think that's a good note to close on. If I can just add, from listening this morning to all the sessions, the insistence on Africa and the Global South having to really stand up and do the necessary. It made me think about Aretha Franklin's song, Sisters Are Doing It For Themselves. I think we can adjust that to say, sisters and brothers, we need to do it for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much to that panel and for moderating that, Mr. Thompson, to Dr. Schlegel, Prof Vukosi, as well as Dr. Ronald. Thank you so much for your contributions. I think given the recent headlines, in about a month or so when we have this conversation, we would have to include Starlink, and if it poses a threat to national security as well. And before we speak about knowledge security, we must speak about knowledge disparity. The fact that a large majority of the population cannot even contribute to this conversation because of the language and the jargon that is used in technical terms. And so we're excluding those who are going to be affected by all of these technological changes. But with that in mind, we're about to go on to our next panel for today. And remember, we're still talking about what's at stake. And so this panel is going to be addressing health security, a prominent topic, as we've already heard with the previous panel speaking about the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as a number of different global health crises. We are reminded that without public health, nothing else stands. And so this session will explore how health systems can be strengthened, how they can withstand future crises, and how health must be reimagined as a central pillar for security and sustainable development. Allow me to introduce the panelists and the moderator. Today, our moderator will be Prof. Chris Isike, who is a professor and head of Department of Political Sciences and the founding director of the African Center for the Study of the United States at the University of Pretoria. The panel is Prof. Wanda Markotter, Future Africa Research Chair for People, Health and Places, One Health, and the Director of the Center for Viral Zoonosis as well. Then we have Dr. Yewande Alimi, One Health Unit Lead and Co-Lead for the Africa Union Task Force on AMR and the Africa Center for Disease Control and Prevention. And the respondent will be Dr. Tedson, Researcher and Project Manager for the Future Africa Research Chair in People, Health and Place, One Health at the University of Pretoria. Can we give a round of applause to our panelists and our moderator? Over to you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to our program director, who actually laid out the essence of this session very clearly. So welcome everyone, and to say that this is a cross-cutting session in many ways, and we've heard a lot today on the need for seeing security from the perspective of people, as ultimately states and even the global system are made up of people. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 taught the world a lot of things, right? But there are three things it reaffirmed for me as a political scientist. The first one is the interconnectedness of the world. We've always known this, but the pandemic delivered a brutal affirmation, given how quickly the virus spread and shut the entire world. But this interconnectedness also underscored the need for a collective approach to resolving global challenges. And that's one of the things we shall be talking about this afternoon. Now, no one during that period said it better than President Emmanuel Macron at the virtual G20 summit that was held in Saudi Arabia in November of 2020. And he said, and I quote, that there will be no effective response to the pandemic unless it is a global response. Right? So that's one. The second lesson I learned is human well-being is the bedrock of national wealth, not economic well-being. It was a very clear, sound public system, health system, underpins a strong economic system. So only a health security challenge like COVID-19 could shut down economies and force big economies, both and small economies as well, to recession, affirming that public health underpins economic and social stability. Now, this also makes health security a world order issue, given that the whole purpose of the political and economic order is political stability at the end of the day. The last point that I learned from COVID, the last affirmation, was that political systems matter for public health. Right? And therefore, a good basis for a strong economy. Yeah, and try to make a distinction between liberal democracies and social democracies. So when I say social democracy, I do not mean communism or socialism, because you can have a social democracy within a liberal framework. But studies show that countries that practice social democracy with a focus on social needs, such as quality or public universal basic education, universal basic health, and values such as social justice, equality, and inclusivity, tend to do better in managing pandemics than liberal democracies who focus on individual and minority elite interests and somehow prioritize profit over social basic needs. Now, this is because democratic states are usually, social democratic states rather, are usually better prepared for pandemics, as their social state enables them to produce and stockpile everything that they need, such as testing kits, masks, hospital beds, and trained personnel to manage dangerous viruses. But this is not the case in liberal democracies, where such medical and personal protective gears are produced by private capitalist enterprises whose goal is profit. And the best example of this really are two neighboring countries in North America, the United States and Canada. These are two neighbors that are physiologically similar in many ways, right? But one of them, the United States, lost more people per million of the population than Canada, its neighbor, all right? And the difference between both, apart from the fact that Mr. Trump mismanaged COVID, the biggest issue there was the difference in their political system. One, the American one, was a liberal political system, and the other was a social democratic system. So what do these all mean for our panel this afternoon? This panel examines security as a foundational component of human security and sustainable development, and the imperative of a collective approach to preparing for the next pandemic. And we have two excellent speakers who I will call the two ones. I know one of them is supposed to be pronounced Wanda because it's W-A, but I decided to just call them ones, right? The first one is Wanda, and then the other one is Yewande, right? Now, the first one, Professor Wanda Markotter. Did I get that right? Right? She's the co-chair of the One Health High-Level Expert Panel, advising the World Health Organization, UNEP, FOA, and the likes. And the second one is Dr. Yewande Alimi, One Health Unit Lead at Africa's CDC, and co-leads the African Union Task Force on Antimicrobial Resistance. Now, they will discuss how governments and institutions can better prepare for future emergencies, as program director indicated, and how to securitize health to address both communicable and non-communicable diseases. So as you can see, both experts, both of them are experts of the One Health Initiative, but Wanda shall give us Wanda shall give us insights on the global health perspective, all right? And then Yewande shall focus on the African perspective, given her vast experience at Africa CDC. Now, our fourth panelist is no other than Dr. Tedson Nkwana, project coordinator of the Future Africa Research Chain, People, Health, and Place, that's the One Health, and he shall provide a short response and highlight a few discussion points. Now, as this is not the Oval Office where guests are ambushed these days, I want to be upfront in posing two questions to the two ones, Yewande and Wanda, right? And you don't have to answer me now, okay? You can answer after your presentation, just to set the ball rolling. So the first question will be to Wanda, and it is, what can we learn from the One Health Initiative as a collective approach to health security, which can help make the case for the United Nations to issue a global health mandate for all member states to implement, right? And then for Yewande, what can we learn from Africa's attempts at mandating public health through the African Health Strategy, the 2007 to 2015 one, and of course the updated AHS version, the 2016 to 2030. So each of our speakers shall have about 12 to 15 minutes to present their talk, and then our respondents shall have about 3 to 5 minutes. And after that, I shall turn it back to our audience to try and ask the question. So your 12 to 15 minutes starts now, Wanda.
I'm also going to stand there. Thank you, Chris, for the introductions. And Wanda is actually with me at the One Health High-Level Expert Panel, and it's the first time we're together on stage, I think, so it's really nice having her as one of the panelists. So I'm really going to give you a very broad perspective of what's going on globally, and then we will dive into Africa. And if we talk about global health security, it's really defined as these activities that we put under prevention, protection, being prepared for the next pandemic. But I think Chris also mentioned we shouldn't exclude non-communicable diseases from this, because it's basically all health crises that we need to be prepared for, and especially if we talk about One Health, that also comes through. One thing that's key for me is that all of this is really linked to strong, resilient public health systems, and we should never forget that. You know, we sometimes get so focused on some of the other things that we forget. In peace times, we need to build these things. That is the important things that needs to happen. So where are we? You know, we've heard a lot of negative discussions today, about how bad things are going. Unfortunately, if we talk about health, we're also sitting with a lot of threats to health security. Populations are growing. We've got rapid urbanization. We've heard a lot about all the environmental issues, including climate change. Antimicrobials is one of our big issues and how we misuse that. And all of this is disturbing this equilibrium with the microbial world. So we will, I think, who was it, Vukosi, who said we will not be prepared for the next pandemic. I think we can also not predict where the next pandemic will be and how we're going to respond to it. We're really trying very hard, even in the global arena, to do this. But in reality, we will probably miss some of them. We will maybe be prepared and be good at stopping some of it, but definitely not all of them. The other issue that we're sitting with is billions of passengers that travels on planes every day. The world is just so connected. So a disease that starts here today, tomorrow it's in New York or it's in Uganda, but it can spread over the world really quickly. So these opportunities will be there for rapid international spread. Food production is also increased, and also the globalization of that. So that also poses some issues around food security and also foodborne diseases. So we're sitting with all these challenges that's really making health security a big issue and how we're going to address it. We know there will be human suffering if there's going to be another pandemic or even outbreaks. We're always just worried about pandemics. Outbreaks are also important. There's also thousands of people dying during those events. It's not just when it hits the whole world. And we also know that the economic losses would be measured in trillions. COVID taught us that. It really is devastating if we have these pandemics. It's got all kinds of other things that we need to think about: loss of tourism, trade, political problems, social problems. That's also part of pandemic losses that we need to think about. Ebola, COVID, Mpox, avian influenza has also taught us that we're only as strong as our weakest link. And we always think our weakest link is in the developing countries, but I think our weakest link is maybe somewhere in the global north at the moment, with not supporting some of these global initiatives. So we also need to think about, we have to do this collectively. If one country is not part of this, we've got a big issue. It's really important that everybody is part of the discussion. So I've talked about universal healthcare that's really integrated in health security. And we really need to look at that. And if we look at the World Health Statistics of 2025 that was recently released, where they talk about all the World Annual Report on health, there's a lot of areas where we make good progress. But what we can see from some of those figures is that the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic actually reduced the years that we will actually live. So there's been a huge impact of the pandemic in terms of health. But we also need to recognize that there's 400 million people, that's 1 out of 17, mostly poor, mostly women, and mostly children, that doesn't have healthcare around the world. That's quite astonishing amounts to think about, 1 out of 17. And in Africa, I think that is probably where a lot of these issues are. So if we talk about global health security, we always talked about prevention, thinking about vaccines, and we need to vaccinate people to not see disease. We need to control zoonotic diseases. Biosecurity and biosafety was mentioned. We said we need to detect, so we have to have good lab systems and all of that. We have to have good response systems, so you have to have a good health resources to do that. We have to strengthen health systems. And we know that international collaboration is very important. And there's been mechanisms. We know about the international health regulations, the joint external evaluations, recently also the pandemic instrument that plays a role in this environment. So was things really different after COVID? Did we think about global health security in the same way? And there's actually a lot that changed because the pandemic exposed weaknesses in national and global health systems. In both of those, there were major issues. when we look at the COVID-19 pandemic. And there's much more public and political awareness of health security after that. I think those discussions are definitely happening. People know it's important. Governments and organizations now recognize pandemics as a national security threat and not just a public health issue. I think those discussions are also starting to happen. We know we need to have real-time disease surveillance, and really real-time, not real-time in terms of a month later. And we really need to know quickly if there's a disease somewhere. We know that we need to invest increased funding into national health systems. We know that universal health coverage is really important, together with health force training and also making vaccines and PPE available. We also know that the international health regulations is critical in some of these responses that we need to have, as well as the pandemic instrument, and I'll say something about that. Very important thing that also is coming through very strongly, and I think that's very important for Africa also, is a very stronger emphasis on equity. For the first time, those discussions, I think, really happened. I don't think we've got solutions for all of them, but it's really important in everything that we do globally that equity is part of the conversations, and it does happen in these conversations. Then he talked about the One Health approach. I think the One Health approach is not new, but it's part now of international UN discussions and the way that things are going to be done going forward, which is really about recognizing human, animal, and environmental health and the interconnectedness of that. So global health security is really a shared responsibility, cannot be done by a single actor in a country, cannot be done by a single government, cannot be done by a single international organization. It's really this collective action that must happen, and more investment in health. So post-COVID, health security is now seen central to national security. It's part of economic stability in a country. We can't separate these things. And we need this global cooperation to really have a successful health security across countries. So one of the things that I will maybe end off with, and this is something that we've been quite involved with as OLAP also, is the pandemic agreement that was actually signed on 20 May, which is a week ago, between the member states. And this agreement really sets out some obligations to prevent, prepare, and equitably respond to pandemics. That was very important in the negotiations of this agreement, and it was actually the only way it was signed in the end, was when those things were incorporated. So I think this is a significant achievement for global health. It also shows that multilateralism still exists. Despite all odds, the countries could agree on something. Not everybody signed it, but the majority did. And it really sets the stage now for pandemic prevention. And here we don't mean vaccinating people. This is where One Health comes in, where we really look at drivers of disease emergence. So a lot of the things that you've heard in the other panels, economics, climate change, poverty, all those things drive spillover of diseases. And we need to address that also to really prevent what's going to happen in the future. So that's integral in this plan. Health system capacities, countries need to invest in that and need to commit to do that. Pandemic response products, there's a lot of that in the pandemic agreement where there's a plan now to equitably distribute vaccines when there's a crisis, and also how people can get access to PPE and other things that was really a big issue during COVID. And then financing. How are we going to finance this going forward, and looking at a finance plan from government sides, but also from the global perspective. So pandemic health emergencies and weak health systems that does not only cost lives, but pose some of the greatest risks to global economy and security faced today. We need to realize that health is an investment in the future. And I think that penny hasn't really dropped. We're always on crisis control. When the crisis is gone, we don't invest anymore. We really need to keep on investing, and that's how we will actually be better prepared. So countries typically invest heavily in protecting people from terrorist attacks or wars, but we don't invest in health as much. So that is really important, I think, also in the African discussion, that we know we need to invest, because it will have far more consequences than just health really damaging economy and social issues. I think I'll end there.
Right, thank you very much. Wanda, you can mount the stage now.
Can I get the slides, please? Slides? Yeah. If we don't, I can just talk through it. It's all right. Fantastic. Thank you. All right, lovely. And can I get the clicker? No, it's okay because of the time. Thank you. Okay, fantastic. Okay, great. Really great session, and thank you so much. Thank you so much, tech team, really for setting that up. Today, I'm going to take an attempt to really try to give a message of what I call hope and preparation for the continent. First of all, just to paint a scenario. Across the African continent, year in, year out, we have several outbreaks. COVID, you know. There's an ongoing multi-country global Mpox outbreak. Just like Mpox, there is rabies, which is a neglected tropical disease, a disease of the poor, if I may put it that way. But we keep experiencing this. For example, take a quick look. That was 2019. 2022 to 2023. All of this that you see are diseases that have spilled over from wildlife, your pets, pretty much animals into humans. These are things that happen as a result of natural ecology, interaction, behavior, biodiversity. Similarly, Africa bears yet another crisis. I notice that everyone talks about pandemics and thinks only COVID. Globally, Africa bears the highest burden of antimicrobial resistance. I'll put it in simple terms for you. It means that if nothing is done, those drugs that the doctors give us, the antibiotics, antifungals, will no longer work. Means if medicines don't work, why are we even trying? Similarly, this is just what it looks like. Children, adults, it's not just the bugs. You have TB, malaria, HIV, a rising resistance. Climate change is something we have all talked about, but we haven't looked at the interconnectedness of climate change and health. For example, we are starting to see a rise in more waterborne diseases, zoonotic diseases. For example, 2 years ago, we had the longest sustained multi-country cholera outbreak as a result of the increased rainfall as well as cyclones in the SADC region. East Africa is not left behind. Wanda already mentioned the food insecurity as well as food crisis situation. These are the impact of climate change. And what does this really mean for the continent of Africa? The gentleman that presented on AI asked a very good question. Are we truly prepared for the next pandemic? I like to say we are living in several pandemics. But are we really prepared as an African continent? So in my talk today, I'll try to sell two concepts that I strongly believe in, and I think that if we were supposed to adopt it, Africa would definitely be positioned to take the leadership when it comes to global health security. Like I rightly mentioned, and this is why it's quite important that One Health is no longer a theoretical discussion. This is what your average ecosystem looks like. Means that you have those bugs. In the wild apes, in the bats, you have the Ebola virus. When they don't spill over, it's not a problem, right? Everybody's fine. We just keep going about our business. But you see the spillover right there. It's where the issues start. That's one way we can prevent. If we invest correctly in ensuring that we reduce the zoonotic disease spillover, perhaps we can potentially reduce the domestic animal amplification. We could potentially reduce human spillover as well as amplification globally. A question has been asked and said, so we have a lady mentioned that the data from rainfall is just ambiguous data. And we have this rich data in Africa. But you see, it sits in different places. For example,
Ministries of health have good epidemiological data. The Ministry of Agriculture can tell you when there's a rise in Rift Valley outbreaks in animals. Meteorological data can tell you El Nino is going to cause increased rainfall. But what does that mean? It's just information in different places. Unless we're able to bring it together to make sense out of it, as researchers, as policymakers, as implementers, we're just running around in circles again. So in this, I say, we will, if we're going to be ready for an outbreak, if we're going to be ready for a pandemic, we need to be able to think in a One Health approach. Means that whether we like it or not, diseases are going to come from animals. What does that mean to me as the Minister of Agriculture? What does that mean to me as a veterinary epidemiologist? I'm a client scientist in East Africa. I'm seeing that, yes, as Kenya, for example, we have submitted our indices. We're doing everything right. We're going to Paris, going to COP. But I can see the increase in temperature. That information is unique. What does that mean to the ministries of health? For example, East Africa is reporting more adverse effect of increased temperature on pregnant women. What does that mean for a policymaker? In simple terms, through a One Health approach, thinking together, holistically, we could potentially save the continent a lot of cost. The amount we spent on the pandemic, I don't think we've been able to recover it. Our economies are still very global partner, global donor dependent. We're dealing with several issues such as increase in non-communicable diseases. We still have to deal with conflicts within our region. There's poverty, children under 5 are dying. We're not doing very good in Africa. So how can we start to think in a whole systems approach whereby no one sector tries to handle this complex problem by itself, but really takes on a One Health approach? So very simplistic way of thinking. A lot of colleagues have said things that resonate with me. For example, what is the role of academia in driving policy? Whether we like it or not, our ministers have to be at the COP. They're not going to invite academia. But how can we generate the right information such that whoever sits and represents us as a country, as a continent, has the right relevant data to be able to advocate? I think more often than not, we think about research and data as a siloed approach. It needs to be able to empower our policymakers. How do we ensure that with the data that is being generated, with AI information, for example, policymakers know where to make the right investment for any interventions? So really, a One Health approach really helps us think in a big system thinking. How can we ensure government, private sector academia, communities, non-state actors, civil society, as well as international funders and NGOs come together to be able to address several shared threats? So globally, I mean, this concept is very well endorsed. I don't like to call it a concept or an initiative. I like to call it a way of life. Because we must all work together. I don't have the solutions to Africa's problem. Neither does Wanda. But when we start to work together, we could potentially unlock where the solutions might be. So this approach has really been endorsed globally at the level of the African Union, as well as regional economic communities, academia, as well as partners. Really, we need to be able to work together to address some of these shared threats. My second sort of concept I'm going to be sharing is something we, during the outbreak, during the pandemic, we led. And this is how Africa was positioned to be able to make its own cause, advocate for equity. It's really calling for a new way of thinking. Imagine an Africa with stronger national public health institutions. Now, when I say stronger national public health institutions, institutions that are not scared or shaky when the USAID cuts its funds. These are institutions that government has politically backed, domestically financed, and have allowed them to be able to implement the relevant activities. Africa cannot stay by itself. We live in a global world. We must learn to be able to position ourselves for respectful, action-oriented partnerships. When I say this, I mean that, we've had it for decades and decades where partners come in, data out. It has to be mutually beneficial. Africa must be able to own the seat when it comes to negotiating with external partners. Increase domestic financing. I think a lot of colleagues here agree with me that given the current landscape shift, if you don't put your money where your mouth is, you don't get a seat at the table. If you don't invest in the health of the people, in Africa's health security, it's as good as nothing. Also, investment in public health workforce and leadership programs, and local manufacturing for health commodities. I think, should the next pandemic come, nationalism will take over again. Everyone is going to close their borders, restrict the sale of vaccines. How can we as Africa really start to position, invest in local manufacturing, not just of vaccines, diagnostics, therapeutics, protective equipment for our health workers? So it's really calling for a paradigm shift, systems thinking. If we have stronger national, regional, and continental ministries, agencies, beyond technical, if we have strong manufacturing industry across all sectors, if we as Africa, and we did it during COVID-19, where we had the COVID-19 Pandemic Fund under His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, continental and national health funding mechanisms. Whether we like it or not, climate change is here. We are seeing the impact. Whether we like it or not, it's going to take us about 20, 30 years to be able to beat the curve of antimicrobial resistance. So we need to be able to have some pooled resources where we can drive some of this. Data for action. I hear a lot of colleagues talk about data research in a siloed format. How can the fantastic work that is being done on epigenetics guide the interventions that we are doing for the communities? How can AI potentially leverage meteorological data and potentially forecast events where we need to be prepared for? Public health workforce and capacity building. And in this, I say community resilience. A lot of times we think about health workforce as only doctors. The community workers drive a lot of change at community level. I already talked about the partnerships, but I would say context-specific research and innovation. We learned a lot from COVID-19, but what innovation have we put to prepare ourselves for the next pandemic? What solutions that work for the African continent have we tried to replicate or invest in to be able to face any other pandemic? And lastly is regionalism. During COVID-19, I was filled with pride leading a lot of the work around infection prevention and control. But one thing I know about Africa is we believe in regionalism. We believe in leaving no one behind, and we must continue to work in that regard. Lastly, I say the African Union already calls for a One Health system thinking, working together approach through our Agenda 2063, where it clearly articulates how Africa needs to be positioned as a strong, united, resilient, and influential global player and partner. And how can we do this if we don't start to do and act as global leaders? These problems are complex, very, very complex. Just to emphasize that no one discipline, single approach, perspective can address everything. We all need to work together in the spirit of One Health and in the spirit of Ubuntu. Thank you very much.
Thanks, moderator. Now, just to try and summarize the talks from the two speakers, I'll start off by just saying that the history of Africa has shown that centralized ways of thinking and coming up with solutions tend to be biased and only serve a few. And there is a need for us to sort of change that and go for more collective ways or collective forms of thinking that will serve the many. Now, to go into some of the comments of the speakers, we heard from Prof Markotter that our actions have really caused some of the problems that we're facing in health. They are driving the health threats that we are currently facing. And they do have some serious economic implications, and some countries have really suffered losses in the past that they haven't really recovered from. And if we can just collect from harvest from the collective effort of the global north and also the global south, we can really do a lot to address these issues. And to go into Dr. Alimi's comments there, Africa, at this level, Africa has an ongoing burden of disease, especially from AMR, the so-called silent killer. And the knowledge is there for all these different diseases that are currently burdening the African continent. But the biggest issue right now, or one of the biggest issues rather, is that it exists in silos, and people are not working together. There is no serious effort to collectively tackle these matters across the continent. And also there's a need for a strengthened investment for infrastructure systems, capacity, and also partnership to better our public health systems. And also that theme of collectivism also comes through there. Now, we see that globally and also here in Africa, there is a need for inclusive thinking on the challenges that we're facing and the solutions needed to tackle them, where all sectors in society, different disciplines that are there in research, and also different spheres of civil society are given equal access and opportunity to benefit and also contribute to the solutions. And to tackle the threats across the animal, human, environmental, and plant health, there is a need for a cross-sectoral collaboration and implementation that needs to be the new normal across all sectors. And that this will require for the old barriers that cause these silos to be there in the first place to be broken down. And this will need, of course, some tactful precision and not be forceful. And just to close off there, I think Africa is a resilient continent, and the existing and coming health threats, they can be overcome by mobilizing the existing resources that we have, and also the right people, putting them into the right places to take the necessary action. And we see that the One Health approach can actually provide a good tool for us to implement all of that. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. We have been able to do this in, 38 minutes. So we have 21 minutes plus to go. Maybe I should cycle back to the audience, see if any one of you have questions to ask our panelists, and then I'll come back to the initial questions I asked. I see one hand, 2, 3. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I'm Tombe Langukwana, Animal Science Department, University of Pretoria. I hear Africa is a resilient continent, but I also think Africa is a very complex ecosystem. For instance, antimicrobial resistance, it's something that was tackled within the European Union many years ago on the animal front, and they're still trying to control it. And these are issues that are debatable in Parliament. Recently, we've had an outbreak of avian influenza, which is a potential pandemic across the globe. I was impressed to see that the US Parliament discussed it as a threat. I've not had the same thing in South Africa. I've not had the same thing from across Africa. And my question is, if we are really serious about preventing any of these pandemics from becoming a problem as they are in Africa? What traceability measures do we have in place? What regulatory frameworks do we have in place, and are we even adhering to them? And who's doing the control, the monitoring and the evaluation of making sure that industries adhere to this? Who's making sure that the users of all these antimicrobials on the ground are actually following the correct control measures? Thank you very much, because it's something else to want to prevent something, but it also has to be topical, it has to be out there and spoken about, and awareness built across the countries, the different countries. Thank you very much.
Okay, second person was you. Just start by introducing yourself, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Prof. It's David Ngubuka, a resident researcher at UP, IT technician, lab candidate, young. So my question was wanting to understand how this government of the GNU is going to co-pilot the linkages of technology to foster, to reach the Sustainable Development Goal number 3. Yeah, we're leveraging technology, joint coordination. For instance, the technology of air quality measuring systems that will make sure we get fresh and access to clean water. For instance, we saw 3 days ago, citizens of Pretoria were struggling with water. They were running around. So we don't know if the politicians are dribbling that game to say they will pass tenders for transporting the water. We are not sure if the water tankers are carrying clean water. Are they sanitized properly, or it's just a quick scheme making money? Yeah, something like that. Thank you very much.
Chief?
Good afternoon. My name is Letula Mufukeng, and I'm a postdoc here at UP. I've got only one question. Since that the speakers, they have identified that the possible pandemic or the next pandemic, I just want to find out that if they've already developed some technologies or maybe some medicines, drugs that could maybe be used to cure the next pandemic, so that maybe when that time comes, we don't start from scratch. So I just want to find out if then are we ready, having the medicines and drugs already prepared?
Okay, let's just have the last one, and then we'll come back to the panel.
Okay, thank you very much to the speakers. I'm Dr. Hamiwe from the Department of Medical Microbiology, University of Pretoria. So a lot of times what helps us to mitigate pandemics is surveillance. But most of the research that comes out comes from more established researchers that are highly funded and usually cover a snapshot of a certain either area or time period. And a lot of times you'll find that smaller researchers who do a lot of primary research, maybe at the academic level, that research is often ignored. And that's where sometimes you can find the first sort of like incidences of AMR, for example, that only gets evaluated respectively once something has already happened. So just wondering, in what way is institutions such as Africa CDC trying to go into academic institutions to see some of the research that these students are doing or these research groups are doing at a micro level is also being harnessed or collected and evaluated for instances where in future you might have an issue where you have an oncoming pandemic? Thank you.
Okay. Did you guys get the questions? Try and respond to them as quickly as you can, starting with you.
So I'll start with a general answer that was part of a few of the questions, data and what do we do with it, and data that's coming out of the research communities. Maybe just as an example, talking from South Africa's perspective, we recently put in a pandemic fund proposal that was submitted by government, but the academics was part of that. And exactly what you were saying now, the fact that we're not bringing in data from the research community is now part of what we want to plan in that response. We need to bring data in broader than just notifiable animal diseases and medical conditions, because that's what we report on to WHO and WA. But the rest of the data is sometimes in a student dissertation, but it's important in terms of spillover diseases from reservoir species. And I think so we're moving into that direction. It's complicated because we also need to look at integrity of data, methods that's being used, is it accredited methods? But at least that conversation is starting to happen.
Thanks. I think I had quite a number of questions. I'll start with the first one around Europe versus Africa. I think we have to be very honest with ourselves. Europe has had decades of a head start. The amount of diagnostics South Africa has cannot be compared to what Austria rolls out for AMR surveillance. So we must acknowledge the progress that has been made. For example, last year, for the first time, we saw that all African countries have a national action plan. That means they have a strategy to address antimicrobial resistance. That's where the agriculture, animal health use, regulation, antimicrobial use in agriculture, for example, the regulatory frameworks. Things don't occur in silos. Those plans, those strategies are important for us to be able to catch up. So I think is to understand that we're not where we need to be yet. And this is why we need to reflect and see what particular solutions could work for the African continent. Our settings may be completely different from Europe. For example, how you talk to the farmer in South Africa is different from how I'm going to talk to the farmer in Norway. There are incentives. But the farmer in Africa, it may be slightly culturally different. So I think it's important for us to really be ambitious, but we need to be very context-specific if we're going to have long-lasting solutions. You raised an important point on highly pathogenic avian influenza. This is something that anyone who works in agriculture, anyone in the One Health space is actively worried about. However, currently in the situation in the US, it's right that they're having a parliamentary discussion because they've reported human cases. However, an organization such as Africa CDC, AUIBA, we're following the surveillance data as closely as possible. We have done, WHO, FAO, and WUA did a recent public health risk assessment to try to understand what is the potential risk of having this avian influenza jump into human population. Is it sustained, for example? When you have human-to-human spread, is it a sustained approach? Are the vaccines readily available? So these are the nuances that has been taken into consideration. So it's not quiet. It's ongoing, because this is what we do as surveillance experts. And just to reflect, South Africa does have a joint contingency plan on highly pathogenic avian influenza, which will be activated should there be an outbreak. So naturally, your flu networks are currently picking up any outbreaks or any sort of signals. Similar with the agriculture, you're monitoring things like the wild birds, the migratory birds, the poultry, for example, to see. Remember, there are different strains of influenza. So it's not just we're looking for a specific one. So I think I just really wanted to clarify that so that we don't all assume that it's all just nothing is going on. But these are things that are going on and must be talked about. You raised an important point in terms of bringing research and academia, particularly young professionals. Really interesting point of view. But I'm going to throw this back to you to say, based off the research that is ongoing in UP, NICD, for example, has been chairing the AMR strategy. How are we feeding that data into NICD strategy? The findings, the retrospective, prospective surveillance data that is being done. How is it guiding South Africa? Before any continental regional organization must come, we must be able to invest within our countries. That is how science works. And this is why I kept emphasizing data for action. Data should not just sit in the universities. It must sit and support the national agencies, the ARC, for example. ARC is doing fantastic research work. The research that is being done, how are we contributing to it? So I think that's the best way to think about it. But we, of course, we're very keen about young researchers. We provide opportunities through conferences for you to share your science. But I still think that it must be homegrown. We must be able to support South Africa first. If the work you're doing here doesn't support South Africa yet, how can we translate it to the rest of Africa? So I think that's a lesson or feedback back to you for your reflections. Thank you.
All right, Tedson.
Yeah, it is. I think I'd like to comment on Tavela's issue on lack of awareness when it comes to AMR, that part of your question. I think when it comes to awareness, something like AMR, it is well known and spoken in the research corridors, but to the farmers, there's little to none awareness and education on this. And as researchers, we need to ask ourselves why this is. Who bears the responsibility of disseminating the information and ensuring that it has impact? And for so long, that responsibility has been given to government, but government is overburdened with their own challenges as well. So we as researchers need to now take this responsibility and account for the end user, the communities, the farmers actually knowing about this and being well educated on these very important topics.
All right, I agree with both of you that there's a gap between town and gown, right? But sometimes it's not just to come to our defense. It's not just only about what we do. I also agree that maybe there's a bit of a challenge with us doing science communication, but we also have to look at how government responds or doesn't respond to some of these things, right? You do a research, you contact the relevant government person and tell them this is what I've found. They listen to you and tell you, oh, fantastic, you hear from us, and then 2 years later, you're still waiting to hear from them, right? So it comes down to the political will on the part of those who are governors. Because again, despite all, I've heard a lot of things about, a cross-sectoral approach, collaborative, collective approach. All of these are important. But all of these things, like the new paradigm of public health you talk about, will depend also on a new paradigm of state and governance, especially in Africa. And I think that that's what we should begin to really talk about, because that's the elephant in the room. We can have all these brilliant ideas, and we're really not short of those ideas in the continent. You know that. We're also not short of money. I was surprised to know that during COVID, in 2021, an African bank, Afrexim Bank, provided $2 billion to bankroll vaccines that we use in the continent. So we have the money, we have the resources, we have the brains. Why are we not able to translate some of these things into action? And I think that that's the real elephant in the room that we can talk about. Anybody agrees, disagrees? New questions? Yeah, you were going to be one. Anyone else? And then it would then have to be a conversation between us for the next 6 minutes after her question. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentations. I want to introduce myself again because I did. So my question is, in One Health, the whole thing that you have unpicked, where is the medicinal plants? Do you have any section where you are saying we are going to look at medicinal plants or medicinal plants used in treating diseases? Either is the One Health agenda or the CDC, and how much of funding have you allocated to medicinal plant research? Because we know, as Africans, those herbs, they do work. And we also want to embrace our Africanism because it's there, it works.
I can maybe just respond on where does it fit. So in the One Health high-level expert panel, we defined One Health a little bit different from previously, and there were some specific principles associated with that definition that's published with it that people sometimes don't read, and part of that is indigenous knowledge. So that is integral in One Health. You have to bring in indigenous knowledge, marginalized voices, all of that is part of really doing One Health. So that is that needs to be in that picture. I don't know if you can comment on investment. I know South Africa had some programs under the NRF specifically targeting these knowledge areas, but maybe from Africa CDC.
Yeah, really good question. I love it when I get a question and there is an answer. Yes, indeed. Plants and alternative medicine, as many people would like to call it, is important. We as Africans must be able to look at our solution. So I'll be a hypocrite if I said all of that and said, no, we don't do that. So first of all, the AU does have an agency. You might want to look it up. They're based in Cameroon. It's called AU IAPSC. If I missed that, please just check it up. That is the agency that really looks at. So for antimicrobial resistance, we're very keen to explore alternative sort of therapy, including our own indigenous plant health related issues. So I think that is quite critical for the African continent, and we try to reflect this in most of the high-level documents, as well as the implementation that we are doing when it comes to antimicrobial resistance and other issues.
Okay, we've got 4 minutes. All right, we've got 4 minutes to wrap up, and I want us to use that 4 minutes to talk more about One Health. What is One Health? To someone who's just hearing that concept or initiative, you call it a way of life, for the next, what does it mean? And how can it be used as a collective approach to enable health security? Wanda?
Yes, I think it's an approach. It's not new. I think it's just more prominent now, and it was actually because we didn't do very well with COVID-19. There was a call by the French and the German government that the UN agencies need to look at how to do things differently, and that is where the quadripartite that you saw on the slides actually came together, which brought in the United Nations Environmental Program into animal, human, and food and agriculture, FAO, WHO, and WA. So it's really about bringing all sectors together to address problems where there's interconnectedness. So One Health is not an approach that you need to use for everything. It is really where that interconnectedness is important to solve issues between animal, human, and environmental health. And I can't remember what was the second part of your question.
What it could be useful for, mandating
okay.
health.
Yeah, so I think one thing that's very recent, the fact that One Health stayed in the pandemic agreement of WHO as Article 5 or 4, it was Article 4 and 5 is One Health and prevention, shows how important this is actually in the UN environment, and going forward also to member states that we need to address this collectively. There was it wasn't easy to keep it in there, but the fact that that stayed in a very high level agreement that member states signed show that it's really important, and people think it's important to take that forward as a new approach to pandemic preparedness, prevention, and control.
Really fantastic, but just wanted to reflect on your point around research for policymakers. I think, first of all, and I really urge you, I think research needs to be able to answer some of the problems. Policymakers will not get back to you if they have pressing problems and your research has not been able to guide them. We need to create data to guide, not just for publication. How can that research solve the problems that South Africa faces, that Africa faces? I think we will be able to change how policymakers start to take on science, start to take on research, if we can provide them answers for the complex problems that they face.
I think on my side, One Health can mean, it's an approach, and it can also mean different things depending on at what level you're speaking. On ground level, at the where people are impacted the most, One Health can just simply mean working together to tackle the most immediate health challenge that I have. It doesn't have to be very complicated as it's spoken about in the higher levels. It doesn't have to be as complex as people would like it to be. It can just mean addressing the most immediate health challenge or health need that I have in my surrounding, and who do I work with to tackle this challenge? You know, it can be simplified to that.
All right, thank you very much. And this will bring us to the end of this panel. I want to join me to thank our panelists for brilliant discussion. Please put your hands together for them. But to say on this note, as a political scientist, that I always tell my students, and I'm glad the Vice-Chancellor is sitting here, that the most important subject to study in the university is politics. Because politicians and the policies, the laws they make and do not make affect every one of us, from engineers to IT data specialists to medical doctors. Everything is determined in this country, for example, in Cape Town. So we all need to understand how things work and take part in the process that will lead to selecting the right leaders that will make the right decisions for all of us. And that's why politics should be made a compulsory subject at first year level for every student, just in basic introduction to citizenship, Mr. Vice-Chancellor, something to think about. But put your hands together for everyone.
Thank you very much for that, Prof. Spoken like a true politician. And thank you, political scientist. Apologies. Thank you so much to the panel and for all the contributions, Prof. Isike, Prof. Wanda, Dr. Yewande, and Dr. Tedson as well. Thank you so much for that. I'm so happy that you asked the question about indigenous knowledge, because I originally come from Cameroon, a country that did not believe in COVID-19. To us, it didn't actually exist because we didn't actually ever have one person, according to our statistics, that contracted COVID-19. And so everyone believed if you drank ginger and used mango leaves, you would be fine. And in our mind, we were fine for using it. And so indigenous knowledge needs to follow us and not the other way around. But with that being said, we are going to go outside for a quick refreshment break, but this is also an opportunity to take that group photo that I'm sure you haven't taken yet. Don't worry, we've got you covered. We're going to take a photo of you from our side. So as we leave this venue, we're all going to head towards reception as quick as possible to take the fastest photo that we can take. If you can stand behind the seats that you see over there and focus on the photographers, we're going to get a great photo, then grab coffee or something, come back to this venue because we're going to have the VC's Roundtable, which is our final discussion for the day, a very high-level conversation about collaboration in challenging times for sustainable impact. And so with that being said, first we're going to a photo, then we're grabbing coffee, and we're coming right back here, all to be done in 15, 20 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back after that tea break. I hope that you were in the photo. If you missed it, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do. We can try use AI filters to get you in there, but it just won't look like the real thing. We've come to our final discussion for today, and we're ending it with a bang. We've got a VC's Roundtable with the title Collaboration in Challenging Times, Sustaining Impact, Driving Change Towards New Futures for Africa. Allow me to introduce this illustrious panel that you see before you. The moderator will be Prof. Peter Lenny, Executive Director of Worldwide Universities Network. I must say this is a multinational panel, and so Prof. Lenny, you are the world representative, and then we'll speak about each country representative here as well. We have Prof. Francis Petersen, Vice-Chancellor and Principal, the University of Pretoria, South Africa. Prof. Harleen Hain, Vice-Chancellor, Curtin University, Australia. Prof. Manuel Guilherme Jr., Rector of Eduardo Mondlane University, Mozambique. Prof. Wisdom Tete, President and Vice-Chancellor of the Carleton University, Canada. Prof. Claire Quinn, representing Leeds University, United Kingdom, and Prof. Daji Kawaguchi, representing the University of Tokyo, Japan. With that being said, please give our panelists and moderator a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Elma. And thank you all for joining us. The message implicit in the title of this session is that collaboration in research benefits universities, and that much of the benefit will accrue through collaborations that transcend national and regional boundaries. I very much believe that to be true, and I'm sure that's the case for the panelists too. But there are interesting challenges to overcome in realizing the benefits, and I hope that some of these might be exposed today. The lifeblood of a university is its intellectual talent, represented in its academic staff and in the students to which it's home. Major universities compete hard for the most outstanding individuals, and most such universities are well connected internationally because these connections enlarge their access to talent. It's no secret that the world's most successful research universities have on their faculties large numbers of researchers from other countries. And all this makes a successful research university a truly and necessarily global enterprise. But the historical core of this global engagement, at least at the institutional level, is often more competitive than collaborative. And that's going to be, I think, a tension we have to navigate today. Beyond the competition, though, collaboration and collaborative projects have long connected researchers within disciplines. Collaboration's on the rise in all disciplines. For example, in STEM fields, the average number of authors per published article was about 1.2 in 1950. In 2020, it was about 4.5. Even in the social sciences and humanities, where scholarship is traditionally solitary, the average number of authors per article rose from 1 in 1950 to 2 in 2020. And much of this increase results from collaboration that's transnational. In 2020, for STEM fields, 40% of articles with US authors had international collaborators. For the UK, that percentage was 65. That is 65% of the publications had international collaborations. For many other countries, it's about 50%. So international collaboration is deeply embedded and on a very large scale in published work, published scholarship. Collaborations develop for a variety of reasons, and I'd like to review for you 4 of them. Many collaborations are, number 1, many collaborations arise because faculty talent is rare and specialized and reflects the fact that a given problem, for a given problem, maybe only a few people in the world understand its structure well enough to solve it. Oddly, the selfish pursuit of talent by major universities, which is this underlying tension that's anti-collaborative, has indirectly been a major driver of international research collaboration. The paradox is this. In the US, notably, but also elsewhere, the enormous investments in science since the Second World War have fueled huge increases in PhD production, such that, for example, by 2020, 1/3 of the PhDs awarded in the US were to students from abroad. That's tens of thousands of PhDs awarded by US universities were to students from abroad. Now, although not all of these young researchers return to their home countries, many do, and they continue the collaborations that started with their PhDs. So that's number 1. It's collaborations are fundamentally important because very few people, in many instances, understand a problem well enough to be able to solve it. Number 2, major collaborations arise because the work is unaffordable without multilateral engagement. It's as simple as that. So, for example, the Large Hadron Collider at CERN has so far cost $4.75 billion. And not even the US has been able to afford that on its own. Many of you here will be familiar with the Square Kilometre Array, a project that cost around $2.2 billion at the time I last looked at it. So collaboration is essential for large projects. Number 3, collaborations arise because parts of the world have distinct flora, fauna, geology, or climate that's important to the solution of some research challenge. Now, collaborations of this kind are especially vulnerable to being exploitive. For example, when one partner is close to the unique resource and the other has money, and it's important to be aware of that when developing them, an issue that might come up for discussion today. The final impulse to collaboration, I think, is particularly interesting and reflects to some extent universities' changing sense of what they must do to best serve the societies in which they're embedded. Increasingly, and to some extent under pressure from governments, and also reflecting a widespread embrace of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, universities are focusing their research on big problems that directly impact society. For example, adapting to climate change, ensuring water and food security, combating disease, etc. These challenges are experienced everywhere, but the geographical and cultural contexts in which they're expressed vary enormously. And this shapes how researchers in different regions address the challenges. This results in distinctive approaches, and so brings researchers together in ways that provide remarkable opportunities for comparative analysis. Many of you today have talked about this already implicitly. For example, in domains of public health, COVID is a special example where, by looking at how countries got it wrong everywhere, and collaborative work is required to do that, you can actually solve a big and important problem. So 4 reasons why, maybe there are others, why collaboration is very important. So the panelists today are all in one way or another deeply involved in international collaborations, and will have interesting things to say about them. The first up, I'd like to ask Francis Petersen to say a word about the role of collaborations for UP. Francis.
Thank you very much, Peter. And to a certain extent, you already have provided the solutions to the to our discussions. But I want to start off by saying that I don't have to make an argument why collaboration is important. We have heard a lot of debate and input during the course of today in respect to why collaboration is important. Why collaboration is important between institutions, between countries, institutions in countries, institutions on continents. And I just wanted to say that if we look at the increasing in global instability, the issues that we talked about today, how that challenged not only governments, but how it also created crises in related to the flow of funding, who you can collaborate with, and how that collaboration could work. It's important for us also to say, how can we convert those crises or that particular crisis in an opportunity? And therefore, you need to think different in terms of how do you tackle collaboration in that context. In South Africa, in South African context, University of Pretoria, with the changes in funding flow from United States into South Africa, not only in the health sciences or in the health environment, but also in other environments, we needed to reflect also as a country to what extent particular investments should come from itself into R&D, not only so much dependent from funding flow, say, externally. But that's just an example that I wanted to cite to give us an opportunity to say, well, how do you use this crisis into an opportunity, and how do you look at collaboration in that context? Now, for the University of Pretoria, we actually at a very good inflection point for 2 reasons. We are developing a new strategy for the university. The strategy, our current strategy, come to an end the end of 2025 this year, and therefore we are hard at work to be able to develop a new strategy and taking through a consultation process and governance process so that we can start with the implementation. And partnerships and collaboration is key within that strategy, and give us an opportunity for us to reflect on it and to say, well, how would those collaboration and partnerships look like? The second one is that we also have established a dedicated department that focus on strategic partnerships, that really starts to come in its own, or has been established, it starts to come in its own beginning of this year. And again, that look at collaboration, it look at partnerships in different forms, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. But so those 2 sort of inflection points help us to question where we currently are in relation to partnerships with respect to the University of Pretoria. So we've got a whole series of partnerships with universities, with organizations, research organizations around the world. But it asks the question, what is the quality of those partnerships? How do you ensure that you create more focus and therefore dedication to these partnerships? And it means that you need to define what are the characteristics that you look for into partnerships and then future collaboration. And for us, focus is important, quality is important. The aspect that Peter mentioned earlier about responding to societal challenges, which actually means that it's not only one discipline that you have to bring together, and therefore in your partnerships, your transdisciplinary focus is becoming more important. Not only from a perspective of funding, and therefore how do you broaden your funding base, but also from a perspective of how do you respond holistically and probably more efficiently and effectively to the challenge at hand, which can't be addressed only through one particular discipline. So for us, the focus, the quality, transdisciplinary emphasis from both responding to the problem statement, but also from a funding perspective. And then very importantly, as we, as University of Pretoria, reflect on the characteristic of the partnerships and our experiences that we have, particularly between the Global South and the Global North, we want our partnerships not to necessarily be extractive, but to be equitable, to be purpose-driven. And I think those are the characteristics that we sort of build into the type of partnerships that we want to focus on. Now, if we talk then about the characteristic of the partnership, then we need to say, well, what do we want to achieve and how are you going to go about to do that? Transdisciplinarity often look at experienced relationships and established relationships and established research that we already have in the university that would be complemented or supplemented by various other inputs from either other disciplines, other universities that are strong in particular areas that could complement our value proposition into a particular area. And therefore, the transdisciplinarity also have to say, well, how do we drive our senior researchers, our established researchers, our researchers that already have potentially co-published, have good relationship with funders across the world. How do we leverage that in a holistic way to build up our transdisciplinary business case, so to speak? So that's a large emphasis. The second one is to, in the context of developing the next generation of researchers that might not have those established partnerships already, might not have that linkages. So to what extent do you also focus on that? And that's very much part of international mobility schemes, early career interventions that we focused on, supporting doctoral degrees, mentorship, and then also the whole focus of joint degree programs, all focusing on building that next generation of researchers. So transdisciplinarity, next generation of researchers. And then there was, in some of the panels, that we talk about what is the framework that supports this growth in the emphasis that I've identified. So do we have robust research frameworks? robust research support, sustainable funding mechanisms? Do you have data, data sovereignty, all the aspects that relates to data? That for me is the, I would say probably the hardware in relation to driving a good research output and a good research enterprise. And that for us is important. And we utilize our engagements, our collaboration also to build those robust systems. But also to make sure that we build that if there aren't areas where there is deficiency, that we build it together with our collaborators and our partners. And then the approach to collaboration for us is that because transdisciplinarity is so crucial for the University of Pretoria, it's important for us that our linkages, our collaboration, our partnerships are not only with universities, but they are also important to engage with other sectors of society. So it is about how does our collaboration works and our strategies operate in relation to private sector industry collaboration. To what extent are we engaging with government in a meaningful way? And I'll make a point after I've mentioned the other different partners that we're engaging with. The society, if we're talking about communities, how do we engage with society? And for us, that engagement, to a certain extent, is an engagement that also bring in the characteristics of equity. So, and if I use the term equity, then those collaborations actually become co-creations rather than just purely collaborations, because we emphasize the quality and the equity of the quality of the contribution of those components of the broader society that we engage in. And that for us is important. Our engagement with universities stretches across the world, as I indicated to you earlier, but also a lot with our sister institutions on the continent. And that for us is very important. And perhaps, Peter, that brings me to maybe two final points that I would like to make. I believe that collaboration, and I want to probably use the term co-creation, is not just a luxury, it's a necessity. And you earlier talk about collaboration and competition that might be in tension. I would like to say that collaboration and co-creation is probably the new competition that we have to work, because we would not be able to achieve what we should achieve to illustrate the impact of our research if we don't work together. For us, as the University of Pretoria, and as we put together and compile our new strategy, we want to ensure that the University of Pretoria, with a high focus on transdisciplinary research, and leverage this particular platform that were put together, Future Africa, and established to promote transdisciplinary research, together with our linkages, good quality linkages that we have on the African continent and with other parts in the globe, also using our engagements and partnership in networks such as the World University Network in Arua, to promote the University of Pretoria as that intellectual meeting point on Africa, for Africa and the world. And Future Africa is going to be be used as that convening space, as we're doing this afternoon, to be able to promote that. And collaboration in co-creation is the fundamental basis on how we're going to do that. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Francis. Is this working? It is. Yeah. Thank you, Francis. I'm now going to invite individual panelists to answer particular questions. They know more or less the question they're going to be asked. And I'd like to start with Harleen Hain from Curtin University. You're the only Australian university with a campus in Africa, based in Mauritius, where the curriculum has an industry focus. Curtin University is a leader in Australia in collaborating with Africa, focusing on capacity development, and through the Australia-Africa University Network on the promotion of research partnerships. Can you tell us about the factors that have driven Curtin's engagement with Africa and the benefits of it?
Thank you very much, Peter, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel today. This is my second visit to the University of Pretoria. It's a lovely campus as always, and the weather is absolutely perfect here, so it's helping us to get over our jet lag, having just arrived from Rwanda at 5 o'clock this morning. I'm the Vice-Chancellor at Curtin University in our main campus is in Western Australia, and it's always dangerous to give me a microphone and the task to speak about my university, but I've been given a very strict 5-minute limit, and I'm going to try to stick to that. I'm incredibly proud to lead Curtin, and one of the reasons for that pride is that we are truly a global university. We do have 5 established campuses outside of Australia in Dubai, Singapore, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, and Mauritius. And we've been reflecting recently at Curtin because with the establishment of our 5th campus in Sri Lanka, we have become the university with the most global campuses of any university in the world. And against a backdrop of many universities trying to establish campuses overseas, most of them in reality don't survive very long. Many of them fail. Those that stick around are a huge drain on the mothership in whatever country they come from. But Curtin has been remarkably successful against that very large backdrop of failure. So rather than feeling some hubris about our success, over the last year or so, we've really been reflecting on what has led to Curtin's success in global partnerships. And we've begun to develop what we are colloquially referring to is grandma's secret recipe to global engagement. And so what I'd like to do today in the time that I have with you is to share what we consider to be the 4 basic ingredients in Grandma's secret recipe to global engagement. And within those 4 ingredients, I'll give you some specific examples of the way in which we have engaged with Africa. So ingredient number 1 is that Curtin takes a global approach. And for Curtin, I think what that means is that Africa actually matters. When you take a global approach as a university, it's really important to consider that Africa's importance in the world across many domains has become incredibly clear. And at Curtin, we are trying desperately to move away from a colonial approach of just moving Australia to other parts of the world. And instead, what we're trying to understand is the problems and the challenges that are faced by the nations in all of the countries where Curtin lives, works, and plays. And for us, we feel that we have a very critical role to play in using academic diplomacy or smart diplomacy to enhance Africa-Australia relations. And it's really critical because overall, Australia has really their relationships with Africa have been surprisingly very limited. So for us, we've seen a remarkable opportunity for us to engage with this wonderful continent. The second ingredient in Grandma's secret recipe is that Curtin takes a holistic approach to all of our global engagements. When it comes to Africa, we have really worked very hard over a very long period of time to build some impactful collaborations across a variety of domains, including education, research, and policy advocacy, and we have worked with a very large number of stakeholders, including universities, governments, industries, student groups, and local communities. We've engaged quite deeply with the African continent and the growing African diaspora in Australia. And we have a number of programs in Bentley that specifically are designed to support the diaspora in Australia. Within our curriculum, we have also developed several Africa-focused units of teaching and international study tours to the continent to enhance Australia's Africa literacy. So in a number of ways, what we have really tried to do is to understand deeply the challenges that are currently faced by the continent and to work together with a wide range of stakeholders to see if we, by putting our heads together, if we can overcome some of those challenges. The third ingredient is that Curtin always works through long-term equal partnerships, and if one of the ingredients is more important than the others, from my perspective, this is the most important. Curtin is first and foremost about building friendships that lead to partnerships that then lead to long-term global collaborations. Our Mauritius campus, for example, which is the only Australian campus in Africa, has been a 20-year partnership with the Mauritian education sector. And we've demonstrated our long-term commitment to education through partnerships in the wider region. We've also developed bilateral partnerships with several other African universities, including an MOU with the University of Pretoria that was signed in 2023, which has activated substantial collaboration in humanities and business already. And we've also co-launched the Africa Green Hydrogen Hub last year with our partner Strathmore University in Kenya as a science and technology collaboration to support the energy transition in East Africa. Each and every one of these collaborations, however, began with a friendship. And last but not least, the fourth ingredient in Grandma's recipe for global engagement from Curtin's point of view is that we provide ongoing institutional support and build engagement in the countries where we work. So when it comes to Africa, we've appointed an inaugural Dean Global Africa in 2022, Professor David Mickler, who is very familiar to many of you here. And he's responsible for developing and delivering our Africa engagement strategy and reporting to the DVC Global, who is also here, Professor Zhaotian Zhang. We serve as co-chair of the flagship 25-member Australia-Africa Universities Network and host the AAUN Australia Forum each year in Perth. We launched and resourced the Centre for Australia-Africa Relations at Curtin, and that began in 2023. And last but not least, we provide regular support for Curtin Africa Students Association and have created internal Curtin Africa engagement groups with over 100 Curtin staff and HDRs who have personal and professional connections to Africa. So I think in summary, from Curtin's perspective, the key to our success in engaging with Africa has been the key to our success engaging globally. And I just want to end by going back to a point that you made in the beginning of your presentation, Peter, is that it's really, in my view, time for the world to move away from competition to cooperation. There are plenty enough scholars to go around for everyone. And I think if we stop taking a totally competitive approach to academia, we'll all end up in a much better place. So thank you.
Thank you. I'd like now to move to Claire Quinn, who's from the University of Leeds. The University of Leeds and the University of Pretoria, in a partnership funded by Arua and UKRI Global Challenges Research Fund, several years ago established a Food Systems Research Network for Africa. And in 2024, the partnership was one of the finalists for the Times Higher Education Global Awards as Partnership of the Year, exemplifying the powerful impact that well-constructed partnerships can have. So my question for Claire is reflecting on the experience of more than 5 years of deep international collaboration, what are the most important lessons learned through the partnership?
Thank you, Peter. So I'm going to outline 5 lessons, I think, that we've learnt so far from our collaboration between the Universities of Pretoria and Leeds. So the first thing is that collaboration needs to be challenge-led. So I think this picks up on some of the things that have already been said. We need to have a shared vision of where research excellence lies in both of our organizations and what opportunities exist to support collaboration and equitable partnership. So in our example, the Owoo Centre of Excellence in Sustainable Food Systems hosted here at Future Africa and the Leeds Global Food and Environment Institute enabled us to identify research excellence and expertise and develop a shared vision in food systems research that could provide the basis for collaboration. This led to FSNet Africa, so the Food Systems Network for Africa, a research excellence funded project by the Global Challenges Research Fund under UKRI and Owoo. This project has led to significant impact in developing our thinking about African food systems, in supporting the academic development of early career researchers across the continent, and in solidifying sustainable food systems as a core research area in our partnership. But sustainable food systems is not the only challenge area, and there are others such as the Leeds Africa Hub for Data Science and AI, which I think has been mentioned quite a lot today in terms of a topic, and the development in Africa through radio astronomy, the DARA project, which started in 2015 and is currently funded through the International Science Partnership Fund from UKRI. What links all of these projects has been a focus on capacity building, skills development, and training on the continent. My second lesson is that collaboration needs to be both bottom-up and top-down. So much of the initial activity within our partnership has been driven from the bottom-up. So there's been a real commitment from researchers and academics in both institutions who want to work together. Ultimately, any success in terms of collaboration and funding requires those researchers and academics to develop ideas and find funding to support their work. But there also needs to be top-down strategic direction provided by both institutions to provide support and recognition for collaboration. This enables the identification of priorities and strategic areas for development in research, in teaching, and in capacity building. So both bottom-up and top-down approaches are needed and are more likely to lead to successful outcomes, because you need the academics committed to working together and the institutions committed to providing support. The third lesson is that collaboration needs time and resources. So conversations about our potential collaboration between UP and Leeds started in 2019. But there was already ongoing work, such as DARA, that started in 2015. And we signed our strategic partnership in 2023. And some key projects have been funded externally, so FSNet Africa, but also Foster Health funded by the EU. And a host of projects across research, teaching, and teaching pedagogy have been funded by the University of Leeds International Strategic Fund. So we've had some good success in only 6 years, but the key is how we build on that momentum and continue to create a successful partnership into the future. So that leads me to my fourth lesson, is that collaboration should build networks. Part of our existing success and the potential for future success is that it's not just about Pretoria and Leeds, but about building out from that partnership to create collaborative networks in Africa and in the UK and in Europe. So the UP Leeds partnership is a strong relationship to build out from. It works as a connection and support to wider collaborations, both within and across continents. Lesson 5 is that capacity building is critical to successful collaboration. At the heart of our partnership has been capacity building. So building the capacity of researchers here on the continent, developing teaching and training in key skills for students, but also providing opportunities for academics and researchers from both institutions to develop skills in mentorship, international partnerships, and collaborative working. Institutional capacity building is also critical for successful international collaboration. So research support, finance, contracts are all critical functions in our universities that can learn from each other and be better placed to support collaborative working through partnership. So in summary, I think what we've learned from our partnership is that we require collaboration at all levels, from individual to institution to networks, and that capacity building across all of those levels is needed to build and sustain partnerships over the longer term.
Thank you, Claire. I'd like now to move to Manuel Guillermo and ask about 2 World Bank Centers of Excellence. Eduardo Mondlane University has been awarded 2 Centers of Excellence under the African Higher Education Centers of Excellence Initiative, one in oil and gas engineering and technology, and another in food agricultural policy and programs. ACEs are high-impact initiatives intended to develop quality postgraduate education and to build collaborative research capacity in the regional priority areas. So I'd like to ask, can you say a little about how these came about and how you see the collaboration developing with other stakeholders in the region and in the continent?
So, good afternoon, thank you very much. And I'm very pleased to be here. First of all, because I feel that I'm representing all Portuguese-speaking countries, because I'm the only one coming from Portuguese-speaking country, I believe. If there is someone here, it will be good also. The second reason is that I have been to this university before, when I was a cooperation director at my university, and we had a good number of our academic staff that were trained at the University of Pretoria. This was under the collaboration between our university and UP and also the Sweden government. So coming to the question that I have to explain about, we consider collaboration with the stakeholders and including knowledge institution, government and industry is essential to the success of our university centers of excellence. To achieve the objectives of the Center of Excellence on oil and gas and also the Center of Excellence on agri-food system and nutrition, the UM centers as well as UM as a whole are already implementing collaboration with the knowledge institution, government and also industry. In the future, UM and its centers intend to strengthen and expand collaboration with these institutions. Currently, our centers are collaborating with the following institutions: teaching and research institutions in the areas of interest of the centers in the country. For example, our centers are collaborating with several higher education and professional technical institutions in the areas of interest of the centers. But also the centers are collaborating with the various research institutions in the areas of interest of the centers. The second collaboration is with, within the regional and continental collaboration. The centers are collaborating with regional and continental university as research centers for the co-development of curricular programs, exchange of faculty and students, and joint supervision, research and publication. The next one is a collaboration within African academic networks. Our university and of course our centers are integrated into regional networks such as Arua, Sarua, Ruforum, AAU, and even international networks such as the Society of Petroleum Engineers to share experience, strengthen and improve their teaching, research, and fundraising activities, which will have an impact on the country, the region, of course, on the continent. The next one is collaboration with knowledge platforms. So UAM and its centers are committed to developing knowledge platforms using new digital technologies to share good practice, results of scientific innovations, scientific publication, and also existing resources. The next one is related to engagement with government and regional organization. Alignment with the national, regional, and continental development agendas, such as national sector strategies, plans, and programs for the areas covered by the regional poles. For example, SADC, including Africa Union, Agenda 2063, ensuring political relevance and also institutional support. Participation in policy formulation forums using evidence generated by the Centers of Excellence to inform decisions on energy, food, security, and nutrition, and the climate change in agriculture system. Capacity building for public sector technicians, offering advice in training and the evidence-based technical consultancy. But it also has partnership with the private sector and industry. For example, establishment of a consultation forum with industry representatives, promotion of joint research and development projects, such as technological solution adapted to the African reality, sustainable techniques for exploration, production, transportation, storage, and processing oil and gas or development of agriculture value chains. Creation of innovation and entrepreneurship incubators, fostering startups by students and graduates that respond to the local challenges, and also commercialization of innovation generated by research. The next one is engagement with the local communities and the civil society. We here transfer our practical knowledge to the community, especially in agriculture sector, but also integration of community actors in participatory research projects, ensuring that the solution developed by us are contextually relevant and also sustainable. So what do we expect in terms of results? We expect that we train highly qualified human resource for the country and for the region, producing scientific knowledge and applicable to the sector, and also support the effort of African governments to boost the technological and the socio-economic development of the region and the continent. So allow me to go a bit beyond the question and just mention one thing. I would like to mention that we are living in an interconnected world in which what happens in Mozambique, for example, climate change, Islamic terrorism, natural mineral resources, and so on, is likely to have an impact beyond borders. So we need to strengthen the way scientific community collaborate internationally so that we could respond to the needs of our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like now to turn to Wisdom Teti. Regional and international university networks are important for enabling and increasing South Africa's research, education, and innovation impact. And one such network is the South African-Canada University Network, SACUN, launched in 2023. It aims to promote interdisciplinary synergy, drive and innovation, and share resources and expertise through a multilateral approach. So as head of one of the institutions that played a leading role in establishing the network, what do you see as a long-term contribution the network can make to strengthening research ecosystems?
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity to be on the panel to talk about an issue that I think, as has been said earlier, requires even more, imperatively that we engage one another and not be operating at cross purposes. And I think SACUN is one representation of that effort to pull together an ecosystem approach to knowledge creation. And I would echo what you said in terms of always including the code dimension to this, right? Because I think the traditional way of looking at knowledge as something that is disseminated from one place to another has to be turned on its head, and we look at this as co-creating knowledge. And I think that the starting point for us comes from a certain set of values. What is it about SACUN that makes it unique and different? And I think that the particular reason is because we come to it with a certain understanding of values that are shared across the institutions. Those values, in a lot of ways, undergird the success or otherwise of this project. As you mentioned, we're just about a couple of years in this effort. It is still yet to get to the point of maturity, but we are staying the course because there's a belief in the outcome that we all share. And that belief comes from a certain understanding that we have to work at this together. These things don't just come without a lot of toil and effort. And the successes that you've heard from other colleagues here talk about the importance of relationship building. You cannot get to the point of trusting one another when you haven't built that relationship. And it takes a lot of hard work to build a relationship. We always want some quick results from these endeavors. But if that is the motivation, then we're unlikely to get to the outcomes we're looking for. You have to invest the toil, the sweat, and the commitment to get to the outcomes that we're looking for. And so over the course of the last 2 years, that is the kind of investment that is being made, the investment of toil and sweat, not necessarily the investment of the financial piece, because for the financial to actually take root, you have to have a shared understanding of the fact that everyone is putting this investment in because they want to see a particular set of outcomes. So that is the important part of what it is that draws us here. The other thing is that we have had to rethink this notion of what is excellence. We have to rethink this notion about who are peers. And I think traditionally in the North, we have certain parameters that define who our peers are. Are they ranked in the top 50? Are they ranked in the top 100? And that comes from a certain erroneous notion, which is based on the idea that there are knowledge rich centers and there are areas of knowledge deficit. And if you come from that premise, then you're looking at a really unidimensional approach to learning and depriving yourself of what is in fact a lot of knowledge in other parts of the world that do not fit into those ranking parameters that are in fact ways that we can learn from. And if you look at a way that traditional approaches to stewardship of our environment happens, we seem to be going back to that, right? We talk about this theological model of traditional to modern, and the modern is better than the traditional. And yet, we're all going back to what it is that we can learn from our partners in areas that have held true to those values. So I think the idea of looking at knowledge not as a deficit just because it doesn't register in the familiar spaces is something we should challenge. I think partnerships have to be authentic in terms of our motivations, because a lot of times they're very transactional. There's an opportunity, there's funding, let's lash together, get some groups together and get this thing moving. And I think if you start from that premise, then it's going to fizzle out. Because when the motivation is no longer there, there isn't any deep sense of commitment to the long haul. And SACUN recognizes all of these constraints to enduring partnerships. And so we're doing the hard work of making sure that we're aligned on all of these pieces. I think the other point is about, who brings what asset to the table. And the definition of asset, I think we need to engage very thoroughly as well. Because we look at asset largely, particularly with networks that are global, we look at assets from what our northern partners bring to the table. And we undervalue the assets that are not quantifiable in monetary terms, and those get marginalized. And I think that we have to commit to a process where we're saying, and I think, Peter, this goes to your point about equity. We may not be equal in terms of the assets that we bring in, but we have to be able to make contributions of assets that are equitable in terms of their value, and recognizing the value of those assets across the different parameters we're looking at. I think colleagues have talked about the importance of interdisciplinary work, the importance of identifying what it is that is important to all the partners. And that process of identification is itself part of what we need to have inform the decision making. Who determines what is important for us to look at collectively? And a lot of times what happens is that you have something that is defined somewhere as important, and that is brought to the table. Now, what we did with SACUN was that the partners got together and said, what is it that matters most to all of us that we can mutually benefit from? And the African colleagues were at that table defining exactly what it is that we should be focusing on, and not have something just dumped on them because somebody says so. And I think we need to give each other voice in these spaces and give each other the authority to speak to what is important. And I think SACUN has looked at that. And we've done all of these things with the understanding that if we do this well, the rest of the work should actually be relatively easier to work on. Because once you are anchored in shared values, you understand there'll be different perspectives and different ways of looking at things, but you always come back to that compass that defines the essence of that partnership. I would also want to make the point that we have a tendency in these networks to match like with like. Colleagues have talked about the importance of building regional capacity. And I think that it behooves those of us who are seen as ranked higher to pull everyone else up. And that is the value of organizations like SACUN, where it is not just a question of how can we hang out together as those who operate here, but how can we in fact become the catalyst for drawing others into that orbit that ensures that we all do well. Because if we're really true to ourselves, that competition is no longer the watchword, and that collaboration is, then the more we can amplify opportunities for collaboration and work together in common purpose, the more we can make an impact on our communities. Because at the end of the day, questions will be asked about what is the relevance of these networks, what is the relevance of these institutions when it doesn't inure to the benefit of society as a whole. And to do that, the more we can amplify, the more you can bring to the harvest in terms of the workers who do the harvest, the better the harvest is going to be. And I think that we should all keep this in mind, that as we're looking at partnerships, to redefine what we mean by partners, to look at the obligations that we have as institutions to others who may not be as endowed as we are, and see how we're able to help lift those. Because when we do that, the work is not just on us alone. Now you have a multiplicity of voices advocating for why it's important to do the work that we do. Those who benefit from those partnerships begin to be our ambassadors, our voices for what is important, and particularly in the contemporary times when the world is fractured and governments are making decisions that are short-term. We need to have the investment that allows us to have supporters for the long term and do the work that our mission requires us to do, which is to make transformative impact in the world that we work in, play in, engage with. So I will end it there, and certainly happy to take any questions that might come from colleagues and the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like now to turn to our final panelist, Professor Kawaguchi. This week marks the announcement of the Africa-Asia Platform, an initiative co-led by the University of Pretoria and the University of Tokyo, and funded by the African Development Bank. The initiative, along with activities such as the Tokyo International Conference on African Development and the India-Africa Forum Summit, sets a new paradigm for enlarging connections between Africa and Asia. So my question is, how do you see these developments, and specifically the role of the Africa-Asia Platform, in facilitating collaboration with Africa?
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I'm representing the Graduate School of Public Policy of the University of Tokyo. I'm the Dean of the school. And before answering a question, I'd like to briefly introduce our university's involvement with Asian region through the initiative called Campus Asia. So the Campus Asia program started from 2012. So it has been there here for 13 years. And University of Tokyo has been engaged in this program in public policy in partnership with Peking University, Seoul National University, and the National University of Singapore. Amid intensifying US-China tension, Japan faces a delicate balancing act. We need to keep the close relationship with the United States to secure our national security. At the same time, we cannot give up the very intensified economic tie with China. And so we need to, Japan faces a huge challenge to balance the tension between China and the United States. And despite this intensified tension, our program, including the Peking University, ran quite smoothly. And alumni from our program are still communicating very effectively. And many of the alumni from this program becomes a very important position in the government. And so through this program, the leaders of policy-making arena make a close relationship between China and Japan. And this create an informal channel that the alumni communicate each other through informal channel. So that is quite a big asset for our diplomacy. And at the same time, Japan has been interested in the establishing and enhancing the relationship with countries in African continent. And through the initiative called Tokyo International Conference on African Development, or TICAD, every 3 years. So this conference takes every 3 years since 1993. So through this conference, Japanese government tried to enhance the relationship, diplomatic as well as the economic relationship with African countries. However, in reality, Japan has significantly lagged behind China in building robust economic cooperations and human capital partnership with the continent. So this is why I have been proposing to expand Campus Asia into a broader framework, which we call Campus Africa Asia, within the framework of the Africa-Asia platform that was started between the collaboration, that is started as a collaboration between the University of Pretoria and the University of Tokyo. So this initiative aims to provide opportunities for African youth to study in Japan and for Japanese youth to gain first-hand experience in Africa. And also this young scholar include a postdoctoral fellow and young researchers at universities in Africa and in Japan. So this idea aligns closely with the three core goals of today's roundtable. First, enhancing a partnership to address global inequalities. Second, embedding international collaboration in the next generations of researchers. And third, strengthening research systems to deliver more and better research. Countries like Japan and Korea are stable, mature democracies can offer Africa important options to diversify international partnership beyond relying on any single major power in Asia. Of course, Africa and Asia are geographically distant. It takes a full day to travel from Pretoria to Tokyo. Therefore, we need a creative institutional design and carefully mobilized resources to make academic and research exchange sustainable. Over the next 2 years, we hope to build seed trust relationship among researchers, especially in fields related to public policy, such as political science, public administration, and economics, with the support of the University of Pretoria and the African Development Bank. Ultimately, our goal is to leverage this multidisciplinary and multilateral collaboration towards producing a joint policy proposal that would be potentially presented at the TICAD in 2028. So we would like to initiate the joint research with firm trust between researchers, and hopefully the research result will be materialized as a policy proposal that can be shared at the 2028 TICAD. So with that, I'd like to finish my comment, and I'm going to participate in the side event the day after tomorrow, and I'd like to elaborate a bit more about our idea on that day. So you are welcome to participate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have very little time, but I want to be sure that if there's a question from elsewhere in the room, that we take a moment to answer it.
Thank you so much for the insightful contributions. I found them to be very exciting as a young scholar. However, I do feel that the issue of indigenous knowledge systems just globally is not being focused on. So one of our speakers spoke about the grandmother's recipe, right? There is an indigenous knowledge systems sort of like approach. You look at complex systems thinking. There is what I'm finding, pre-colonial African knowledge systems focused on. You look at how, for example, ecological consciousness could be cultivated in especially poor environments or in rural areas, but it cannot because the issue of internalized oppression has not been addressed. And it is a real thing. I'm finding it in science, through my work as a Sangoma, ancestral trauma. It's very deep wounds that I feel like the academic space is not paying attention to. And for me, it feels like you know, we just keep on reinventing these terms. Participatory action research has been around as a concept for many years now, but why is it not being implemented when we know what the cost of colonization has been, especially in the global south? That is my contribution. Thank you.
Any panelists like to take it up?
I'm happy to give it a shot. So thank you very much for the question. The Curtin's major campus is in Bentley, Australia, in Western Australia, which probably has one of the worst histories of the way in which Indigenous people have been treated that I've come across. So I hear exactly what you're saying. One of the things that we've tried to do at Curtin in embedding Indigenous knowledge is having Indigenous students from all of our global campuses interacting with each other. So by way of example, I was in Malaysia last year, and just by chance, there was a group of Australian Indigenous students who were also on the Malaysian campus, who were there specifically to learn from their Indigenous colleagues in Malaysia. And I think in many ways, I think that's how we might be able to break the back of constantly talking about participatory research. It's fine for those of us who aren't Indigenous, who haven't had those kinds of intergenerational trauma, to talk about participatory research. But from Curtin's perspective, we're trying a unique approach, which is bringing Indigenous groups together and having them lead the conversation rather than us. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but that's how we're trying to tackle some of the challenges that you so eloquently outlined.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, thanks for raising that question. I think in my comments I had alluded to the importance of these doing away with notions of knowledge deficit and looking, and I think I talked about the stewardship of our ecosystem being something that is so pertinent, and we can learn a lot from Indigenous communities. But I wanted to just make the point to you that I was just in Entebbe about a few days ago, because our university runs this global network. Much of it is African-based, but it brought together, it's called the African Indigenous Knowledge Research Network. And it brought together a huge number of colleagues from this continent to that meeting to engage in these kinds of conversations, to redefine what it means to have legitimate knowledge and credibility that goes with it, to bring to it the kind of robustness that in fact pertains in traditional societies, because it's not the case that scientific knowledge is the only place where robust engagement with knowledge takes place, right? Some of our knowledges have endured because they've been subject to really critical review over the years. And because we are based in Canada, the importance of Indigenous knowledge in Canadian society is a huge part. And what we've tried to do then is to foster interaction across the globe. So we had representation from our Canadian colleagues in Entebbe, making sure that we're able to share knowledge across systems. So the traditional university, with its structures and so on, should not be the only vehicle for building networks. We should, in fact, use the privilege of our institutions to forge broader networks that brings others into the fold who are not necessarily of the type of professor you see, but have knowledges that I think can be brought into our spaces, enrich our knowledges, but also forge collaboration and shared purpose across the globe. So I'll encourage you to look at the African Indigenous Knowledge Research Network and the work that is doing there. I think these things are really important for us to ground in all our conversations as well. Thanks.
Thank you. One more question, then we must finish.
Thank you very much. Olani Fowler is my name, from the University of Johannesburg. I'm more interested in how university or higher education respond or is responding to emerging threats, for example, or opportunities, so to speak. It started with the emergence of AI and how it can actually help, leapfrog our development on the African continent. But now we are rethinking how we collaborate with our partners as a result of, taking away of funding. I mean, we know the history, the story of the United States of America, and how that has really disrupted the development or the partnership that we already have in place. So my question is, how do we rethink who we collaborate with? What's our response, the response of universities to the trust we have in our partners in terms of, can this, at a point, would they pull the plug, because there seems to be imbalance in who is actually doing the heavy lifting when it comes to funding. So how do we rethink the way we partner with each other in a way that is sustainable and actually bring out the positive impact that we desire? Thank you.
Who would like to take that?
No, I just want to, I think it's important to also look at, if we look at institutions and countries, that we also start to commit to support interventions and research ourselves, find ways to do that, and not only try to shift the dependency externally. That for me is important. How we will do it, I think that is something that one need to talk about. But this particular example of the United States is just reflected that question again amongst institutions and countries. It is very much externally dependent on finance. And then I think some of the comments that we mentioned earlier about make sure that the partnerships bring ingredients in of equity, and that equity is not only finance, it's other aspects as well. Try to see how you can leverage partnerships within partnerships to try to grow capacity. So all of those aspects we already have mentioned earlier in the conversation. But it's always important to make sure that you add value to what you want to achieve, because ultimately we can partner, as you have indicated, with a massive amount of institutions, but the focus and the output can be so minuscule if you have to add that up. So you have to look at the quality of what you want to produce.
Yes, maybe just short comment on that. Whenever I go to a conference, I had a discussion about the collaboration between North and South. And what is sometimes many people highlight is that how our institution, I mean African institution, we collaborate ourselves to support, because some of the challenges that we face are almost the same. So these questions come many times whenever I'm at the conference. So I believe that with these new trends, Trump's trends and so on, maybe we need to redefine what are the collaboration, or what type of collaboration we want to build within ourselves. I mean, in the continental level, our institution. Thank you.
There was one final question here.
Thank you very much. My name is Nagao. I'm Japanese, but I'm a visiting fellow of University of Pretoria, Future Africa. And I'd like to ask, in that capacity, one question to all the universities in a way. Today, there is no American university represented here. And American universities are experiencing a storm, or something more than a storm, something that is continual. I'd like to know when Vice Chancellor Petersen said, when the world is in a major and apparently unpredictable situation, change like today, in a country that is a major power academically, what kind of impact other countries experience, and what kind of impact these changes would have on the collaboration that we are talking about, international collaboration. I'd like to know if any of the people at the, at the stage has a sense or feeling that what is happening in a certain part of North America is going to influence their universities and also the collaboration that they are doing. Thank you.
In terms of, despite the very broad American accent, I haven't lived in the United States for the last 35 years. I think we do have one of our colleagues who is here, who is American. With respect to the chaos that is currently ensuing in the US, one of the things that's really struck home for Australia is President Trump's war on international students. And I'm not sure how many people here outside of Australia know that the Australian government waged war on international students last year. So you know, what goes around comes around, and many of these ideas are not limited to the United States, although they might be in an extreme form right now. But our Minister of Education actually attempted to get into legislation that he had the power to tell each university in Australia the number of international students that they could enroll. So I think there are a number of things that are happening in the US right now that are not restricted to the US. And from my perspective, what we need to learn from the firestorm that is currently ensuing is to stop for a moment and try and understand how we've gotten here. Not to apologize for Mr. Trump's actions, because I think they are largely appalling. At the bottom of what he is trying to do is a problem. And I think we need to start thinking about how collectively, as universities, we can look inward on ourselves and try to figure out how we can regain the social license that I think we are losing around the world, possibly not in Africa. However, because one of the things I've learned in the week that I've been here is that the university sector is still very well regarded and highly respected. I don't think that that's necessarily the case in the United States, in Australia, in the UK. I can't speak for Canada, but I think some of the things that are happening in the US right now will eventually spread to the rest of the world, and already have.
So maybe, Masafumi, also from our response, I think for South Africa specifically, that example that has happened have given us a reflection back to say, well, how do we in fact mitigate risk purely from a support perspective globally, not only from the United States. We know that the European Union, their funding is very much going to military now, so there's a shift in that funding base as well. So that's important. But I want to agree that the underlying message here is that the academic project is under threat. So that we've seen not only in the States now, it's rolling other parts of the globe. And how do we collaborate with our institutions globally to re-emphasize the democratic mission of universities? That for me is the fundamental part. And we need to put our heads together. It is about public trust. I think the public, to a certain extent, in certain areas, have lost the trust, and obviously, once you create that deficit, that's often taken up by politicians in a more subtle, tactical way. So that is, I think, what our focus would be as universities globally, and how we engage with our counterparts in the States, because your question was specifically the States, and we do have a colleague from America here, but also in other parts, you know, in the UK. So it will reframe how we look at internationalization more generally or globally, but also other aspects that we need to be aware of.
Yeah, I can just make a quick comment. I think, you know, the point that you made is not exclusive to Australia. We just went through a really devastating government policy that has had an impact on international students. But I think it's also the process of vilification of the other that is creeping into our larger society. And universities generally tend to be the places where the world gravitates. We pull people from all parts of the world, and so we become a target of the vilification, because somehow we create spaces, which is part of our mandate, right, to create spaces for conversations, and yet that has been turned into a kind of, you know, problem that people have to confront with. I think the question about the place of the university and whether it's losing that place in Africa as well, you see that, right? That people ask questions about the relevance of the university in Africa. And so we're seeing an erosion of the public compact that we had with society, because universities were seen as incubators for, you know, development to support the public, whether you're talking healthcare, you're talking about other aspects of society. That university was an important part of that. I think we're losing that, and we may have to, instead of, you know, recoiling to some insular space, to actually do some introspection and re-engage the public to see the value of the university. But more importantly, the value of international collaboration. And I think that during the COVID crisis, people saw the universities during that period in the United States, the surveys suggested there was an uptick in seeing the universities as trustworthy, as important, and so on. And then that has kind of slid off again. And I think those moments should not be wasted to demonstrate the value of what happens when we build this ecosystem of talent that helps to solve the problems of the world. And most of these cannot be done in isolation. So the whole notion of becoming insular as a response to the poly-crisis that we face, I think undermines the very essence of what is required to get us there. I think African societies and governments in particular have to rethink the investment in higher education and investment in R&D, because obviously if you're depending on somebody else to pay the piper, they're going to call the tune, and they can yank it anytime they want, and I think that we're seeing the reverberations of that. The notion of, Trumpism, I don't think is exclusive to the United States. It's something that has been happening. You see that in Europe as well. You see a movement to the right in ways that are devastating against intellectualism. And so we become the pariahs. And once you are the pariah, you become everybody's, boogie, person, right? So I think that we have to begin to re-engage our publics in ways that bring visibility to the work that we do, demonstrate the value of what it is that we stand for, and that academic freedom is not a luxury, it's a necessity to get us to the kinds of things that solve problems. Once we lose that, we've lost our mandate, and if we lose our mandate, we've lost our essence, and we're not going to have the public support that we need to keep going on.
Thank you. That's a good point for us to end on. I think we've used up our time. I'd like to thank the panelists for their very wise remarks, and to you all for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you so much to every single panelist. Just before you go, I think you need to take a group photo over there. What a wonderful way to end today's discussions. I think what I grabbed from that right at the end with that final conversation that you were having is that we cannot exist in silos. And gone are the days where we compete to find the cure first. We're now in the age where we find the cure and try to make sure that everyone has access to it as well. As soon as this panel is done, it will bring today's proceedings to an end. But before I dismiss you, I do have a few announcements for you. Can we just give the panelists one more round of applause as they take their seats? So straight after this session, we are going to be heading to the hub for a cocktail session over there. After a long day of discussions, I'm sure you are looking forward to an opportunity of networking with each other. I think one person who asked a question earlier on said, the conversations that happen in here, yes, are important, but the conversations that happen once we leave this room are even more important. So use this as an opportunity to network with each other. We're also going to have a performer, KB Motsilanyane, who is a multi-talented South African singer, songwriter, actress, and performer, and she is going to be giving us an incredible show at about 6 o'clock, which is just around the corner. So as soon as we're done over here, we are heading there. Our panelists, you can take your seats, don't worry. I'm almost done. Tomorrow, there's going to be on Wednesday and Thursday, there are a number of side events that will be taking place. So please make sure that you check the program to ensure that you know what is happening and when it is happening as well. Tomorrow, we also carry on with our panel discussions, discussing what is at stake, socio-political security, food security, and a session where we discuss what will it take, which will be a culmination of everything that we've discussed in these past 2 days, coming together to have a decision and to have a way forward. And so I want to leave you with this parting thought as you go. There's a famous quote by Lao Tzu which says, "Give a man a fish and he will eat for a day. Teach him how to fish and he will eat for a lifetime." But I want to add on to that after today's discussions that ask the man if he wants fish. Find out what it is he's interested in. Find out if fish was one of them in the first place before you start offering him something that he never asked for. And so use that to challenge your assumptions about global security and to unpack your preconceived notions about Africa as we come back tomorrow to head off with these discussions. That is it from me. Enjoy the rest of your evening. See you at the cocktail event. Those who are driving home, drive home safely, and see you tomorrow right here. Thank you.